Chapter 760. The noble woman nodded slightly, then looked at the girl in red and said, "Hongli, your true strength is not weaker than your senior sister's. Last time, you were wronged and lost to your senior sister. This time, you can use your strength to your heart's content. If your senior sister is unable to defeat the Holy Sun, this matter will be left to you." Disciple obeys. The girl in red revealed a determined smile. Last time, she was still young, but already possessed strength comparable to Bai Qinjiao. Now that several years had passed and she was already 18 years old, her strength was even stronger than before. This time, in the martial arts festival final, she was really aiming for first place. Good. As long as you are confident, you too must take 2 places among the 6 young masters. In this way, the fate of the Heavenly King sect will be taken by our Aquamarine Palace. Abstruse Fire Sect. All the buildings stood in a place where flames were raging. All the plants here were extremely tenacious and could survive in the raging fire. All the animals here were also of the fire attribute. In the main hall, there were also 3 people. One of them was in his 50s, wearing a fiery red python robe, looking extremely domineering. Of the 2 people standing below, one was a feminine man called Lu Tyrant, ranked 4th among the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. The other was a child who looked to be in his teens. He was very cute and had an invisible domineering aura. His name was Red Samadhi, ranked 5th among the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. Tyrant, Samadhi, I won't say anything unnecessary. The last time you participated in the martial arts festival, you were still very young. Now, you are still young. My requirements are not high. As long as you can maintain your current ranking, it will be considered a victory. The domineering middle-aged man's voice was very gentle. Master, don't worry. This time, not only will we maintain our ranking, but we will also go further. At the level of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty, no one was willing to stay in the same place. These 2 were no exception. If they could get first place, no one would be willing to be 4th or 5th. In the sacred city, Senior Brother Wuji, please don't fight with that Ling Xiao. You can't beat him. That Ling Xiao has already become so powerful that even Master was killed by him. Chun Ming still could not forget the scene of Qin Nanqing being killed. She was lucky enough to survive, but she did not dare to think about revenge because she felt that she was no match for Ling Xiao. He didn't want Jin Wuji to throw his life away. Jin Wuji looked at Qin Ming indifferently, shook his head and said, "Chun Nanqing, that trash, it's fine if he dies. I won't avenge him. However, Ling Xiao must die. Junior sister, you've really disappointed me. You actually thought that Ling Xiao was stronger than your senior brother. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say between us." Senior brother. Looking at that cold and emotionless face, Chun Ming's heart thumped. She felt both pain and coldness. Jin Wuji closed his eyes and ignored Chun Ming. He was absolutely unwilling to be ranked 6th among the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. This time, he wanted to at least advance by 1 rank. West of Sky Dragon Continent. Snow Mountain Sect. This was a world under white snow. This was the territory of the Snow Mountain Sect, one of the 12 sects. The disciples of the Snow Mountain Sect were best at ice attribute Jinyuan. Although they had not been very famous, a very outstanding disciple from the last martial arts festival had made it into the top 10. Although he did not become one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty, his strength was still recognized by many people. This year, he was 19 years old and was eligible to participate in the Sacred Dynasty Martial Arts Festival again. Xiefeng, you're the most outstanding disciple of our Snow Mountain sect in the past 1,000 years. You're also an absolute leader among the 3 sects in the West. This martial arts festival, don't let your master down. You have to increase the luck of our Snow Mountain sect. The Sword King sect, Tang sect, Gu King sect, and Poison King sect are weak. It's time for us to rise. A handsome man in white with fluttering white hair stood on top of an ice mountain and said to the boy beside him. Li Xiefeng nodded and said, "Master, I'll do my best. I won't let you down. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. I don't expect you to get a high ranking. This time, if you can get 6th place, it'll be enough for you to be one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty." The handsome man smiled and said, This disciple understands. The boy was looking forward to a higher result. Also in the west of the continent, the Bloodblade sect was also one of the 12 sections. Although the name of the sect was tacky, this sect was not to be underestimated. The Bloodblade sect's saber techniques walked a strange path. Their moves were strange and ruthless. Anyone who exchanged moves with them would have a headache. At this moment, the sect master and the upper echelons of the Bloodblade sect were all smiling. Success. Bai Shui's Bloodblade scripture has been cultivated to the 6th level. He's the strongest among the older generation. That's right. Jian Wuji's Sword King scripture was only cultivated to the 4th level last time, but he was already one of the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. Bai Shui will definitely get into the top 6 this time. You're all looking down on me. Qin Bishue. Top 6? Even if he's the holy son of the Sky King sect, I'll pull him down. The boy's face was filled with evil charm. His whole body was like an unparalleled blade of blood, giving people a chilling feeling. Ha ha ha, well said. The Holy Son is strong because he has one of the 9 dragon souls, the natural dragon soul. However, in front of a powerful blade technique, he'll still lose. Qin Bishue smiled and said, Sect Master, I hope you all can keep this a secret. I'll definitely stun everyone in the martial arts festival and defeat the Holy Son. I'll take first place. Good ambition. That's how it should be. The sect will keep your secret for you. Let's go now. I can't wait to see the Sky King sect cry. Ha ha. The sect master of the Bloodblade sect had never been so excited. As for the preliminaries, he didn't care at all. Those who participated in the preliminaries were not qualified to be seeded contestants. What was there to care about? Qin Bishue didn't care about those people either. He only cared about the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. Spiritual Medicine Villa, one of the 12 sects, was also located in the west. The fragrance of herbs and fruits was everywhere, making it a paradise. In the Deep Valley, there was a villa that occupied a large area. At this time, in the main hall of the villa, a mother was gently stroking the head of her beloved daughter. She smiled and said, Yao Ling, it's my fault that your sister left in a fit of anger. This time, in the Sacred Dynasty Martial Arts Festival, not only must you get into the top 6, but also help me find your sister with this luck. The young girl under his knees was dressed in a dark green outfit, as if she was a piece of exquisitely carved jade. Mother, don't worry. After I go out this time, I'll bring my sister back no matter what. Of course, I'll also try to become one of the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. She smiled softly, and the look in her eyes was unusually determined. Chapter 761. If one were to talk about the most eye-catching sect, it would naturally be the Heavenly King sect. It was the most powerful sect in the 12 sects and had the most outstanding disciples in the world. They had always had a close relationship with the royal family of the Sacred Dynasty. There were 5 people in the main hall of the Heavenly King sect. One of them was the sect master of the Heavenly King sect, a peak Grotto Heaven realm expert who was half a step into the Yin-Yang realm. The other was the Holy Emperor of the Sacred Dynasty, also a peak Grotto Heaven realm expert. The other 3 were the Holy Son, Emo Wushang, and Feng Yaorao of the Sky Dragon Institute. Wushang, you will become the Holy Son's most capable assistant. You're demonic, I can see through everything and make your enemies tremble in fear. The 2 of us have always thought highly of you. At the very least, you can reach the Yin-Yang realm. Therefore, this time, you must maintain your second place. Second place, you must strive to increase the luck of the Heavenly King sect. The one who spoke was the sect master of the Heavenly King sect. Yes, sect master. Emo Wushang's face was expressionless. No one knew what he was thinking. Perhaps this proud young man did not think that he was weaker than the Holy Son. In his heart, he might even want to compete with the Holy Son. But he did not dare to say it out loud. In the Heavenly King sect, the Holy Son's status was equivalent to the sect master. Yaorao, you did not use your full strength in the preliminaries. Otherwise, you would not have only obtained 1 treasure. You must enter the top 3 in the finals. At that time, the Sky Dragon Institute will be officially established. You will be the 3 core disciples. The sect master of the Heavenly King sect looked at Feng Yaorao and said with a frown, "Sect master, I did not use my full strength. However, that Ling Xiao did not use his full strength either. We must be careful." Feng Yaorao said respectfully, "Don't mention that Ling Xiao again. Who does he think he is? If it was not for the Moon Lady, I would have killed him last time." The Holy Sun hated Ling Xiao to the extreme. He immediately lost his cool when he heard the name. "Holy Sun, you have the immemorial nature dragon martial spirit, which is the most powerful martial spirit besides the mountain and river martial spirit. You don't have to be so calculative with a nobody. You must be calm, okay?" The Holy Emperor looked at the Holy Sun and said indifferently, "As the descendant of the Emperor, you will not only inherit the title of Heaven's chosen child, but also the entire Sky Dragon continent. This martial arts festival is no small matter. It will be different from the past. You must obtain first place." The Holy Sun took a deep breath and calmed himself down. His eyes were like those of a god. He said indifferently, "The glory of the Sky Dragon continent is long gone. To me, this martial arts festival is just a convenient way to obtain the title of Heaven's chosen child. There won't be any accidents. After obtaining the title of Heaven's chosen child, I will set sail on the Heaven's chosen waterway." Shang Di laughed and said, "That's right. That's the true demeanor of a king. If you have such confidence, there won't be any problems. I just hope that someone will be able to give you some pressure in the Martial Path Festival. That way, you'll be able to become stronger." Feng Yaorao secretly shook her head. There was always a shadow in her heart that could not be shaken off, and that was Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's strength was not inferior to the Holy Sun. She always had this intuition. The east gate of the Holy City was a vast plain. It was reasonable to say that such a terrain was not suitable for defense. However, even the true Demon's Empire did not have the opportunity to attack the Holy City. There was no other reason than the 9 cauldrons to protect the Holy City. Moreover, the human king had set up a very terrifying 9 cauldrons Great Sky Array underground. This array could greatly increase one's strength. As for the enemy, it had a very terrifying weakening effect. It was rumored that when the true Demon's Empire attacked the Holy City, they suddenly suffered a crushing defeat. That defeat was also the prelude to the true Demon's Empire's defeat. Although the true Devil Supreme Lord and the other 9 Demon Kings had all escaped, a large number of demon generals and demon soldiers had died in battle here, becoming eternal souls. Therefore, if someone wanted to cause trouble in the Holy City, they were really tired of living. On this vast plain, the warriors who had temporarily set up camp were waiting for the gate to open. No one dared to rashly enter. Some people were chatting around the bonfire and roasting meat. Some people were sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Some people were exchanging pointers on the side. There were also groups of 3 to 5 people laughing and cursing. The outside of the Holy City had never been so lively. This made the ordinary people in the Holy City quite happy. Martial artists were all generous people, so they could earn a lot of money from this. Yuehua School had already arrived here. Ling Xiao was still cultivating in the Moonlight Treasure Ship, while Lan Yuer, Dai Yuling, and the others were eating and chatting. Long Hao looked into the distance excitedly and said, "Senior sisters, there are really a lot of people this time. It seems that the weakest cultivator is a half-step heavenly venerable. Even the ordinary people in the Holy City are transcendent realm warriors. This is simply a miracle that has never been seen before. It's indeed unheard of. As expected of the capital of the Holy Dynasty, there are so many warriors that even the mountains can't help but shake. It's really terrifying. Even if a swarm of locusts covered the sky and the sun, it would be very terrifying, let alone a dense crowd of warriors." Lan Yu also sighed with emotion. But even with so many warriors, they can face a Yin-Yang realm powerhouse in one move. When one reaches the Yin-Yang realm, numbers are meaningless. The Moon Maiden said indifferently. Lan Yu stuck out her tongue. What this Moon Lady Master said was right, but how many people could cultivate to the Yin-Yang realm? Wasn't it too difficult for them? Wu Xiang smiled and said, "The 3 of you should try your best to get a good ranking. This time, it's not just about the ranking. Although the top 10 will have generous rewards, the most important thing is luck. Ling Xiao doesn't have to worry, but the three of you still need to work hard. Yes, Sect Master. The three of them nodded. They were very clear about their positions. Long Hao and Dai Yuling intended to break into the top 50. Lan Yu was striving to break into the top 10. In any case, the higher the ranking, the better. While they were waiting, more and more people arrived one after another. Look, Yen Liehua is here. This guy got an immortal-grade artifact, the Crimson Flame Spear, in the preliminaries. His strength is obviously stronger now. Last time, he was 51st. This time, he should be able to get a higher ranking, right? He's nothing. The one over there is third young Master Bai, who ranked 30th in the last martial arts festival. He's a disciple of the Heavenly King sect. Another one is Long Xiao, who ranked 29th in the last martial arts festival. He's a disciple of the Blue Water Sacred Palace. It's said that he broke into the top 30 last time with only 60% of his half-step Holy Master cultivation. Now, it seems that he's already a Heaven Pulse warrior. His strength is very terrifying. Long Hao and Dai Yuling couldn't help but feel nervous when they saw the arrival of young talents. They couldn't help it. These people seemed to be stronger than them. Chapter 762. Although Long Hao and Dai Yuling were quite strong, they were a little dispirited when they heard the rankings. It would be good enough if he could get into the top 100. As for Lan Yu, she had a serious look on her face. Most importantly, she could feel a strong killing intent from Long Xiao and the third young Master Bai's aura. She was really a little nervous now. Those two fellows will suffer when they meet senior brother Ling. Long Hao seemed to have found his confidence. Although he wasn't a match for these two people, he was still young, younger than them. In the same age group, his senior brother Ling Xiao was the one who was truly heaven-defying and valiant. Hearing Long Hao's words, Lan Yu and Dai Yuling felt the same. Ling Xiao would definitely stir up a storm in this sacred dynasty martial arts festival. He would definitely be a dark horse to the end. They're here. At this moment, Wu Xiang looked into the distance with a slight smile on his face. Who? Long Hao asked, puzzled. Heavenly King Sect, Aquamarine Shrine, Abstruse Fire Sect, Bloodblade Sect, Snow Mountain Sect, and Spiritual Medicine Villa? Wu Xiang replied. Everyone looked up and saw 6 huge exotic beasts landing in the open space outside the East Gate. The nearby martial artists made way for them. They had no choice. The 12 sects were the strongest sects in the Sky Dragon continent. Once they appeared, they had to make way for them. When Yuehua School and Beast King Palace arrived, the situation was the same. The upper echelons of the sects greeted each other with cupped fists, while the young disciples stood at the front of the group in high spirits. Bloodblade Sect's core disciple, Qin Bishue, glanced at the people around him coldly and snorted. In this sacred dynasty martial arts festival, he would definitely open a path to first place with his Bloodblade. No one could stop him. Snow Mountain Sect's core disciple, Li Xiefeng, looked indifferent, but his heart was like a ball of fire. He looked at the holy city and clenched his fists. Dai Yaoling of the Spiritual Medicine Villa was chatting and laughing with the woman beside her. She didn't seem to care about the martial arts festival this time. However, if one were to observe carefully, they would notice that her gaze was drifting to and fro from time to time. Lu Taiyin and Hong Sanmei of the Abstruse Fire Sect could not help but frown. In just a few years, their original competitors had actually improved tremendously. They had originally hoped to fight for the top 3, but now it seemed that as long as they could maintain their current ranking, it would be very difficult. Lu Taiyin smiled and said, Junior sister, you've made more progress than me in the past few years, but that guy Qin Bishue seems to be even more terrifying. He has a terrible blade intent on his body that makes people shudder. Yes, at least 10 times stronger than before. Hong Sanmei nodded, his expression becoming more and more solemn. The disciple of the Jade Water Divine Palace, Hong Li, glanced at Qin Bishue of the Bloodblade Sect and sneered. No matter who it was, they would all be her stepping stone. Bai Qinjiao beside her looked at her junior sister and could not help but sigh. She knew how terrifying Hong Li was, but this time, she would not give up the 3rd place so easily. Mo Wushang is here. At this moment, a handsome young man floated over. His demonic eyes were only slightly opened, but it made people feel an uncontrollable fear. Originally, no one was willing to submit to anyone. However, Imo Wushang's arrival seemed to have broken all of this. This guy is still so terrifying. Even if I were to meet the Holy Sun, I wouldn't want to meet him. Yes, he's too terrifying. His demonic eyes make people feel uncomfortable. What are you afraid of? He's just strong soul power. Let's see how I, Qin Bishue, will break his power. Yes, he's strong, but not invincible. Suddenly, another person walked out from behind Imo Wushang with a smile on his face. Just by walking, this person seemed to condense all the luck in the world. The aura of a king rushed over, making people feel like they had to submit. Welcome, Holy Sun. Some people involuntarily knelt on the ground, trembling as they shouted. The Holy Sun was known to almost everyone in the heavenly dragon continent. Her name was as resounding as the Holy Emperor. The descendant of the Holy Dynasty's royal family, the appointed Holy Sun, the future Holy Emperor, and the genius youth, female, who ranked first in the previous martial arts festival. Her current cultivation was unfathomable. Even the people around her did not know what level she had reached. In any case, it was said that she had once exhausted a celestial realm warrior to death in a one-on-one situation. Some people even said that her talent was not inferior to the former Holy Emperor, Ji Wu. Ji Wu was the most outstanding Holy Emperor after the Human King. In the entire heavenly dragon continent, she was one of the top existences with a terrifying king's bloodline. She was bound to become a top genius in the future. As soon as the Holy Sun appeared, her terrifying king's aura completely suppressed the rest of the younger generation. Her strength was without a doubt the strongest among the younger generation under the age of 20. Coupled with her innate royal bloodline and the pressure of the natural dragon soul, her aura was even more dazzling than the elders who were stronger than her. How can these people be so strong? Long Hao could not help but smile bitterly. Junior brother Long, there's no need to think too much. These are all quasi-young master level and young master level existences. Our opponents are people like Long Xiaoxiao and the third young master Bai. Perhaps they can even fight with Yan Liehua. As for these people, let senior sister Lan and junior brother Ling deal with them. Dai Yuling said with a smile. She was very open-minded. After all, her talent was not strong. It was a miracle that she could reach this stage. Therefore, she did not expect much. If she could make it into the top 100, or even the top 50, it would be considered a victory. Mother, back then, you thought that I was trash, so you chased me out of the spiritual medicine villa. Today, I will make you understand that your way of doing things is completely wrong. Dai Yuling, of course, saw the spiritual medicine villa. She also saw that ****** and Dai Yaoling, her sister. She might not be a match for Dai Yaoling, but the other disciples of the spiritual medicine villa were no match for her. Even if she could not win against Dai Yaoling, she would not let Dai Yaoling have an easy time. So what if they were geniuses? As long as they worked hard, even if their talent was mediocre, they could still be blessed by the heavens, just like junior brother Ling and her. Originally, their talents were not top-notch. However, one of them obtained the ancient Hell Dragon martial soul, while the other obtained the ancient Gourd Vine martial soul. Since then, their cultivation was no worse than those geniuses. If they had given up, they would not have achieved what they had today. Ha ha ha, I, Long Chun, am coming. Suddenly, a golden light flickered in the sky. It turned out to be Long Chen. Long Chun separated from the Yuehua school after the preliminaries. This was because he had obtained a lot of benefits in the True Devil Forbidden area, which had completely stimulated the potential of the golden dragon in his body. Chapter 763. Perhaps it was because the potential of the golden dragon in his body had been fully unleashed. Long Chen's current strength was no less than the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. He had also become a heavenly pulse warrior. With the terrifying defense of the dragon clan, it would not be difficult for him to get the same ranking as the 6 young masters. Of course, compared to Ling Xiao, there was still a big gap. Although he wanted to compete with his respected brother Ling, he did not have much confidence in his heart. After Long Chen landed, he walked straight towards the Yuehua school. He was the only disciple of the Divine Sword sect who had entered the martial arts festival's finals. Naturally, he would gradually become the sect leader. As for the other higher-ups of the Divine Sword sect, they did not come. After all, their strength was not as good as Ling Xiao's. As long as Ling Xiao was here, Long Chun would most likely be fine. There's such a powerful disciple outside the 12 sects? Long Chen's arrival attracted the attention of many people, especially those who were narrow-minded. When they saw that there was such a person in the small Divine Sword sect, they wanted to find trouble for him. If they could cripple Long Chen on the spot, it would be even better for them. Therefore, a group of people gathered their aura and blasted it towards Long Chen. They did not care about Long Chen's life at all. Anyway, in the eyes of these famous disciples, it was no big deal if someone from the Divine Sword sect died. They did not care at all. There were no less than 100 people. Although they were ranked in the bottom 20, the aura of so many people gathered together was extremely terrifying. It was like a huge wave crashing towards Long Chen. It was extremely terrifying. Oomph! Long Chen could not help but snort. The pride of the Dragon Clan allowed him to keep a low profile and be respectful in front of Ling Xiao. He would not cower in front of anyone else. Even if he died, he would not lower his head. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura exploded from his body. It was like an ancient ferocious beast. The aura was abnormally ferocious. It was as if the king of the world had personally arrived. It was domineering and ferocious. It did not lose to the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. Puff! Suddenly, a disciple who was targeting Long Chen vomited blood and fell to the ground. Following that was the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Those who were not strong enough, facing this terrifying dragon might, who could resist. In the end, out of the 100 or so people, more than 50 of them vomited blood and were seriously injured. They were simply asking for humiliation. A bunch of trash. Long Chun sneered and continued to walk forward. When he arrived at the Yuehua School's campsite, he cupped his hands and greeted everyone. The surrounding people were in disbelief. This kid is definitely another dark horse. Yeah, he has the potential to be a young tycoon. His aura doesn't lose to the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. How did he cultivate? Judging from the majesty and aura of a dragon on his body, his martial spirit should be a dragon martial spirit. How could a small sect like the Divine Sword sect nurture such a terrifying person? To be honest, even Lan Yu was shocked by Long Chen's performance. She knew that Long Chen and Ling Xiao were friends. Previously, when she saw Long Chen in the true Devil Forbidden area, he was not this powerful. At that time, Long Chen was only slightly stronger than Long Hao and Dai Yuling. But now, Long Chen's strength was far above the 2 of them. You 3 don't have to be discouraged. He's a special case, the Moon Lady said indifferently. As for the specific situation, she naturally couldn't say it. If the dragon race was known to have reappeared, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. The top 10 young tycoons couldn't help but take another look at Long Chen. Mo Wushang's eyes flickered and he said expressionlessly, "This kid's aura is only second to the Holy Sun. However, he lacks experience. He will definitely become one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty, but it's hard to say which rank he will be." Feng Yaorao also nodded and said, "That's right. This time, the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty are destined to be replaced. I'm afraid that other than the Holy Sun and you, the rest will have to give up their positions." Mo Wusheng glanced at the Holy Sun and took a deep breath. He thought inwardly, other than the Holy Sun, I don't care about anyone else. This kid is no exception. Although he's strong, he's definitely not my opponent. In fact, the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty had similar thoughts. Each of them was overflowing with self-confidence and absolutely didn't believe that they would lose to others. But now, they all had the same thought, that is, Long Chun was indeed very terrifying. Look, the city gate is opening. At this moment, someone shouted, drawing everyone's attention to the direction of the holy city. Wu Xiang glanced at the slowly opening city gate. The city gate was towering into the clouds, several hundred meters high. No one knew how it was built, but when the city gate opened, It produced a raging wind that made it impossible for ordinary people to get close. I just received a notice that the Martial Arts Festival's final competition will start in 3 days. Let's go into the city and find a place to stay. As long as there are disciples participating in the competition, there will be a special place to stay, Wu Xiang said. Lan Yu was puzzled and asked, Sect Master, why 3 days later? Shouldn't everyone be here by now? Shouldn't the competition start immediately? Wu Xiang smiled and said, Of course, there are considerations. After a long journey, there will inevitably be wear and tear, which will reduce the quality and excitement of the final competition. So, it's best to take a break. Moreover, the Martial Arts Festival is a big event in the Holy City, so it's necessary to let the martial artists spend some time. This way, the income of the Holy City's people will also increase. In addition, the preparatory work will take some time, and the Holy City will need to communicate with the people in charge of the various sects. After explaining, Wu Xiang looked in the direction of the moonlight treasured ship. Ling Xiao still hadn't moved. The rest of the sects had begun to enter the city, but they weren't worried about the problem of accommodation since the Holy City would definitely arrange it in advance. In the quiet wooden house, milky white energy constantly poured into Ling Xiao's body. This energy was influenced by the Heaven Pulse Elixir and combined with the mysterious art of Heaven Yuan, slowly turning into Heavenly Essence energy. As the Heavenly Essence energy increased, Ling Xiao's cultivation also steadily increased. Heavenly Master Golden Light, who had been guarding outside the door, suddenly felt the violent energy in the house. He couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise and looked around even more vigilantly. At this time, Ling Xiao absolutely couldn't be disturbed. Once disturbed, not only would there be the danger of qi deviation, but even if it was a little lighter, it would also cause his cultivation to decrease and be unable to break through. Inside the house, Ling Xiao's face revealed a relaxed smile. Although the breakthrough this time couldn't be said to be easy, it could be said to be a matter of course. There was no resistance at all. As the heavenly essence energy continued to condense, the light around Ling Xiao's body became brighter. He looked like a statue made of gold. The spiritual energy and heavenly essence energy fluctuations lasted for a full 2 hours. Most of the sects outside had already entered the city, and Ling Xiao's cultivation finally ended. In the wooden house, the golden light disappeared and the energy was restrained, as if nothing had happened. However, Ling Xiao understood that his cultivation had broken through again. Chapter 764. A mature Heaven Pulse Realm cultivator. His heavenly Yuan Qi had already taken up 10% of his energy. Ling Xiao's current strength was much stronger than before. Previously, he only had a sliver of heavenly Yuan Qi, which was only 1% of his current strength, but it was still very effective. Now that his heavenly Yuan Qi had increased by 100 times, it was naturally easier for him to fight. Unfortunately, the Heaven Pulse pill's efficacy had been completely exhausted. However, this was not a big deal because Ling Xiao had already analyzed the refining method of the Heaven Pulse pill. He believed that the Holy City would have enough herbs to refine the Heaven Pulse pill. He could just refine it himself. Anyway, he still had a lot of spirit stones and a lot of transcendent pills that he had refined before. Now that he had no use for them, he could sell them at the Holy City's auction house. These transcendent pills, which were useless to him, were not worth much. In fact, they were very expensive for other transcendent realm cultivators. Even if you had the money, you might not be able to buy them. Many people had to use their sect's honor points to exchange for these pills. These useless transcendent pills would probably cause a sensation. After stretching his limbs and exchanging a few moves with his martial soul avatar, Ling Xiao felt that he was much stronger than before. Then, he opened the door and walked out. Outside, although it was still early, only the people from the Yuehua school and Long Chun from the Divine Sword sect were waiting for him. He couldn't help but cup his hands and say apologetically, "I've kept you waiting. After we enter the city, I'll treat you to a meal." In the past, he couldn't feel any love from the Yuehua school. However, the current Yuehua school had quietly changed. The relationship between the disciples had become closer, and the atmosphere had changed a lot. Of course, the chronic illness couldn't be completely eliminated so quickly. However, He was confident that it wouldn't take long for the Yuehua school to completely change. Ha ha ha, then we'll have to rip you off. Everyone, listen up. We'll choose the most expensive food. Wu Xiang laughed and led everyone into the city to the Yuehua school's residence. In order to thank everyone from Yuehua school and Longchun for waiting for them, Ling Xiao spent over 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones to treat everyone to a delicious meal. Of course, this amount of spirit stones was nothing to him. But to most of the ordinary disciples, it was already an astronomical figure. After dinner, Ling Xiao went to see the Moon Lady. The Moon Maiden had to be thanked in person. When he was in the true Devil Forbidden area, if it wasn't for the Moon Maiden, the people of the Heavenly King sect wouldn't have been able to leave so easily. At that time, even if he was still alive, he was afraid that the Yuehua school would be in trouble. Big Sister Moon Maiden, I won't say anything unnecessary. Anyway, thank you. Didn't you want to marry me? How can you marry me if you're dead? It's only right. The Moon Maiden smiled mischievously. Perhaps it was only in front of Ling Xiao that this cold-looking woman would become so cute and playful. Hee, that's right. Right now, the wife is protecting the husband. In the future, the husband will have to protect the wife well. Ling Xiao chuckled. I believe that. With your talent, it's only a matter of time before you surpass me. What do you plan to do next? The Moon Maiden smiled and asked. She didn't know why, but she had an inexplicable favorable impression of Ling Xiao. She felt that Ling Xiao was very similar to the Human King in many aspects. Perhaps the difference was that the Human King was more like a saint. He had no desires, and even no emotions. Ling Xiao was different. He was very emotional, and he dared to love and hate. This made the Moon Maiden like him even more. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said, with my current strength, I can easily defeat most of the young giants. However, the Holy Sun is an exception. Although I don't want to admit it, that woman is very strong. I have to do something in the remaining time. You're quite rational. After all, the Holy Sun is the disciple of the Heavenly King sect master and the daughter of the Holy Emperor. Her talent isn't any weaker than yours. Furthermore, she has two martial souls. One of them is the natural dragon soul, and the other is unknown. The Moon Maiden analyzed. Furthermore, the alchemists of the sacred dynasty are not weak, especially Heavenly Venerate Miraculous Hands. He is known as the strongest alchemist in the Sky Dragon continent. He will definitely help the Holy Sun with all his might. If you break through, the Holy Sun won't be slow either. Upon hearing the Moon Maiden's words, Ling Xiao smiled and shook his head. Heavenly Venerate Miraculous Hands is nothing compared to my master. He's just a top yellow-grade alchemist. When it comes to alchemy, he's a far cry from me, let alone my master. Are you that confident? The Moon Maiden asked with a smile. Of course. It's still early today. I'll go to the market to buy materials and refine the Heaven Pulse Elixir. Before the martial arts festival starts, I have to at least cultivate the mysterious sky origin technique to the great success realm so that the heavenly origin energy in my body can exceed 50%. When alchemy was mentioned, Ling Xiao instantly became very confident. His eyes flickered with a confident and proud expression. As long as he had enough spirit stones, he could refine outstanding elixirs with his own ability and his Hellfire Crucible. Elixirs, which were treasures to others, were nothing to him. Although it wasn't as easy as eating or drinking, it definitely wouldn't be too difficult. As long as he had enough materials, he could refine a dozen or even dozens of Heaven Pulse elixirs to ensure that he could reach the level of a Heaven Pulse martial artist. Of course, all of this was inseparable from money. In other words, spirit stones. For example, the Heaven Pulse elixir required 3 500-year-old purple leaf snow lotuses, 4 1,000-year-old Heaven Pulse grass, or 4 1,000-year-old Heaven Pulse spiritual fruits. In addition, it also required an 800-year-old energy-gathering fruit and an inner elixir of a fierce beast at the same level as a Heaven Pulse martial artist. It didn't matter what kind of inner elixir it was. The key was that it was hard to find an inner elixir of such a level. One had to know that a 500-year-old purple leaf snow lotus was worth 30,000 low-grade spiritual stones. 3 of them would be 90,000 low-grade spiritual stones. A 1,000-year-old heaven pulse grass or heaven pulse spiritual fruit cost at least 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. 4 of them would cost 400,000 low-grade spirit stones. Most importantly, they couldn't be sold in ordinary pharmacies, unless one went to an auction house or other high-end pharmacies. An 800-year-old energy-gathering fruit was even more precious. One of them cost at least 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. It was even rarer than the heaven pulse grass and heaven pulse spiritual fruit. The inner elixir of a fierce beast was equivalent to a heaven pulse martial artist's inner elixir. Its price usually ranged from 100,000 to 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Let's take the cheapest price, 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. The cost of the herbs for the heaven pulse elixir was about 800,000 low-grade spirit stones. A little more expensive would be 1 million. In this case, the 20 million low-grade spirit stones Ling Xiao had didn't seem to be a lot. It might not even be enough for the materials for 20 heaven pulse elixirs. That was why he wanted to auction off all the extraordinary elixirs. After all, he didn't have enough money. Chapter 765. As a currency, low-grade spiritual stones would not be a burden. There would always be a time when they would come in handy. This was because he knew how to refine the heaven pulse elixir. If he did not know how to refine it, the price of 1 heaven pulse elixir would be doubled. 2 million low-grade spiritual stones for 1 heaven pulse elixir, and one would have to go to an acquaintance to buy it. Sister Moon Maiden, I'm going to raise some money and buy the herbs to refine the heaven pulse elixir. Thinking of the magical effect of the heaven pulse elixir, Ling Xiao could not help but be impulsive. The Holy Sun's strength was far more frightening than it appeared to be on the surface. Although he was confident, he only had a 30% to 40% chance of winning. He had to increase the probability. Otherwise, once he failed, he would not only lose a battle, but also his entire life. Be careful on the way. Although no one dares to mess around in the holy city, you have to watch out for those crazy people. The Moon Maiden reminded him. After arriving at the holy city, even she had become cautious because she could no longer be considered invincible here. Don't worry, Sister Moon Maiden. I'll disguise myself. Ling Xiao chuckled and directly used the Mountain River Martial Spirit's model ability to slightly change his appearance. Then, with his clothes and decorations, if one was not very familiar with him, they would definitely not be able to recognize him. He could not completely change his appearance, but it would not be a problem for him to make some minor adjustments. Holy City, Imperial Auction House. The Imperial Auction House was second only to the Imperial Palace. It was the largest auction house on the Sky Dragon continent and also the largest one. In the appraisal hall, Yunya, the person in charge and chief appraiser of the Imperial Auction House, was flushed and her beautiful eyes were full of lust. She was trembling all over and breathing rapidly. Staring at the 20 perfect extraordinary elixirs on the table in front of her, she was like a little she-wolf in heat. Her eyes were shining with lust. Ahem. Sitting next to Yunya was a mature-looking young man with many special decorations on his face. At this time, he coughed twice, which woke Yunya up from her loss of self-control. This young man was naturally Ling Xiao in disguise. Along the way, no one was able to recognize him. Yunya smiled awkwardly. Only then did she carefully pick up an extraordinary pill from the tray and carefully appraise it. The price of a perfect transcendent pill was very expensive. The market price for one was around 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. More importantly, there was a price but no supply. If such an item was put up for auction, the price would be even higher. It was not impossible for one to be sold for 1 million low-grade spirit stones. After a careful appraisal, Yunya carefully pushed the tray to another appraiser of the royal auction house. This was a white-bearded old man. Despite his age, he was not only a Grotto Heaven Realm expert, but also an extremely outstanding alchemist and appraiser in the field of alchemy. That's right. This is indeed an extraordinary pill, and its quality is extremely high. Even if a half-step Empyrean martial artist were to use it, it would definitely be of great benefit. Perfect. The old man nodded slowly with a surprised expression on his face. Hearing the old man's words, Yunya smiled and then looked at the young man beside her. A charming smile appeared on her charming face. Since young hero trusts our royal auction house, we will definitely do our best to auction these perfect transcendent pills at a price that you are most satisfied with. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with the other party's professional attitude. She did not ask where the item came from or who he was. This was the rule of the auction house. Therefore, he smiled and said, "Since I came to you, it means that I trust you. When can the auction be held?" Yunya smiled sweetly and said, "Young hero, you don't have to be anxious. There are still 3 days before the martial arts festival finals. Today, we can advertise the perfect transcendent pills and officially hold the auction tomorrow. It will definitely cause a sensation." She was right. One had to know that for a sect. Although experts were important, geniuses with potential were even more so the future of the sect. Not to mention the 12 sects. As long as it was a sect with disciples or a lone martial artist, the need for transcendent pills was very urgent. As long as they properly advertised, these transcendent pills would definitely be sold at a shockingly high price. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and said, "Okay, but the auction will be held tomorrow morning at the latest. I am still in a hurry to get this money." Yunya smiled and said, "That's not a problem. It's still early before nightfall, so it's enough time to advertise. Although the holy city is very big, our royal auction house's staff is also very sufficient." As she said this, she was very shocked in her heart. One had to know that a perfect transcendent pill was a low-level yellow-grade medicinal pill. In other words, even if the person opposite her was not a low-level yellow-grade alchemist, he must have some kind of relationship with a low-level yellow-grade alchemist. Although the Heavenly Dragon continent was big, there were only a few high-level alchemists. If they could win over this low-level yellow-grade alchemist, it would be very important to strengthen the royal auction house's strength. Their royal auction house did not only want to stay in the Heavenly Dragon continent. They also wanted to rush out of the Heavenly Dragon continent and open their business to the Divine Phoenix continent, or even further. That's good. Ling Xiao nodded slightly and said, "The first thing I came here for today is to auction these perfect transcendent pills. There's another thing that I might need the royal auction house's help with." Young hero, there's no harm in saying it. Yunya was worried that she could not find a chance to flatter him. She did not expect the other party to take the initiative to ask for her help. Naturally, she was willing. "It's not a big deal. Recently, I want to refine some medicinal pills, but I need some materials. Your royal auction house is the largest auction house in the entire Heavenly Dragon continent, so you must have a lot of medicinal ingredients, right?" Ling Xiao said. Yunya nodded and revealed a thoughtful look. She was probably wondering how much of Ling Xiao's words were true and how much of it was false. Although this young man looked mature, could there be someone else behind him? "Young hero, what medicinal ingredients do you need? Tell us first. If there are any, we will definitely make it convenient for you," Yunya said. Ling Xiao did not hide anything. He directly told her the ingredients needed for the Heaven Pulse pill. It was not a secret recipe. The medicinal ingredients for the Heaven Pulse pill were written in a book, but the specific refining method was a secret. Therefore, it was useless even if you knew the ingredients. If you did not know how to refine it, it was no different from not knowing anything. When the white-bearded old man next to them heard Ling Xiao mention a few medicinal ingredients, he could not help but show a surprised expression on his face. Since he was an alchemist, it was impossible for him not to know the ingredients needed for the Heaven Pulse pill. Therefore, when he heard Ling Xiao's words, he knew that Ling Xiao must be planning to refine the Heaven Pulse pill, and the Heaven Pulse pill's grade was much higher than the Transcendent pill. Inferring from this, the person behind this young man might be more powerful than they thought. Chapter 766. Although Yunya was not as good as the old man in alchemy, she also understood the hidden meaning in Ling Xiao's words. She couldn't help but say in surprise, "Young hero, we don't have these herbs at the moment. But this time, many warriors are gathering in the sacred city, and many of them are experts in alchemy. Once we buy these herbs, we'll send them to you." Her words were very tactful. She didn't directly ask about Ling Xiao's residence, but asked indirectly in the name of sending the herbs. But how could Ling Xiao not understand her thoughts? Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Then there's no need to trouble you. I'll be there at the auction tomorrow. Of course, I'll also prepare the required spirit stones. We can just do the transaction here. After that, he stood up, cupped his hands, and left. Guards! Yunya shouted softly. A figure flashed out of the dark corner, who didn't reveal his aura at all. Your Highness! Follow him. Don't alert him, and don't offend him. Yunya said lightly. Yes, Your Highness. The black figure quickly disappeared in the corner. After the man left, Yunya frowned slightly. She looked at the old man beside her and said, Uncle, you're an alchemist not inferior to Celestial Master Miraculous Hands. Are those herbs related to the Heaven Pulse Elixir? Haha, little Yunya, you're really smart. Those herbs are related to the Heaven Pulse Elixir, but the Heaven Pulse Elixir needs at least a yellow-grade advanced alchemist to ensure a 70% or 80% success rate. The old man with white beard smiled, and then frowned and said, If I'm not wrong, the young man is not a yellow-grade low alchemist, but a yellow-grade advanced alchemist. There are no more than 30 alchemists of this level in the whole Sky Dragon continent. He's definitely a rare treasure. Could it be someone Imperial Uncle knows? Yunya asked. I'm not sure, but this young man is very strange. His aura is also very mixed. I can't tell which sect he is from. The old man said again. No way. Yunya showed a surprised expression and said, You are a Grotto Heaven Realm expert. Why can't you see his cultivation and sect? Nothing is impossible. Anyway, you have already sent someone to follow him. You will soon know his identity. Don't offend this person. If there is a chance, you must rope him in. The white-bearded old man gritted his teeth and said, Your Highness. At this moment, the man in black who had followed them out returned. Have you found out? Yunya was stunned for a moment. The man in black had only gone out for a moment. This was too fast. Did that person live nearby? Reporting to Your Highness, this person's movement technique is extremely strange. After leaving the Imperial Auction House, he disappeared without a trace, not even leaving behind a trace of his aura. This subordinate is useless. The man in black lowered his head and reported, How is this possible? You're a Heaven Realm cultivator. No matter how you look at him, he's just a Transcendent Realm cultivator. Yet you were actually left behind by him? Yunya couldn't believe it. All right, you can leave. The white-bearded old man waved his hand at the man in black, then looked at Yunya and said, Little Yunya, I'm afraid this person is an expert. Don't follow him casually in the future. If you annoy him, forget about winning him over. You might even become his enemy. Yunya couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. She wasn't afraid of offending a master, but if she offended a yellow-grade high alchemist or above, the Imperial Auction House might go bankrupt. I know. Yunya nodded and said, It seems that we have done our best to promote this auction. We must change his impression of our auction house. With Yunya personally coordinating, the Imperial Auction House did its best to promote this Transcendence Pill auction. In just half a day, almost all the cultivators in the Holy City knew about this news. For a time, all the cultivators focused their attention on the Imperial Auction House. Anyway, the martial arts festival hadn't started yet. Before that, it would be good to participate in the auction and get some Transcendence Pills. Although Transcendence Pills weren't cheap, ordinary Transcendents could still afford one or two as long as they were willing to work hard. Not to mention, the wealthy sects often used such pills as rewards for their disciples. They would definitely be willing to pay a high price for them. Most importantly, these things were really practical. After all, most of the sects on the Sky Dragon continent were below the half-step heavenly venerate level. This auction storm also swept through the Yuehua School's residents. After hearing about this, the higher-ups of the Yuehua School, including Wu Xiang, were very excited and expressed that they had to spend money to obtain a few pills. Ling Xiao was a little surprised to see that these higher-ups were so excited that they didn't lose out to the excitement of preparing for the martial arts festival. To him, these were just 20 Transcendence pills that he didn't need. This made him understand that his master Yuan Venerate was right. The value of elixirs on the Sky Dragon continent was too high. He had really made the right choice when he chose to become an alchemist. Ling Xiao originally wanted to tell Wu Xiang and the others not to join in the fun, but after thinking about it, he realized that it wouldn't be good. If the people from the Yuehua School didn't go, it would be easy to suspect that he was from the Yuehua School. Therefore, He didn't say anything and just followed Wu Xiang and the others to the royal auction house. Perhaps because everyone was interested in the transcendence pills, Ling Xiao actually met people from the Heavenly King sect on the way. The Holy Sun and Imo Wushang didn't appear. The Heavenly King sect was still led by the deputy sect master, Si Kong Xian. The disciple in the lead was the third-ranked core disciple, Dao Wuming. This person was the third-ranked core disciple of the Heavenly King sect and ranked in the top 10 of the previous martial arts festival. He wasn't far from the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. Now that his cultivation had improved greatly, he planned to show off in this year's martial arts festival. Dao Wuming's behavior was too similar to Yaqinshu's. They were both arrogant, rude, and conceited. When Sikong Xian told Dao Wuming that the person who didn't give face to the Holy Sun was Ling Xiao, Dao Wuming couldn't help but mock him. I thought he had 3 heads and 6 arms. I actually underestimated the Holy Sun. Now that I've seen him today, he's just a piece of trash. Brother Ling, what's that idiot mumbling about? Long Chen asked deliberately. Who knows? There are too many idiots these days. I don't have the time to investigate them one by one. Ling Xiao sighed. Bastard. As the third-ranked core disciple of the Heavenly King sect, Dao Wuming's strength was second only to the Holy Sun and Imo Wushang. Moreover, his father was the imperial guardian of the sacred dynasty. In the entire Sky Dragon continent, everyone was respectful to him. How dare a mere Yuehua school disciple not give him face? And he even insulted him? Dao Wuming's face was so red that it looked like blood was going to drip out. He couldn't wait to attack. However, after a while, he took a deep breath and relaxed. In the end, he didn't dare to attack in the holy city. Chapter 767. The holy city was not like the outside world. Even the Holy Sun and Imo Wushang would not dare to make a move, let alone Dao Wuming. Novel. Loth Kid, just you wait. Don't let me meet you in the finals of the martial arts festival. Otherwise, you'll know the price of insulting me. That's right. Senior Brother Wuming is now a complete Heavenly Pulse martial artist, and his Heavenly Origin energy is more than 50%. He's not someone that can be defeated by just anyone. Kid from the Yuehua school, kneel down and apologize to Senior Brother Wuming. When we meet, I'll make sure you lose. There's no need for Senior Brother Wuming to do anything. I can easily take care of him. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. The disciples of the Heavenly King sect were also very proud. After all, the Heavenly King sect was the #1 sect on the Heavenly Dragon continent. It was reasonable for them to be so proud. Ling Xiao looked at Dao Wuming with disdain and said with a mocking smile, I'm sorry. I didn't know that a Heavenly Pulse martial artist is stronger than a Celestial Realm martial artist. 2 days ago, I accidentally killed a one-line sky martial artist in the True Devil Forbidden area. As soon as Ling Xiao said this, everyone, including the onlookers and the warriors of the Heavenly King sect, was dumbfounded. Their originally wild laughter suddenly froze, as if they had contracted polio. He accidentally killed a Celestial Realm martial artist? That was too much of a blow. Pfft. Look at that guy from the Heavenly King sect. He was so smug in front of others. Now he's embarrassed. That young man from the Yuehua school really killed a Celestial Realm martial artist? Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Although he used a special power, doesn't that mean he's on par with the Holy Sun? That's right. A group of onlookers who liked to watch the show started to talk. Their voices were especially loud, making Dao Wuming's face, which was already so red that it was about to drip blood, turn pale again. The corners of his mouth kept twitching, and his throat kept moving. It was obvious that he was trying to suppress his anger. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. Brat, come out and let's fight for 300 rounds. Dao Wuming did not believe that Ling Xiao had killed a Heaven Realm warrior. Even if he had, it would have been with the help of others. Therefore, he was not afraid of Dao Wuming. Idiot, we still have to attend the auction. We don't have time to fool around with you. Besides, this is the holy city. You may want to die, but I plan to live for a while longer. Senior Brother Wu, let's go. Ling Xiao glanced at Dao Wuming in disdain before leaving with Wu Xiang and the others. Pooh. Daoist Wuming was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. John Doe, Don't be so angry. Just kill him at the martial arts festival. Xikong Xian also disliked Ling Xiao, so he did not stop Dao Wuming when he mocked Ling Xiao. Originally, they thought that they could embarrass Ling Xiao, but who knew that in the end, they would be the ones to lose face. This was really trying to steal a chicken, only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. However, after calming down, he was a little surprised. How did this little bastard cultivate? It's only been a day, and I feel that his cultivation is much stronger than before. At this rate, who can stop him? It was precisely because they were unhappy with Ling Xiao that the people of the Heavenly King sect paid special attention to him, especially Xikong Xian, who had lost face in the true devil forbidden zone last time. Seeing Ling Xiao advancing so quickly, he was shocked and worried. Vice sect leader, let's hurry to the auction house. If we're late, I'm afraid that the transcendental pills will be sold out. All right, let's go. The royal auction house had always been very lively, but today was definitely the most lively one this year. There were only two reasons. One was that there were simply too many warriors in the holy city. The other was that the perfect grade transcendental pills were simply too popular. Entering the auction house, the scene was simply like a festival. All kinds of discussions and laughter intertwined, forming a sea of people. As one of the 12 sects, the Yuehua school's reputation could be said to have soared recently. Therefore, as soon as they entered the royal auction house, someone led them to the VIP room to wait. Naturally, the VIP room was relatively more spacious. After waiting for the higher-ups to sit down, Ling Xiao also casually found a seat and sat down. Anyway, he was not interested in bidding for the transcendental pills that he put up for sale. Later, he would use the P-escape method to leave and find Yunya. Now, he was most concerned about whether he had gathered the materials for the Heaven Pulse pill. At this moment, a familiar voice came from the next room. Junior sister, it's said that after the martial arts festival, the Sky Dragon Academy will officially announce the recruitment. Do you plan to join? The voice was actually Jian Wuji's. As for his junior sister, it was obvious that she was Chen Ming. Senior brother, is the Sky Dragon Academy really as good as you said? Another voice sounded. It was indeed Chun Ming's. These two chatted as if they didn't care if others heard them. It was likely that the Sky Dragon Academy was about to launch a wave of publicity. These two chatting in public was also a kind of publicity for the Sky Dragon Academy. Of course. Jian Wuji's voice suddenly became excited. The Sky Dragon Academy's strength is definitely not something you can imagine. You should know that the Sky Dragon Academy was jointly built by the Holy Emperor and the Heavenly King sect master, using the strength of the entire Holy Dynasty. There are already the Heavenly King sect, Blue Water Divine Palace, Profound Fire sect, Gu King sect, Poison King sect, Tang sect, and Sword King sect, 7 big sects, as well as hundreds of small sects that are willing to join. However, the conditions for accepting disciples were extremely strict. If one wanted to join the Sky Dragon Academy, their cultivation had to reach the Transcendent Realm before the age of 50, otherwise they would not be qualified. Moreover, Transcendent Realm cultivators were only outer sect disciples in the Sky Dragon Academy. Not only that, according to the insiders, if one wanted to become an instructor of the Sky Dragon Academy, they had to be at least a Heaven Realm cultivator. Think about it. With such strength and financial resources, once they announced their recruitment, how many people would go crazy? But senior brother, why are those sects willing to send their top disciples to the Sky Dragon Academy? Chun Ming asked, puzzled. Do they dare to refuse? Jian Wuji sneered, I can't go into the details, but whoever dares to go against the Sky Dragon Academy is going against the entire Holy Dynasty. This time's martial arts festival is to select disciples for the Sky Dragon Academy. We must get a good result. After that, perhaps because some confidential information was involved, the two people next door used sound transmission to talk, so Ling Xiao couldn't hear them anymore. However, he could roughly guess what was going on. He and Wu Xiang looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. There was a saying in the profound world, those who follow me prosper, those who oppose me perish. What they were most worried about was that if the Yuehua school refused to join the Sky Dragon Academy, they would be eliminated immediately. They had to be prepared in advance. Senior brother Wu, why don't you return to the sect first? The sex experts are all in the Holy City. If the Sky Dragon Academy makes a move, we won't be able to do anything. Ling Xiao transmitted. Chapter 768. Your worries are reasonable. The flame deity is still in the Yuehua school. I'm also worried. With the Moon Maiden here, I'll be fine even if I go back. Wu Xiang nodded and said. After saying that, he secretly sent a voice transmission to the higher-ups present. After giving them some instructions, he quietly left. When Wu Xiang left, he handed the position of leader to Heavenly Venerable Golden Light and Heavenly Venerable Heavenly Eye. Of course, when it came to important decisions, the Moon Maiden's orders had to be taken. Therefore, Heavenly Venerable Golden Light and Heavenly Venerable Heavenly Eye also sat in the front row for this auction. Not long after Wu Xiang left the auction house, the auction began. Under countless gazes, Yunya, who was wearing a sexy palace dress, walked up to the auction stage in the center like a fairy descending from the sky. Her clothes were not revealing, but they could still make people have endless fantasies. Many male warriors could not help but swallow their saliva and gulp a few times. Their gazes were like blazing flames that could burn Yunya's clothes. Although Yunya was the eldest princess of the sacred dynasty and the elder sister of the current holy emperor, she did not have an unattainable nobility. Instead, she gave people a charming and graceful feeling. With just a smile and a single action, he was able to make countless people scream. This woman is simply a seductress. Heavenly Venerable Golden Light could not help but smile bitterly. Yes, master. Even I can't control my warrior's heart. Long Hao shook his head repeatedly. You guys still can't control yourselves? Look at senior brother Ling, Dai Yuling said in annoyance. Don't look at me. I'm guarding a beauty like the Moon Maiden. Why would I be interested in others? Ling Xiao waved his hand and said. In fact, it was impossible to say that he did not feel anything at all. At the age of 15, he was already at the age of love. It was very normal to have feelings for a charming and coquettish woman like Yunya. However, with the Moon Maiden beside him, he did not have the guts to do so even if he wanted to. Yunya was not as simple as just having a seductive appearance. This woman's ability to incite people was really terrifying. Regardless of whether they were men or women, 80% of the people here were stirred up by her words. Ling Xiao even suspected that even if the real trash was placed on the auction stage, it could still be sold for an astonishingly high price. It couldn't be helped. This kind of woman was naturally charming, but she also had the domineering aura and bloodline of a king. Compared to a little girl like the Holy Sun, she was more suitable to inherit the throne. Looking at the cultivators who were howling like wolves, Yunya only had a faint smile on her face. However, in her heart, she was extremely pleased. With her natural charm, outstanding appearance, and the aura of her martial soul, she could easily conquer most women. All these years, the number of male martial artists who were willing to die for her had never stopped. Fortunately, she wasn't a vicious woman. Otherwise, she would have toyed with these men to death. She lightly swept her gaze across the entire auction house's grandstand and suddenly saw a young man sitting cross-legged in one of the VIP rooms. Beside him was a woman whose appearance was so beautiful that it could make people go crazy with jealousy. That young man didn't seem to have any interest in her. He was just chatting and laughing with the beautiful girl beside him. It was as if they were a match made in heaven. After being in a daze for a moment, Yunya quickly regained her composure. In this world, there were still people who wouldn't be tempted by beauty. She had seen many of them before, so it wasn't strange. It was just that the beauty of that woman really made her jealous. Although she was wearing a veil, it still couldn't hide her elegance that was different from that of ordinary women. Cough, cough. Your Highness, isn't it time to start the auction? Someone coughed dryly and reminded Yunya. Yunya instantly regained her composure. She ordered someone to take out the 20 perfect extraordinary pills directly. Every perfect transcendent pill was placed in an exquisite box and was preserved very well. When the box was gently opened, the medicinal fragrance immediately filled the entire auction house. Yuan Zhenshi's squinted eyes became passionate and greedy again. For cultivators, the temptation of beauty was obviously not as good as elixirs. These 20 extraordinary pills have been personally appraised by the royal uncle and are confirmed to be perfect. So, everyone can bid with confidence. Yunya said with a smile. Everyone knows that His Highness the Holy Sun's cultivation speed is amazingly fast. The extraordinary pills that he used were refined by Celestial Master Miracle Hands, so they can't be perfect to such a high degree. I believe that I don't need to say more. Everyone should be very clear about the effects of these perfect extraordinary pills, right? Princess Yunya was probably the only one who dared to use the Holy Sun as an advertisement. Moreover, she was really smart. Not only did she use the Holy Sun as an advertisement, but she also used Celestial Master Miracle Hands as an advertisement. Humph, this is a bit of a bluff. Just after Yunya finished speaking, a person in the stand stood up. Celestial Master Miracle Hands. This person was Celestial Master Miracle Hands herself. Ling Xiao could not help but secretly admire Yunya. She knew that Celestial Master Miracle Hands was here, but she still deliberately said that. She probably wanted Celestial Master Miracle Hands to refute her. Then, the two extraordinary pills would be compared, and it would be clear at a glance who was better. If Celestial Master Miracle Hands doesn't believe me, these extraordinary pills are here. You can come and compare them yourself. Yunya said with a smile. Celestial Master Miracle Hands was the royal alchemist and the royal physician of the Holy Emperor. When he heard this, he immediately came out of the stands and carefully observed. After a long while, his face became a little pale. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Suddenly, he began to laugh maniacally. What's wrong with you, Celestial Master? I thought that the pills I refined were unrivaled in the Sky Dragon continent. Today, after seeing these extraordinary pills, I know that I was just a frog at the bottom of a well. Celestial Master Miracle Hands sighed. He turned to Yunya and asked, Your Highness, I sincerely beg you to tell me the identity of the person who refined these pills so that I can visit and ask for advice. I'm really sorry, but the other party did not reveal his identity. Moreover, to be honest, I sent people to follow that person, but they were easily shaken off. My royal uncle can testify that he did not deliberately hide this matter. Yunya did not want to offend Celestial Master Miracle Hands. She had done that before because she understood Celestial Master Miracle Hands' character, so she was not worried about offending him. The white-bearded elder nodded and also showed a helpless expression. It seems that he is an otherworldly expert. Celestial Master Miracle Hands sighed. He then cupped his hands and said, If Senior is in the crowd, you can come directly to Celestial Master Miracle Hands' residence. I will definitely treat you well. After saying that, he returned to his seat, but in his heart, he vowed to get his hands on the 20 perfect grade extraordinary pills. Of course, he did not do it for his own use. He planned to use it for research. Chapter 769. Alright, this is the first perfect grade extraordinary pill. The starting bid is 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Yunya had already made sufficient preparations. With Heavenly Venerate Miracle Hands words, she immediately raised the price of the 20 extraordinary pills. The market price of the perfect grade extraordinary pill was only 500,000 low-grade spirit stones, but Yunya had directly doubled the price. Hee. This woman really knows how to make money. I like it. Ling Xiao smiled in the VIP room. He was very satisfied with his choice of letting Yunya help him auction the items. 1 million low-grade spirit stones for a perfect grade extraordinary pill was definitely not something an ordinary person could afford. Therefore, when Yunya's voice fell, the entire auction house quickly fell into silence. Only the sound of people gasping could be heard. However, a good item was still a good item. There were still people willing to bid. At this time, Yunya revealed a bewitching smile and said, There are only 20 perfect grade extraordinary pills here. There won't be any left after that. Everyone, please think carefully. I want this item. Heavenly Venerate Miracle Hand was the first to bid. Of course, he would not be bewitched by Yunya. However, he was determined to get this item. Moreover, he did not lack money. 1 million low-grade spirit stones was really nothing to him. As the most outstanding alchemist in the Sky Dragon continent, although he was not the strongest, No one was willing to compete with him. All right, congratulations to Heavenly Venerate Miracle Hand. You have obtained a perfect grade extraordinary pill. Yunya also knew this. Therefore, she did not waste any time and gave the first perfect grade extraordinary pill to Heavenly Venerate Miracle Hand. Next, the starting bid for the second pill is still 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Now, there are only 19 pills left. The charming and enchanting woman winked at a gorgeously dressed young man below the stage. The young man immediately lost his mind and stood up on the spot. He shouted, "I want it. 1 million low-grade spirit stones." Others could give face to Heavenly Venerate Miracle Hand, but they could not give face to this young man who was infatuated with Yunya. "You want it? You are too shameless. I bid 1,010,000, 1,020,000. After a short period of silence, the atmosphere in the auction house quickly entered a heated state. Bids rang out one after another, and the original starting price of 1 million transcendental pills had already risen to 1,100,000. This price was considered to have broken the record again. Listening to the rising and falling bids, Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Because he had learned alchemy, he didn't feel much about the preciousness of this transcendent pill. However, seeing such a fierce bidding war at this moment, he completely understood why alchemists were respected in the entire Heavenly Dragon continent and even the profound world. Moreover, as an alchemist, as long as your pills weren't too bad, you would definitely be considered a pretty rich person. The 12 sects were all here today. In the face of this constantly rising bidding war, they didn't want to fall behind. After all, this kind of spirit pill that could allow a transcendent realm cultivator to rapidly improve their strength, eventually allowing them to enter the Heaven Vein realm, or even break through to the Heaven realm, was extremely precious. Especially since this was the perfect grade, the effect would be multiplied. Even the most outstanding alchemist in the Sky Dragon continent, Heavenly Venerable Miraculous Hands, could not refine it. It was enough to show how precious this thing was. In the end, 15 minutes later, the extraordinary elixir was sold to the abstruse fire sect for the high price of 1.2 million low-grade spiritual stones. The few sects that planned to establish the Sky Dragon Academy seemed to be secretly colluding and giving in to each other. It was likely that the next elixir would be sold to the Clearwater Divine Palace. However, looking at the excited faces of the people from the abstruse fire sect, Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh with emotion. In the past, eating this kind of perfect-grade extraordinary elixir was like eating beans. How much money must it have cost? Fortunately, he met his master Yuan Venerable and Yang Danlin. Otherwise, he would have to swallow his saliva in front of this perfect-grade extraordinary elixir without being able to obtain it. Yunya had a smile on her face, but she was pleasantly surprised in her heart. The perfect-grade extraordinary elixir could be sold at such a high price. The alchemist behind the mysterious young man would probably be satisfied. In this way, even if she couldn't win him over, they could still continue to cooperate. She was already satisfied with this. There are still 18 elixirs left. Continue the auction. The starting price is still 1 million low-grade spiritual stones. Yunya was excited and continued the auction. In the end, the next 6 perfect-grade extraordinary elixirs went to the Clearwater Divine Palace, the Sword King sect, the Poison King sect, the Gu King sect, the Tang sect, and the royal family of the Sacred Dynasty, just as Ling Xiao had expected. The price of each elixir was about 1.2 million low-grade spiritual stones. There were still 12 elixirs left. According to this order, the Sky King sect should be the next to get the extraordinary elixir. Unfortunately, an accident happened. A mysterious man bought 3 transcendent pills at the high price of 1,500,000 low-grade spirit stones each. This mysterious person left quietly after buying the extraordinary elixirs. Ling Xiao faintly felt that this person's aura was somewhat similar to the sea tribes, but he couldn't be completely sure. Even if he was sure, he wouldn't say it out loud. It was only 3 extraordinary elixirs. They weren't any valuable treasures. It didn't matter if the sea tribe got them. Looking at this situation, Yunya's beautiful eyes sparkled. Suddenly, she thought of a better idea. She smiled and said, "I'm guessing that some sects want to get more extraordinary elixirs. Let's auction these 9 extraordinary elixirs in 3 batches. Each batch will have 3 elixirs, and the starting price will be 3 million low-grade spiritual stones. She believed that the Sky King sect wouldn't be satisfied with just 1 extraordinary elixir. The remaining sects wouldn't be satisfied either. If the extraordinary elixirs were auctioned one by one, they might give way to each other. This would prevent the price from increasing. However, if they were auctioned together, it would be different. With only 3 batches, there would definitely be people who wouldn't get anything. The competition would be even more intense. The more intense the competition was, the higher the price would be. Ling Xiao couldn't help but secretly give Yunya a thumbs up. This woman was able to adapt according to the situation and strive for the highest profit. She was really a business genius. Add 10,000. As expected, the Sky King sect made a bid this time. Previously, they had given way to the other sects of the Sky Dragon Academy. Now, they had to make a bid. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to get the elixirs. Ha ha ha, Xikong Xian, your Sky King sect is the leader of the 12 sects. Aren't you a little too stingy? Add 10,000? How dare you shout that? The Yuehua school wasn't the only one who was dissatisfied with the Sky King sect. Among the 3 sects in the western region, the Snow Mountain sect had always been very aloof and never flattered the Sky King sect. This time was no exception. The Spiritual Medicine Villa wouldn't give face to anyone. As for the Bloodblade sect, they were a bunch of lunatics. They wouldn't give face to the Sky King sect. The one who spoke was the Bloodblade sect's sect master. I'll add 100,000. After mocking the Sky King sect, the Bloodblade sect's sect master directly added 100,000. According to the price of a single extraordinary elixir, this wasn't a lot. Chapter 770. Another 200,000, said the Spiritual Medicine Villa's representative. Novel. Although the Spiritual Medicine Villa was famous for their alchemy, they could not produce such perfect extraordinary pills. Therefore, they probably bought them for the same reason as Heavenly Sovereign Miraculous Hand. They wanted to study them. 3 perfect extraordinary pills. The current price is 3,300,000. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? I'll bid 3,400,000. Xikong Xian, the vice sect leader of the Heavenly King sect, did not want to lose to the 3 sects in the west. 3,500,000. The Snow Mountain sect also joined in, and the situation became more complicated. 3,600,000. This time, Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light could not sit still and bid on behalf of Yuehua School. 3,700,000. The Beast King Palace also wanted these 3 extraordinary pills. At this time, the 12 sects, other than those who already had the extraordinary pills, had all bid. Although the price of 3,700,000 was not the same as the price that the mysterious man had paid for the 3 extraordinary pills, it was getting closer and closer. Yunya knew that her strategy had worked. Looking at the competition between these several large sects, most of the lone martial artists were very tactful and did not join in. Firstly, it was because they had no money. Secondly, they did not want to offend the 12 sects. After all, the 12 sects were definitely the strongest in the Sacred Dynasty. There was no doubt about that. If they offended them, the solo warriors would have to be careful when they went out in the future. In the end, the 3 perfect extraordinary pills were snatched away by the Spiritual Medicine Villa. The price was 4,600,000 low-grade spiritual stones, which was 100,000 more than the previous price of 4,500,000. The Spiritual Medicine Villa was too rich. They were probably the wealthiest among the 12 sects since they made pills and medicine as their profession. Fighting with them? You can't win. Thank you. The leader of the Spiritual Medicine Villa merely smiled at his competitor and bowed. Then, he returned to his seat. Xikong Xian's face was a little pale. He did not expect that so many people would dare to go against the Heavenly King sect. It seemed that the Heavenly King sect had not shown their power all these years, and many people did not know how scary they were. Vice sect leader, don't be angry. After the martial arts festival, these sects will completely disappear from history. That's right. Xikong Xian took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed his rage. He had to win the next auction. Yunya, who was in charge of the auction, felt that her heart was about to jump out. This was really an exciting auction. It was more exciting than she had imagined. Next up is the auction for the 3 transcendental pills. The starting price is still 3 million low-grade spiritual stones. Let's begin. As soon as Yunya finished speaking, Sikong Xian was about to call out a price. However, a voice suddenly rang out, raising Sikong Xian's anger to a higher level. This voice belonged to Ling Xiao. That's right, he intended to ruthlessly slaughter Sikong Xian. There's nothing wrong with him acting as a shill for me, right? 6 million low-grade spirit stones. His bid was directly the bidding price of the spiritual medicine villa from before. Moreover, his tone was filled with strong confidence and determination to win. Since when is it the younger generation's turn to make decisions in Yuehua school? Sikong Xian snorted. Senior Sikong, you're wrong. I'm only representing myself and not the sect. This isn't against the rules, right? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Do you have that many spiritual stones? Sikong Xian snorted again. Don't snort all the time. It's easy to think of an animal being served on the dining table. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, well, I don't have many spiritual stones with me. However, I got quite a lot during the preliminaries. It's more than enough to buy 3 transcendental pills. Bastard, how dare you call our vice sect leader a pig? Dao Wuming, who was standing at the side, was furious. I didn't say that. You said it yourself. Ling Xiao shrugged. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the auction house erupted in laughter. Although many people were afraid of the Heavenly Kings, it was quite satisfying to see the Heavenly Kings' people being humiliated. After all, the Heavenly Kings had been too domineering all these years and had offended many people. Kid, you'll definitely regret what you said today. I bid for 7 million. Sikong Xian wished he could slap Ling Xiao to death on the spot. However, he knew what kind of place he was in, and he wouldn't dare to act rashly. However, after this matter, he would definitely find a chance to kill Ling Xiao. There was no way to resolve this grudge. Hee, the Heavenly King's Gate's financial resources aren't that great. It's just 7 million, and you're already gnashing your teeth. That's too unsightly. I bid for 8 million. Ling Xiao said casually as if it wasn't 8 million low-grade spiritual stones, but 8 million low-grade spiritual stones. Once a sect was suspected of having a problem with its financial resources, it would be a huge problem. The establishment of the Sky Dragon Institute definitely couldn't lack money. Spiritual stones were the key to a cultivator's cultivation. Therefore, many people looked at Sikong Xian with a strange expression. Under these gazes, coupled with Ling Xiao's provocation, Sikong Xian shouted excitedly, 5 million low-grade spiritual stones. I'll take these 3 transcendental pills. Whoosh! Hearing this bid, the auction house went into an uproar. It was like a pot of boiling water. Exclamations could be heard everywhere. 5 million low-grade spiritual stones to buy 3 perfect-grade transcendental pills. The price of one pill had already exceeded 1,600,000. It was a little too crazy. Everything had a limit to its value. No matter how good a perfect-grade transcendental pill was, it was still just a transcendental pill. It wasn't worth it if it exceeded 1,200,000. Unless it was an urgent matter, there was no need for it to exceed 1,500,000. If it exceeded 1,600,000, it would be a waste of money. Clap, clap, clap. Ling Xiao suddenly stood up and clapped a few times. Impressive, impressive. The Heavenly King's Gate's alchemists are a little too weak. They actually want Senior Sikong to spend 5 million low-grade spiritual stones to buy these 3 transcendental pills. Should I say that you're rich or stupid? Someone below the stage couldn't help but laugh out loud. Damn, this brat is too sneaky. He actually dares to cheat that old man Sikong Xian. Sikong Xian has always cheated others in the past. I didn't expect that this time, the old hunter would be pecked blind by an eagle. What a huge loss. Those sects and martial artists who weren't on good terms with the Heavenly King's Gate were secretly gloating. Looking at Sikong Xian's grief-stricken face, they couldn't help but feel great. Little bastard, how dare you trick me? At this moment, how could Sikong Xian not understand what was going on? This Ling Xiao was obviously a heaven pulse martial artist. It was useless for him to want the transcendental pills. From the beginning to the end, this brat was deliberately inflating the price. Ayaya, Senior Sikong, you've misunderstood me. How would I dare to trick you? It's just that your mind hasn't been clear recently. That's why you insist on throwing a lot of money out. Ling Xiao smiled at Sikong Xian as if he was asking for a beating. Chapter 771. Ling Xiao's expression angered the Heavenly King's sect's people so much that they wanted to punch him. Sikong Xian took a deep breath and did his best to calm himself down. After that, he said, "Little bastard, you're young and ignorant. You don't understand how great of a disaster you've planted today. Your sect will suffer a great calamity because of you." Ling Xiao couldn't help but sneer. "Even if I didn't offend you today, if I refused to join your Sky Dragon Institute, wouldn't my sect still be annihilated by you? What nonsense are you talking about?" Sikong Xian's face suddenly changed. "You Heavenly King sect's people know best what I'm talking about." Ling Xiao didn't plan to announce his guest to the public, because it was useless to say it out loud. Who would believe the words of a lowly disciple? Not to mention, he had already hinted at the Sky Dragon Institute's purpose. If the people in charge of those sects had a clear mind, they wouldn't have failed to notice it. It all depended on whether they were willing to listen to his advice. "Princess Yunya, you can continue with the auction. Don't delay your matters because of us." Ling Xiao cupped his hands towards Yunya and said with a smile. The conflict with Sikong Xian was just a small interlude. The auction of his extraordinary pills was the key. After it was over, he still had to ask Yunya for those herbs. When the time came, he would refine the Heaven Pulse pills and promote his strength to the Heaven Pulse realm as soon as possible. At that time, even if he encountered a one-line Sky Realm cultivator, he would be able to put up a fight and not be completely passive. Of course, it would be best if he could break through to the Heaven Realm. Yunya nodded and smiled at Ling Xiao. At first, she felt that this young man was very interesting, but she didn't expect that this young man would dare to go against that old ghost Sikong Xian. This was very unexpected. Relying on this competition, the 3 extraordinary pills were auctioned for a high price of 5 million low-grade spirit stones. This was a huge surprise for her. The higher the bid for the perfect transcendent pill, not only would the Imperial Auction House earn more commission, they would also be able to win the favor of the mysterious alchemist behind the young man. This was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. "Senior Sikong, don't be too angry. 5 million low-grade spirit stones for 3 perfect-grade transcendent pills is not a loss at all. You won't be able to buy them anywhere else." Next up is the last auction of this year's auction. It's still 3 transcendent pills with the same starting price. Let the bidding begin. Although Yunya's words were meant to comfort Sikong Xian's old face turned even uglier. It could be seen that Yunya did not seem to have a good relationship with Sikong Xian. In the last auction, the competition became even more intense. The Snow Mountain sect, the Bloodblade sect, the Yuehua school, and the Beast King Palace took turns to bid. The price of the 3 transcendental pills was once again pushed to a high price of 5 million low-grade spiritual stones. This price was already the same as the price offered by the Heavenly King Gate. This made Sikong Xian's expression slightly better. However, even so, the fact that he had made a loss didn't change. "Ha ha ha, everyone. I'm sorry. The Bloodblade sect will be taking this item." The last person to bid for the 3 transcendental pills was someone from the Bloodblade sect. As for the Yuehua school, they were stopped by Ling Xiao when the price reached 4,500,000. The item was his, so there was no need to spend such a high price to buy it. "Ling Xiao, why did you stop us just now?" Heavenly Exalted Master Goldenlight asked in a VIP room while the bidding was still going on. Ling Xiao smiled and flipped his hand. 3 perfect-grade transcendent pills appeared in his hand. Each of them was round and shiny. They were extremely beautiful. "How did you get these things?" Heavenly Exalted Master Goldenlight asked in surprise. "Sure. To be honest, these transcendental pills were refined by me. How could I not keep them for the Yuehua school? I still have a total of 5 transcendental pills. I'll sell them to the sect at the cost price of 500,000 low-grade spiritual stones. That shouldn't be a problem." right? Ling Xiao didn't want to earn money from the Yuehua school. However, he still wanted to pay for the materials. Otherwise, it would be too much of a loss. It's not just no problem. I love you to death. Heavenly exalted Master Golden Light hugged Ling Xiao and kissed Ling Xiao's face with all his might. Have mercy. Ling Xiao hurriedly used his sword soul doppelganger to escape from Heavenly exalted Master Golden Light's bear hug. In fact, he still had a total of 10 transcendental pills. 5 of them were for the Yuehua school, while the other 5 were for the Divine Sword sect. He treated them equally. Both sides had to pay for the materials. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for these guys to develop the bad habit of reaping without sowing. After all, his things didn't just fall from the sky. Seeing that the auction was about to end, Ling Xiao used the P-escape technique to escape. He found a safe place to change his appearance and changed back into the outfit he wore when he met Yunya. After deducting the commission, he still had nearly 20 million low-grade spiritual stones left from the auction. Even after deducting the cost, he still had 10 million low-grade spiritual stones left. This was a crazy amount of money. No wonder all the alchemists were so rich. Ling Xiao finally understood why today. Next, as long as he got the herbs to refine the Heaven Pulse pill, he believed that his cultivation would be closer to the celestial stage. The flame deity, I know that you've always wanted to kill me. Don't worry. I won't use the power of Senior Brother Wu or the Moon Lady to kill you. I will defeat you fair and square and take back the wisdom of my master, Master Bai Yun. Taking a deep breath, Ling Xiao quickened his pace. The road of cultivation was full of ups and downs, but this time, crossing the threshold of the transcendent realm and entering the celestial stage should be relatively easy. As long as he had enough strength, he would be able to break through. For him who had the mountain and river martial spirit, he didn't need any epiphany. Before the auction began, Yunya had shown a portrait of Ling Xiao in disguise to the people below. As long as he appeared, he would be led to the VIP lounge and served well. The more Ling Xiao thought about it, the more he felt that this woman was extremely intelligent. His favorable impression of this woman had also multiplied. Of course, a good impression didn't mean that he liked her. He was just more willing to cooperate with her. Young hero, if you have any orders, please tell us. We will do it. The person who led Ling Xiao into the VIP lounge was a beautiful girl of 15 or 16 years old. She stood there and felt so nervous that she almost fainted. Ling Xiao was a little puzzled. After thinking about it for a while, he roughly understood. Yunya probably said something ruthless to this person to serve him well. If she was even a little bit unhappy, she would take this person's life or kick this person out. He guessed right. Yunya was indeed trying to win over Ling Xiao. She was really cautious to the extreme. The reason why she chose this little girl to serve Ling Xiao was naturally because she thought that if Ling Xiao had a need in that regard, what if he was a perverted demon? If he was such a person, it would be easy to win him over. As long as she used her beauty, she wouldn't be afraid that Ling Xiao wouldn't take the bait. If Ling Xiao took the bait, then the person behind Ling Xiao would naturally step forward. Chapter 772. The thing this young lady was most afraid of was being raped. Furthermore, Ling Xiao's current appearance was simply too ferocious. It was inevitable that she would be nervous. Fortunately, the auction had ended. It didn't take long for Yunya and her uncle to arrive at the VIP lounge. She was still so charming and moving. She was still so flirtatious. She was still so curvaceous. This Yunya was simply a born seductress. Young hero, I didn't make you wait long, did I? Her red lips moved slightly, and the breath she exhaled seemed to be fragrant. Ling Xiao sat next to her, and he was also distracted for a moment. However, his soul power was so strong that he instantly calmed down. No, I just arrived. Seeing that Ling Xiao was only in a trance for a moment in front of her beauty, Yunya couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. She didn't expect Ling Xiao to be infatuated with her, but he could still remain so calm in the face of her beauty. She was afraid that this person wouldn't be so easy to win over. By the way, Princess Royal, I just found that the auction has ended. How was the harvest? Young hero, don't worry. Yunya smiled slightly. Her eyes seemed to be able to discharge electricity, making people not dare to look directly at them. That was to say, Ling Zhao's soul power was strong. In the face of such electric eyes, his deep eyes were still calm and self-assured. After deducting the commission and taxes, there are still 15 million low-grade spirit stones left. They are all in this storage ring. Please keep them well. 15 million? Ling Xiao felt that his arithmetic was not bad. How could there be an extra 5 million? Seeing Yunya's smile, he instantly understood that this woman was trying to win him over. However, it would be a waste if he didn't take the free spirit stones. Moreover, this favor was easy to return. At worst, he could refine a few more elixirs and auction them here. What Yunya wanted was nothing more than this. Thank you for your kindness, Princess Royal. If I have something to auction in the future, I will definitely look for you first. Ling Zhao's words could be considered as reassuring to the other party. Thank you for your kindness, young hero. Yunya and the white-bearded elder looked at each other and smiled. They had thought that this matter wouldn't be easy, but they didn't expect it to go so smoothly. It seemed that the person behind this young man was easy to talk to. There's no need for thanks. May I ask your highness the eldest princess, have you found the herbs I asked you to help me find? Ling Xiao asked casually as he transferred the spirit stones from the storage ring into his own storage ring. Yunya's charming eyes revealed a bit of joy and pride. She smiled and said, Young hero, you can rest assured. Our imperial auction house is the largest auction house in the entire Tianlong continent. If we can't handle such a small matter, it would be too embarrassing. After that, she took out a storage ring and took out all the materials that Ling Xiao needed to refine the Heaven Pulse elixir. Ling Xiao took a look and found that there were 20 sets of herbs. That was to say, if he succeeded every time, he could refine 20 Heaven Pulse elixirs. The Imperial Auction House lived up to its reputation as the largest auction house in the Tianlong continent. They could gather 20 sets of such precious herbs in such a short time. If he were to search for them himself, he might not be able to gather them even after a month or two. Amazing! He estimated that 20 pills would be enough for him to become a Heaven Pulse martial artist. If there were any leftovers, he would give them to Long Chen. Long Chen was the only disciple representing the Divine Sword sect. If he could become one of the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty in the final of the Sacred Dynasty Martial Arts Festival, then the sect power of the Sacred Dynasty would have to change its position. The Imperial Auction House is really amazing. Thank you. Ling Xiao put away all the herbs and took out the lower-grade spiritual stones needed for the 20 sets of herbs. These spiritual stones should be enough. Take the rest as a reward for your hard work. Ling Xiao wouldn't be stingy if he spent some lower-grade spiritual stones to get these herbs. Unexpectedly, Yunya shook her head and said, Young hero, these herbs are a token of our Imperial Auction House's sincerity. It's not a transaction. If you give us money, then you're looking down on us. You don't want money? Ling Xiao frowned and said, I don't want to owe others a favor. Young hero, don't worry. We're doing this because we want to cooperate with you more. We don't have any other purpose. Yunya was really smart. She knew that the most reassuring thing for Ling Xiao at this time was to tell the truth. In that case, I'll accept your offer. Anyway, Ling Xiao's lower-grade spiritual stones didn't come from nowhere. It was better to keep them than to spend them. If he could cooperate with the Imperial Auction House, the herbs would not be a problem in the future. At most, he would take out a part of the elixirs he made and sell it to the Imperial Auction House. With such a good partner, how could he refuse? After putting away the items, Ling Xiao took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to Yunya. He said, There are top-grade true elemental pills inside. Although they are not as good as extraordinary pills, they are still low-grade yellow-grade elixirs. All of them are perfect. There are a total of 100 pills. I'll have to trouble you to take them to the auction. Ling Xiao had no use for these top-grade true elemental pills. What Heaven Pulse martial artists needed was Heaven Elemental Energy. Therefore, he should refine a new elixir, Heaven Elemental Pill. Heaven Elemental Pill was used by Heaven Pulse martial artists, Heaven Realm martial artists, and Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. The herbs would probably have to be obtained from here. Since that was the case, it was only right to give the other party some benefits first. Yunya handed the porcelain bottle to the white-bearded old man. The white-bearded old man put the porcelain bottle under his nose and sniffed it. He was ecstatic. Young hero, you are indeed an extraordinary person. Don't worry. You can come and take the low-grade spiritual stones from the auction at any time. Then I'll have to trouble you. I still have something to do. I'll take my leave first. Ling Xiao was in a hurry to go back and refine the Heaven Pulse elixir. He had no time to chat with the old man. Young hero, please. Yunya and the white-bearded old man were leading the way for Ling Xiao. Even a holy emperor might not be able to receive such treatment. As soon as Ling Xiao walked out of the VIP hall, he suddenly saw a few people walking toward him. These people were actually well-known figures in the 12 sects. 2 of them were Heavenly Master Golden Light and Lan Yu. The others were Heavenly Master Miracle Hands, Xikong Xian, Dao Wuming, the Blood Blade Sect Master, and others. They had originally come to the VIP lounge with the intention of asking Yunya where she had obtained those perfect-grade transcendent pills. Who knew that they would see a scene that would shock them? As the person in charge of the Imperial Auction House, Yunya was actually smiling at a teenager. She looked like she was trying to curry favor with him. This was simply unbelievable. Although Yunya was flirtatious and charming, she was definitely not a fickle woman. On the contrary, as the eldest princess, she was very arrogant. Chapter 773. Xikong Zun, the leader of the Heavenly King sect, had once invited the eldest princess to his birthday banquet, but she had rejected him. Although she had tactfully given some reasons, she still refused to go. Novel. The woman who had dared to reject Xikong Zun's personal invitation was now following a young man's every step. No wonder everyone was surprised. If Yunya was overflowing with lust and suddenly fell in love with this fierce-looking young man, it would be understandable. After all, it was difficult to guess a woman's thoughts. However, the uncle of Shangdi, the second-ranked alchemist on the Tianlong continent, also showed a fawning smile to the young man. This was really hard to understand. As the second-ranked alchemist on the Tianlong continent, this uncle's status was second only to Heavenly Venerable Miraculous Hands. In addition, he was a member of the royal family, so his status was extremely honorable. No matter who saw him, they would have to give him some face. Even Shangdi had to respectfully call him uncle in front of this old man. However, such a powerful person actually showed a fawning smile to a young man. This was simply unbelievable. Everyone wondered if they were seeing things, or if they were hallucinating. They rubbed their eyes, but what they saw was still the same scene. Heavenly Venerable Golden Light, Xikong Xian, Heavenly Venerable Miraculous Hands, and the others could not help but look at the young man. They wanted to know who this person was. Could it be that his status was higher than the Holy Sun? However, an even more incomprehensible problem appeared. This young man's cultivation was not high, and he was not good-looking. They had never even seen him before. What was his background? Everyone looked at each other, completely unable to make heads or tails of what was going on. In the end, Heavenly Venerable Miraculous Hands took a step forward and asked with a somewhat indifferent expression, "Eldest Princess, Fourth Emperor, are you two seeing someone off?" Yunya smiled and said, "Yes, we are seeing an honorable guest off." She did not deny it. Honorable guest? Xikong Xian sneered and said, "Eldest Princess rejected my brother Xikong Zun's invitation in the past. Could this ordinary-looking young man be more honorable than my brother?" He was in a bad mood. Previously, he had suffered a huge price. Now that he saw this scene, he wanted to vent his anger. "Xikong Xian, you'd better be more polite. Others may be afraid of Xikong Zun, but we're not. Do you really think you're invincible just because you're in the Yin-Yang realm? This world is very big." Yunya said coldly, "The nobility of this person is not something you can understand." Hearing this, everyone was even more surprised. What was this? Who exactly was it that could receive more respect from this woman than Xikong Zun? Was there really such a person in the Sky Dragon continent? Or did this person come from another continent? "Senior, are you from Yuehua School?" While everyone was still in shock, the ordinary-looking young man opened his mouth. His voice was gentle and filled with a sense of pride. Heavenly Lord Golden Light looked at the young man before him in puzzlement, confirming that he did not know this person. However, he still nodded and said, I am Heavenly Lord Golden Light from Yuehua School. Even the fourth Emperor and Princess Yunya were respectful to this person. Heavenly Lord Golden Light naturally did not dare to offend him, nor did he want to. The young man smiled and said, Ling Xiao from your sect is not bad. Not long ago, we met in the depths of the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. My master was full of praise for him, and even gave him some pills. So those perfect pills in Ling Xiao's hands were given to him by someone else. Heavenly Lord Golden Light suddenly understood. Ling Xiao actually had his reasons for saying that. If people knew that he was the one who refined those pills, it would cause a lot of trouble. They might not necessarily be against him. If someone wanted his help, and this person was someone he knew, he would help them. If he helped one person, there would be a bunch of others. He would not be tired of it, and might not even have time to cultivate. If he did not help, it would hurt their relationship. So, he might as well keep a low profile and fabricate a non-existent person to take the blame. It's a pity that Ling Xiao isn't here today. Otherwise, I would definitely have a good chat with him. The young man smiled and felt that it was about time. He turned around and looked at Yunya and the fourth emperor. He cupped his hands and said, Farewell. The two of you still have guests, so there's no need to send me off. After he finished speaking, he did not wait for Yunya to reply. His figure suddenly disappeared. Actually, it was only Ling Xiao's martial soul clone that had come here to collect the spirit stones and medicinal ingredients. As long as he retrieved it, it would naturally disappear. However, the others did not know this. When they saw this godlike performance, they were all dumbfounded and shocked. After Ling Xiao left, Yunya looked at Heavenly Lord Golden Light excitedly and said, It turns out that this person actually knows your sect's Ling Xiao. This is really great. Heavenly Lord Golden Light was puzzled and asked, What does this young man do? Yunya said excitedly, The perfect grade pills were refined by this person's master. After knowing him, your Yuehua school will be blessed in the future. What? After hearing this, everyone was shocked and stunned. However, after a short moment, their expressions changed again. Heavenly Lord Golden Light and Lan Yu were overjoyed. On the other hand, Xikong Xian and the others were jealous and sighing. According to the fourth emperor's words, the alchemist behind that young man might be even more amazing than Heavenly Lord Miraculous Hands. Heavenly Lord Miraculous Hands was already the #1 alchemist in the Tianlong continent. She was loved and respected by all martial artists. This person was even more amazing than Heavenly Lord Miraculous Hands. Once they became friends with him, what would happen? When they thought of this, Xikong Xian and the others were filled with jealousy and unwillingness. There was no other way. Now that the Yuehua school had obtained the protection of the Imperial Auction House, it would be even more difficult to deal with the Yuehua school. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao had already slipped out of the auction house and went to a relatively remote place in the Holy City. He had returned to his original appearance. What he did just now was just an idea he came up with on the spur of the moment to raise the status of the Yuehua sect. The higher your status, the more allies you had. When others made a move against you, they would have more fear, and you would be safer. After changing back to his original appearance, Ling Xiao quickened his pace and returned to the residence of the Yuehua school. At this moment, there were only a few disciples guarding the residence. The rest had probably gone out for a stroll. After Ling Xiao returned to his room, he set up a restriction outside the room. Only then did he feel at ease and take out the herbs. The lotus flickered with a purple light. There were 5 petals, each of which represented 100 years. This was a 500-year-old violet leaf snow lotus. The cold air within it was oppressive, and one could tell at a glance that it contained an astonishing amount of energy. The heaven pulse spirit fruit looked like a banana, but it was blood red. It was about 3 inches long, and one could smell a strong smell of blood from far away. Wherever this thing grew, there would be a life-bound beast. Furthermore, the life-bound beast's strength was comparable to a heaven pulse martial artist. If one wanted to obtain it, it would be impossible without going through a bitter battle. The most important part of the Heaven Pulse pill was the Heaven Pulse spirit fruit. Furthermore, it had to be a 1,000-year-old fruit. Otherwise, its effect would be greatly reduced. Chapter 774. As for the energy-gathering fruit, it was more like a flat peach. but smaller. It contained rich essence chi of heaven and earth. Its function was to seal the heaven essence chi, and it was also an essential ingredient of the heaven pulse elixir. The energy-gathering fruit generally had a special luster. The more dazzling the luster, the better the quality. The energy-gathering fruits Ling Xiao brought back from the imperial auction house were obviously top-notch. It seemed that Yunya had really put in a lot of effort. Finally, the inner elixir of a heaven pulse fierce beast, which was equivalent to a heaven pulse martial artist level, contained extremely pure energy, which could help to improve the quality of the heaven pulse elixir. Although it was not essential, it could improve the efficacy of the elixir after use. If he wanted to refine a perfect heaven pulse elixir, he could not do without it. It was not easy to get one inner elixir of a heaven pulse fierce beast, but Yunya had gotten 20 for Ling Xiao. She was trying her best to curry favor with him. Ling Xiao felt a little embarrassed. At worst, he would see if he had the chance to refine more heaven pulse elixirs or heaven essence elixirs and sell them at the imperial auction house. The materials were ready, and the restriction outside the door had been set up. Ling Xiao began to prepare to refine the elixir. The process of refining the elixir could not be easily disturbed. Otherwise, it was very likely to fail and waste such good materials. Although the materials could be bought with money, it was definitely not a good thing for Ling Xiao to waste his time. Everything was ready. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, and in his palm, a ball of black gold flame surged. The flame rose to a height of more than a foot. At the same time, a hellfire furnace appeared in the center of the room. Ling Xiao threw the black and gold flame into the hellfire furnace. The furnace immediately burned, and the temperature in the room instantly reached a temperature that could melt steel. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had set up a restriction in advance. Otherwise, the whole room would have been burned down. Go! Ling Xiao first picked up the purple leaf snow lotus, and then threw it into the black and gold flame with a special method. The purple leaf snow lotus didn't turn to ash. Instead, it condensed into a snow-white pearl that rolled in the hellfire crucible. The bead emitted a strong chill. Even in such a high temperature, one could still feel the chill. Ling Xiao used his soul force to precisely control the temperature and size of the hell dragon flame. Refining pills wasn't as simple as throwing in the ingredients. Each step required a different flame size and temperature. If the temperature was too high, it would easily destroy the medicinal herbs. If the temperature was too low, the pill refinement would definitely fail. Other than Ling Xiao, who possessed the mountain river martial spirit, there was probably no one else in the world who could achieve such precise control. When all the purple leaf snow lotuses had completely condensed into snow-white pearls, Ling Xiao took a deep breath and threw the heaven pulse spirit fruit in. The more materials there were, the more difficult it would be to control the flames. This is because not only do you have to take care of the previous medicinal ingredient, you also have to take care of the medicinal ingredient that has just been thrown in. The liquid shell of the heaven pulse spirit fruit wrapped around the snow-white pearls, forming the embryonic form of the heaven pulse elixir. However, this was just the beginning. Ling Xiao's forehead was already dripping with cold sweat. This process was too difficult. Even he felt great pressure. After all, this was his first time. It might be easier in the future when he had more experience. However, this was his first time doing this, so one could imagine how difficult it would be. Seeing that it was about time, Ling Xiao put the energy-gathering fruit into the hellfire crucible. Then, it was the heaven pulse spirit beast's inner elixir. Various medicinal ingredients were calcined over and over again. The embryonic form of the elixir in the hellfire crucible shrank from the size of a peach. In the end, it was only the size of a pea. All the impurities and unwanted ingredients were expelled outside and collected by Ling Xiao in a gourd. The unwanted ingredients were only used in the heaven pulse elixir. They could still be used in other elixirs. It would be a pity to throw them away. While Ling Xiao was refining pills, a figure was hovering above the room, watching the young man's every move lovingly. It was the Moon Maiden. Even she was mesmerized by Ling Xiao's nimble movements. She was stunned. She couldn't help but praise him in her heart. She originally stayed here to guard against unforeseen events. After all, although the restrictions set up by Ling Xiao were frightening, they were nothing to an expert. However, she didn't expect to see such a wonderful alchemy show. About 2 hours later, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped pouring the hell dragon fire into the hellfire crucible. Instead, he opened the lid of the crucible with a slap. A fragrance immediately filled the room. A dazzling red light shot into the sky. It was blocked by the restrictions, then shot back and merged with the elixirs. 20 heaven pulse elixirs. They were all successful. Every single one of them was round like a pearl, smooth like jade, and extremely beautiful. The medicinal effects had also completely reached the level of perfection. This was Ling Xiao's alchemy skills. If it were anyone else, it would be impossible to achieve this. Phew. He let out a long sigh of relief. Ling Xiao put the 20 heaven pulse elixirs into the porcelain bottle. The tip of his nose twitched slightly. The strange fragrance entered his nose, instantly making him feel energetic. Without a doubt, the heaven pulse elixir he refined this time was more perfect than the one he got from the true Devil Forbidden Zone. However, without the true Devil Forbidden Zone, he wouldn't have known how to refine the heaven pulse elixir, let alone be able to refine it now. The Holy Sun's arrogant expression appeared in his mind. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sneer. You have heavenly, venerable, miraculous hands to refine elixirs for you, but you don't know that his elixirs can't be as perfect as mine. Just you wait. We will meet in the martial arts festival soon. I will let you know that in other people's eyes, the Holy Sun is. In my eyes, you are just a frog in a well who thinks too highly of yourself. After successfully refining the Heaven Pulse Elixir, Ling Xiao didn't choose to take it to cultivate immediately. Although time was tight and he couldn't wait, he had consumed a lot of energy after refining the elixir. If he chose to break through in his current state, he was almost certain to fail. In the Heaven Pulse realm, every breakthrough required one to go all out. Their body and mind had to reach a perfect state. In his current state, he definitely couldn't do it. Ling Xiao didn't want to create unnecessary risks for himself. He sat there cross-legged, swallowed an elixir to recover his energy, and began to rest. Originally, the Moon Maiden was worried that Ling Xiao would be anxious and wanted to persuade him. Now, it seemed that her worry was completely unnecessary. Ling Xiao's will was so strong that he could resist the temptation of breaking through to the heaven realm. This determination made her admire this little guy more. She looked at the martial arts festival's arena, which was a floating stage in the air. It was now beautifully decorated. Just you wait. This kid will definitely make all of you dumbstruck. With a smile, the Moon Maiden continued to lie on the white cloud, guarding Ling Xiao. Chapter 775. About an hour later, Ling Xiao felt that he had recovered to his peak, both mentally and physically. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the 20 heaven pulse elixirs in the porcelain bottle. Then he picked one up and put it into his mouth. Although he felt that he could take 20 pills in one go, he didn't want to take risks because he preferred to take things step by step. It would be easier to digest and absorb them if he took them one by one. Holy City, Yuehua School's residence. A hazy fog completely covered the place. Ordinary warriors couldn't feel anything special about the fog. Only Sikong Zun, the leader of the Heavenly King sect, who was in the Yin-Yang realm, and Holy Emperor could faintly feel the horror of the fog. It blocked the connection between this space and the outside world. Is that guy from Yuehua School breaking through? Sikong Zun asked with a frown. Maybe. But even if he breaks through to the celestial realm, so what? A warrior in the one-line sky realm can't pose a threat to our plan. Holy Emperor said lightly. That's true. Holy Sun Mingkong has broken through to the one-line sky realm 3 months ago. It's just that no one knows about it. Let Mingkong Holy Sun deal with this guy. The Holy Sun was Hai Myungkeo. When she went to Yuehua School to seek justice for Chen Nanxing, she was already a warrior in the celestial realm. It was just that she hid her strength with the special magic treasure given by Sikong Zun. That was why Hai Myungkeo dared to bet with Ling Xiao that day. She didn't believe that Ling Xiao could break through to the celestial realm in such a short time. In Ling Xiao's room, the auspicious qi kept rolling. Ling Xiao put another Heaven Pulse elixir into his mouth. This was the 10th Heaven Pulse elixir he had taken. The magical fragrance filled the whole room, making people drool. When the 10th Heaven Pulse elixir entered his stomach, a warm aura spread out in his abdomen. In an instant, the elixir melted, and abundant and pure energy spread out from his stomach to his body. Ling Xiao's body suddenly shook. Looks like he's about to break through. Under his calm face, Ling Xiao's hands danced as he activated the 12 golden lotus arts and the mysterious art of heavenly yuan. His chest, which had been rising and falling rapidly, gradually calmed down, becoming more rhythmic and stable. The true core strength in his body was like a divine dragon biting onto the pure medicinal efficacy of the Heaven Pulse Elixir and began to refine it quickly. In the small room, the aura suddenly became violent. The windows and doors were clearly closed, but a gust of wind was blowing in the room. The gust of wind was actually made of pure energy. Because of the restriction, the energy was unable to escape and was all absorbed into Ling Xiao's body. The true core strength, the heavenly yuan force, and the medicinal efficacy tangled together, trying to destroy each other and leave the strongest one alive. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. The crazy battle of energy in his body made him feel as if his internal organs were being torn apart. Fortunately, he had paid great attention to the cultivation of his body when he was in the martial pulse realm. Now, both his internal organs and meridians were extremely strong and tough. Especially the embryonic form of the heavenly pulse, which had just formed, was as tough as a warrior in the celestial realm. Although it was very painful, it did not cause any harm. After a while, the heavenly yuan force, which had the least amount of heavenly yuan force, had the absolute advantage. It wrapped the true core strength in the medicinal efficacy and began to absorb and strengthen itself. The heavenly yuan force in Ling Xiao's body was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The moon maiden in the sky was surprised and worried at the same time. She was surprised that Ling Xiao had broken through so fast that he had reached the complete heavenly pulse realm in the blink of an eye. She was worried that such a terrifying increase in strength would put a burden on his body. The refining process continued. When the medicinal efficacy was almost exhausted, Ling Xiao would swallow a heavenly pulse elixir, causing the medicinal efficacy to increase again. At this time, the heavenly yuan force had to continuously strengthen itself in order to absorb the medicinal efficacy. By the time the 15th heavenly pulse elixir entered his stomach, Ling Xiao's body had almost 70% of the heavenly yuan force. This was much more than the heavenly yuan force that he had expected. When the heavenly yuan force was strong, it did not absorb the medicinal efficacy properly. At this time, Ling Xiao swallowed the last 5 heavenly yuan elixirs. The medicinal efficacy increased rapidly, and the heavenly yuan force was almost defeated. It had to resist with all its might. You're already a heavenly pulse realm warrior. How can it be so fast? Ling Xiao, you can't let the energy continue to increase. Otherwise, your body will explode. The Moon Maiden anxiously reminded Ling Xiao through telepathy. Hearing the Moon Maiden's voice, Ling Xiao, who was about to faint from the pain, suddenly felt warmth in his heart. At the most dangerous time, with the woman he loved by his side, even if he died, he would have no regrets. However, he could not die yet. Don't worry, Sister Moon Maiden. I'm going to use this opportunity to break through to the celestial realm and to completely condense the heavenly pulse. Ling Xiao was not a reckless person. When he swallowed the 5 heavenly pulse elixirs, he was already prepared to break through. The heavenly pulse realm warrior was the transitional stage of breaking through to the celestial realm. It was also the stage of accumulation. Therefore, even if he broke through, it would not be sudden. Instead, it would be very smooth and would not cause any burden to his body. After all, his body had already adapted to the heavenly yuan force, so there was no need to worry. Good boy, don't worry about breaking through. I'm here. I won't let you die. The Moon Maiden was surprised. She nodded heavily and gave Ling Xiao full assurance. Thank you, Sister Moon Maiden. Taking a deep breath, Ling Xiao formed a strange hand seal with his hands, which looked like a blooming lotus. That was a special hand seal for practicing the 12 golden lotus arts. He wanted to use this opportunity to improve the realm of the 12 golden lotus arts. Only by improving the realm of the internal force cultivation method could he have a smoother breakthrough in his cultivation. After all, they complemented each other. Although Ling Xiao had never experienced the process of breaking through from the transcendent realm to the celestial realm, His martial soul avatar had demonstrated it hundreds of times in the mountain river world. Ling Xiao was very familiar with the troubles and dangers that he might encounter in the process of breaking through. Therefore, the breakthrough now was completely smooth and easy. There was not the slightest bit of awkwardness or nervousness. It was like a celestial realm martial artist breaking through again. As a six-petaled lotus flower gradually took shape between his hands, the heavenly pulse in Ling Xiao's body gradually turned into the shape of a lotus. The veins in the leaves and roots were connected with Ling Xiao's own meridians, forming a perfect cycle. Quick, use your mysterious method of heavenly vitality to completely transform the last of your true core strength and medicinal efficacy into heavenly vitality. Remember, if you fail, your heavenly pulse elixirs will be wasted, and your cultivation will fall back to the half-step heavenly master realm. After all, the Moon Maiden had been through this before. She was very clear about these things. The warning she gave at the critical moment was very important. Chapter 776. Ling Xiao did not reply to the Moon Maiden because he did not have the time to do so. However, he had received the Moon Maiden's reminder. He could only succeed, not fail. This was his only belief. The lotus flower began to condense, becoming more and more real. It was as if he was born with a lotus flower in his body. A large amount of energy surged in. The mysterious Heaven Yuan art circulated with all its might, completely converting the remaining energy into Heaven Yuan energy. Under the guidance of his soul force, everything went smoothly at first. Wind petals, rain petals, thunder petals, lightning petals, and mist petals quickly took shape. However, because the sixth petal was a newly comprehended celestial phenomenon, it was very difficult to condense. Hurry up, decide on the attribute of the sixth petal, or it will be too late, the Moon Maiden urged. In the sky, a bright sun shone on the entire holy city. Even with the restrictions in the room, there was still sunlight shining in from outside. Seeing the rays of sunlight, a smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. It's you. Yang celestial phenomenon. Yang represented brightness, the sunlight that all living things needed to grow. It also represented heat and destruction. Once the decision was made, the condensation of the sixth petal became much easier. Ling Xiao's soul force was too powerful. When condensing Yang's celestial phenomenon, he could actually use his soul force to create a scene of a red sun shining on the earth, speeding up his comprehension. When the sixth petal was successfully condensed, Ling Xiao's veins of heaven was basically fixed. The 12 golden lotus arts had broken through to the 6th level. It's still not enough. The barrier of heaven realm is too hard. You have to break it, the Moon Maiden urged. Ling Xiao could also feel that his strength had completely reached the requirements of the one-line sky realm. But on the road to the one-line sky realm, he had encountered a layer of obstruction. At this point, no matter what it is, it can forget about stopping me from breaking through. Ling Xiao coldly snorted. The image of the ancient hell dragon appeared behind him. All of his soul force fused into the will of destruction as he crashed into the barrier. Quang, quang quang, boom. With his terrifying soul force combined with the will of destruction, even the toughest barrier couldn't stop Ling Xiao from breaking through. Ling Xiao's body suddenly emitted a terrifying rumble. The thick barrier completely collapsed, and his power completely gushed out. Ling Xiao's cultivation had entered a completely new realm. Plop! Ling Xiao simply lay flat on the ground. It was because he was exhausted, and it was also because everything was over. His chest was rapidly rising and falling as he panted heavily. However, his face was brimming with the joyful smile of a victor. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! The crazed laughter grew louder and louder. There was bitterness, excitement, and a sense of relief. Ling Xiao tossed a recovery pill into his mouth. After a long while, he felt that his body had recovered to a certain level. Only then did he support his sore arms and sit up. His soul looked inside his body. This was something any transcendent realm cultivator could achieve, but because the strength of their soul force was different, the clarity of this effect was different. His soul force searched the position of his chest. There was a 6-petaled lotus. Its whole body was almost transparent, and it was perfectly integrated with Ling Xiao's body. This lotus was his heaven vein. It produced heavenly yuan qi and was also the core that stored it. Although this lotus was much smaller than the previous 9 martial veins, perhaps only 1/10 the size, the energy intensity was 10 times that of the previous ones. Heavenly yuan qi and true qi only differed by one word, but in essence, there was a world of difference. The strength of heavenly yuan qi was definitely not something that true qi could compare to. His soul force controlled heavenly yuan qi and began to circulate it through his meridians. At first, there was a bit of a jerk, but after a while, everything became natural. There was no need for guidance, and everything was going smoothly. Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. 2 strange lotuses actually appeared in his ink-black eyes, and they didn't disappear for a long time. Is this the cultivation of the heaven realm? Ling Xiao felt that it was inconceivable. This time, he only wanted to break through to the realm of a heaven meridian martial artist during the breakthrough period. That would be enough. But he did not expect that by a freak combination of factors, he broke through the barrier in one go and stepped into the ranks of Deva realm martial artists. This was a super breakthrough. It was completely different from before. From top to bottom, his temperament seemed to have completely changed. Yes, this is the heaven realm. You've succeeded. The Moon Maiden smiled and said, "Kid, you're really crazy. You actually used the most dangerous situation to help yourself break through." Ling Xiao chuckled and said, "Sister Moon Maiden, do you like me more? I'm getting closer and closer to you now." During this period, the Moon Maiden's cultivation did not improve much, so the gap in strength between him and the Moon Maiden was rapidly narrowing. Although he was happy that the Moon Maiden could protect him, as a man, he could not always be protected by a woman. He wanted to break through to the Moon Maiden's realm as soon as possible, and then protect his woman with his strength. "Okay, I'm looking forward to it." The Moon Maiden smiled sweetly. In the last 2 days before the martial arts festival's finals, Ling Xiao did not go anywhere. He stayed in his residence to consolidate his cultivation. It wasn't easy to consolidate the breakthrough of a super realm. The time it took was also many times more than before. However, he did not find it boring at all. After the origin source energy in his body had been completely converted into heaven essence energy, the power of all his moves had increased by more than 10 times. It was simply terrifying. He could easily kill anyone below the heaven vein realm with one move. The opponent would not have the slightest chance. On the day of the martial arts festival's finals, Ling Xiao came out of seclusion. "Brother Ling, why did you come out of seclusion so late? We were worried that you would miss the finals." As soon as he came out of his room, he saw Long Hao's anxious face. The finals were said to be held at noon. "There's still some time before noon. Don't worry. Have the people from the sect gone?" Ling Xiao realized that his residence was empty. Yes, they said that there would be a game to test the strength of one's attacks before the finals. They all said that they wanted to go and watch the fun, so they left me here to wait for you. Long Hao looked a little anxious. After all, he was still a child. It was natural for him to like crowds. Ling Xiao also liked crowds. Hence, he tidied up a little and went to the finals with Long Hao. Usually, before the finals, there would be some small games, such as testing the strength of one's attacks or strength, etc. It was not forced by the officials. It was just that the warriors found it fun and would try it out. When the two of them arrived near the finals, they saw a huge pillar outside the entrance. There were many people gathered there, and there was a constant clamor. Chapter 777. It can't be, right? My attack only lit up 70 lights? That's a lie. Be content. I only lit up 69 lamps, less than you. Don't doubt it. Although this thing is not a mandatory testing pillar, it is said that it has been here since before the establishment of the sacred dynasty. It is the weapon of a demon king in ancient times. Hearing these people's discussion, Ling Xiao looked up. This was a pillar that was 100 meters tall. Every meter would sense the strength of the attack and then light up. The golden light was very conspicuous. In other words, all 100 lamps were lit up. It seemed that the attack strength of the two people who had just spoken was not bad. "Watch me." Just as Ling Xiao and Long Hao were walking inside, Another young expert stood in front of the huge bronze pillar. Pong! As his fist slammed into the copper pillar immediately emitted a dazzling light. 79 lamps. This combat strength is really strong. To be able to light up 70 lamps, one must be a heavenly pulse warrior. That's right. Many people think that this copper pillar only tests the strength of one's attack. Actually, that's a mistake. I don't know what kind of array this divine weapon has set up, but after attacking, it tests one's overall battle strength, which includes defense, genuine, and attack at the same time. What if someone is hiding their strength? If they hide, of course the test is not real, but is it necessary? Senior brother Ling, I'll try. Long Hao found it interesting and kicked the bronze pillar. 65 lamps, not bad, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Long Hao's cultivation was not yet at the heavenly pulse warrior realm, so it was very rare for him to light up 65 lamps. Moreover, Ling Xiao could feel that this kid had not used his full strength. Well, it was just for fun. There was no need to show his full strength. I didn't expect the sacred city to have such an interesting thing. Let me try. Hearing the voice, Ling Xiao looked back and found that it was Li Xiefeng, a disciple of the Snow Mountain sect in white. This person was one of the most popular figures in this year's martial arts festival. He was qualified to compete for the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. Pong! Golden light flashed. My God! It broke the record. 90 lamps. The bronze pillar was only 100 meters tall. Everything below 90 meters lit up with golden light, looking very beautiful. As expected of one of the most sought-after young geniuses, this guy's cultivation has probably reached the level of a complete Heaven Pulse realm martial artist. The Heaven Essence energy in his body has also been condensed to about 90%. Now that Ling Xiao's cultivation had broken through, his eyesight was much stronger than before. Coupled with the analysis ability of the Mountain River martial spirit, he could easily determine Li Xiefeng's strength. The Snow Mountain sect should get a good result in the martial arts festival this time. That's right. This divine armament is quite amazing. Cultivators of every realm can test it, but the color of their light is different. The martial vein realm is white, the transcendent realm is golden, the heaven realm is red, and the paradise realm is purple. For the young geniuses of the Martial Path Festival, I estimate that 100 golden lights will be the limit. I wonder if anyone can surpass Li Xiefeng. There were many onlookers and even more people talking. Most of them looked at Li Xiefeng with envy and admiration. Li Xiefeng still looked indifferent, but there was a hint of pride in his eyes. This was normal. What's the big deal? Watch me. There were those who were convinced and those who were impressed. Naturally, there were also those who were not. After all, there were more than 200 participants in the martial arts festival. Because of the fast breakthroughs, it was normal for people under the age of 20 to be stronger than them. A young cultivator who did not make it to the top 10 in last year's martial arts festival waved his hand and hit the bronze pillar. The bronze pillar flashed with golden light and reached the 89th meter mark in an instant. Unfortunately, it was only 1 meter away, but it could not go any higher. How is this possible? The young man did not seem to believe it. When he tried again, he directly pulled out his weapon, but the result was still 89 lamps. Although the young man felt very unhappy, there was no one around him who laughed at him. Even Li Xiefeng's expression became serious. 89 lamps. Didn't that mean that his strength was very close to Li Xiefeng's? He would be a strong opponent in the finals. Who's that? You're Ling Xiao, right? That day at the auction house, your words were sharp. I don't know how strong you are. Why don't you try? The one who spoke was a core disciple of the Heavenly King sect. Ling Xiao was not interested in trying. He had the mountains and rivers martial spirit, so he knew how strong he was. However, since the Heavenly King sect's disciple was so arrogant, it would not be good if he did not show his strength. I don't need to show my strength to you. Why don't we have a competition? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. How do we compete? The man asked cautiously. It's very simple. If I light up more lamps than you today, you will kneel down and shout, Heavenly King sect is inferior to Yuehua school 3 times. How about that? Ling Xiao replied. What if you lose? The man asked. I'll do what you say. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Okay, If you lose, you will strip naked and run around the streets of the sacred city, shouting, Ling Xiao deserves to die. Yuehua school is shameless. The disciple of the Heavenly King sect said after thinking for a while. That's ruthless, but it doesn't matter. Let's start. You first. Ling Xiao made an inviting gesture and said, Did I say that I'll compete with you? The man revealed a treacherous smile and whistled. Dao Wuming walked out of nowhere. I'll compete with you. Dao Wuming had always wanted to teach Ling Xiao a lesson, but unfortunately, he couldn't find a chance to do so. Today, he decided to do it on the spur of the moment. Although he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, he could humiliate Ling Xiao and Yuehua school. That way, he could vent his anger and not feel too uncomfortable. Shameless. We agreed that he would compete with my senior brother. Long Hao couldn't help but curse. Junior brother Long. It's not the first time they've been shameless. Why bother? Ling Xiao stopped Long Hao, then looked at Dao Wuming and asked, Dao Wuming, if you compete with me, will you be the one kneeling down later? Yes, it will be me. Dao Wuming nodded and said, But don't look forward to it, because you can't beat me. Hee, is that so? You can start now. Ling Xiao thought to himself, I didn't find trouble with you, but you insisted on giving me a slap. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. Dao Wuming sneered. After circulating his energy for a moment, he punched the bronze pillar with both fists. Buzz. Golden light shone brightly and instantly covered the entire square. 92 lamps. He broke the record again. He's even stronger than Li Xiefeng. I didn't expect the third-ranked core disciple of the Heavenly King sect to be so terrifying. Could it be that the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty will have another Heavenly King sect disciple? Chapter 778. He's too strong. Li Xiefeng frowned slightly and thought to himself, Dao Wuming should be weaker than me. If I use all my strength, I can light up 95 lamps. However, this guy is quite strong. Can that Yuehua school's Ling Xiao do it? He looked at Ling Xiao, only to see that Ling Xiao's expression did not change at all. He walked slowly toward the bronze pillar. How many lamps do you think the top core disciple of Yuehua school, Ling Xiao, can light up? I heard that he won first place in the preliminaries. I think he should light up at least 80 lamps. That's about right. The problem is, he just had to make a bet with Dao Wuming from the Heavenly King Gate. He's going to lose for sure. Ling Xiao smiled when he heard everyone's discussion. Then, he walked to the bronze pillar. He did not circulate his energy or take out his weapon. With his current cultivation and strength, his physical strength alone was enough to surpass Dao Wuming. Unfortunately, that idiot still did not know that. Smack. It was just a light slap. Perhaps the crowd was hallucinating, but the bronze pillar seemed to shake for a moment. Then, a golden light rose. Look, it's 93 lamps. It's a draw. No. Look, it's 93.5 lamps. He won by half a lamp. It's half a meter. Ling shouted it on purpose. If the advantage was too big, Dao Wuming might think that it was normal to lose and not be so angry. However, now that he won by half a lamp, Dao Wuming would probably be furious. How can this be? Dao Wuming was completely dumbfounded. He had originally thought that it would be very easy for him to win against Ling Xiao in this aspect, but he had been defeated by the opponent's seemingly light palm strike. Although he did not win by much, it was that half a lamp advantage that made him angry. How terrifying. I heard that this young man angered Dao Wuming on the street. I thought he was courting death, but I didn't expect him to be so strong. Yeah, he's stronger than Dao Wuming and Li Xiefeng. Yuehua school is really going to rise. The onlookers were astonished. Those who could light up 90 lanterns were all geniuses of the younger generation. Now that the Yuehua school had such a young man, it wouldn't be long before their status in the 12 sects rose significantly. Humph. I merely concealed my strength. Do you really think that I'm inferior to the two of them? Li Shuifeng was originally quite calm, but when he saw that Dao Wuming and Ling Xiao had surpassed him, in a fit of anger, he used all his strength to punch the copper pillar. He didn't lie. 95 lanterns. As expected, he is still the best. Humph. Listening to other people's discussion, Li Xiefeng's heart finally felt a lot more comfortable. However, Ling Xiao wasn't interested in competing with him. He looked at Dao Wuming and said with a smile, "A disciple of the Heavenly King sect should keep his word. Now, kneel down and shout according to what I just said." So what if I don't kneel? How could Dao Wuming keep his promise in such a matter? The only reason he agreed was because he thought that he could win. Now that he had lost, he would definitely go back on his word. Kneel. Suddenly, a huge ghost eye appeared behind Ling Xiao. Its blood-red gaze shone on Dao Wuming. Dao Wuming didn't have any strength to resist at all. He just knelt on the ground in a daze. Then, he shouted according to Ling Xiao's instructions. The Heavenly King sect is shameless. The Heavenly King sect is inferior to Yuehua school. The onlookers were dumbfounded. They had thought that there would be a huge battle between the two. They hadn't expected Dao Wuming to give in so easily. Ling Xiao's soul power was operating very skillfully now. Others couldn't easily detect it. Even if he didn't want others to see his ghost-eye martial soul, others couldn't see it. Therefore, in the eyes of these people, Dao Wuming was completely frightened by Ling Xiao. They were a little baffled. Only Li Xiefeng clenched his teeth. One of his hands was already holding the steel saber at his waist. "Good boy, I've really underestimated you. You know how to operate soul power. However, I've cultivated an indestructible saber intent. Your soul power is useless against me." Li Xiefeng took a deep breath, turned around, and walked toward the martial arts altar. Ling Xiao and the others actually arrived early. After they left, some popular young geniuses came one after another to try the bronze pillar. Did you see what happened just now? The abstruse fire sect is indeed the abstruse fire sect. Lu Taiyin's battle strength has reached 98 lights. He's much stronger than Li Xiefeng. Isn't that obvious? Lu Taiyin is one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. They're both disciples of the abstruse fire sect, but Hong Sanmei's performance is more eye-catching than Lu Taiyin's. He actually reached 99 lights. These two are really scary. Last time, the abstruse fire sect occupied 2 seats among the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. This time, I'm afraid they'll go one step further. Hearing these discussions, Lu Taiyin and Hong Sanmei smiled. They had been under too much pressure recently. In the face of the constantly emerging young geniuses, their advantage was not as big as it was in the last competition. After they left, a few other popular young geniuses took the test. Each one is more awesome than the other. The Qin Bishue of the Blood Saber sect has also lit 99 lights. It's nothing strange. Jian Wuji, one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty, has also reached 99 lights. Dai Yaoling of the spiritual medicine villa is just a girl, but she's also so strong. It's really admirable. It's really scary. This year's martial arts altar is really full of talents and stars. In the future, these people will definitely become the hope of our Sky Dragon continent. Generally speaking, there's not much difference in strength between those who have lit more than 90 lights. It'll be another terrifying breakthrough if 100 lights are lit. I wonder how the top 3 of the last competition are doing. It's out. Long Chun of the Divine Sword sect has lit 98 lights. Bai Qinjiao has lit 99 lights. Damn, Hongli of the Aquamarine Palace is even scarier. She lit 100 lights with a casual strike. It's impossible. How can Hongli be more powerful than her senior sister, Bai Qinjiao? Nothing is impossible. Mo Wushang also took the test. He also lit 100 lights. They are currently the 2 strongest contestants. Both of them lit 100 lights. I'm afraid Hongli will replace her senior sister this time. What about the Holy Sun? Hasn't the Holy Sun taken the test yet? I haven't heard. The Holy Sun hasn't shown up yet. The competition is about to start. I wonder if there's a chance to see the Holy Sun take the test in advance. He's here. The Holy Sun is here. On the main road, a white horse was slowly approaching. On the back of the horse was the Holy Sun, Hai Myungkeo. Beside the Holy Sun was Feng Yaorao. The 2 women, one arrogant and cold, the other charming and charming, were both peerless beauties. Anyone who saw them would take a few more glances. Chapter 780. After the second round of elimination, the top 50 would receive the title of Earth Spirit, which was equivalent to a Viscount of the Sacred Dynasty. The rewards would be better, and they would get more benefits in the future. In the third round, the 50 Earth Spirits were divided into 2 groups. 10 people from each group would advance to the next round. The top 20 would receive the title of Prodigy, which was equivalent to a Viscount of the Sacred Dynasty. In the fourth round, the 20 prodigies would be ranked according to the point system. The 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty and the winner of the Martial Arts Festival would be determined. The process sounded easy, but because most people were about the same strength, the first 3 rounds of elimination were really cruel. No one wanted to lose, so they had to do their best. In this way, it was not only about the strength of the teenagers, but also about their wisdom. Sometimes, you had to give up the battles you should give up. However, it was not easy to judge what battles you should give up and what battles you should not give up. Okay, the rules have been announced. Please go to the rostrum to receive your group number. After the announcement, the head judge injected his heavenly essence force into the announcement, making all the participating disciples stand up. Everyone lined up and drew their number. 10 groups. I don't know what this means. Ling Xiao looked at his number and said to the participating disciples of the Yuehua school, I'm in the second group. Lan Yu also drew a number. I'm in the fourth group. I'm in the sixth group. Dai Yuling and Long Hao's numbers were different from Ling Xiao's. They were lucky that the 4 of them were not in the same group. Long Qian drew the 7th group, which was different from the other people of the Yuehua school. The 5 of them went to report to their respective referees, and they would compete on different stages. Interestingly, Ling Xiao met a familiar person in the 10th group. It was Yin Liehua, who had participated in the preliminaries with him. There was no enmity between the 2 of them. However, Yin Liehua was not convinced by Ling Xiao. During the preliminaries, Yin Liehua didn't put Ling Xiao in his eyes at all. This was because he was ranked 51st in the previous preliminaries and had almost entered the top 50. Fine, since we're in the same group, let me see what level you, the number 1 genius of the preliminaries, can reach. Yin Liehua smiled and went to the side to wait. The group matches soon began. Ling Xiao didn't look at the other groups, because the battles at the beginning weren't that interesting. If he wanted to watch a good show, he would have to wait until the top 20 matches. That would be the real excitement. On the side of Group 10, the battle had already begun. The first to step onto the stage were 2 half-step Empyrean martial artists with 90% of their strength. The 2 of them were equal in strength, so it was very difficult for them to fight. The battle lasted for more than 100 moves before it finally ended. One side won by a single move. The first few battles seemed to be like this, but when Yin Liehua appeared, the situation completely changed. One move. Just one move. Yin Liehua didn't even use his Crimson Flame Spear. It wasn't that his opponent was too weak, but that he was too strong. Ling Xiao also discovered that Yin Liehua was now completely proficient in using the Crimson Flame Spear. Not only that, but his cultivation had also increased by a lot. Compared to when he was in the true Devil Forbidden Zone, this person's strength was at least twice as strong. Even the referee of Group 10 nodded repeatedly, very satisfied with Yin Liehua. This child was ranked 51st in the previous martial arts festival finals. This time, it seems that he has a chance to go further. Not bad, not bad. Yin Liehua looked proudly at Ling Xiao. However, he discovered that Ling Xiao wasn't paying attention to his situation at all. Instead, he was looking elsewhere. Ling Xiao's position in Group 10 was towards the back, so he took advantage of this opportunity to pay attention to the matches of the few people he paid more attention to. In the Yuehua school, the first to attack was Long Hao. Long Hao is now a half-step Empyrean with 80% of his strength, while his opponent was a half-step Empyrean with 90% of his strength. In terms of cultivation, Long Hao was inferior to his opponent. However, the battle situation was completely different from the cultivation level. Long Hao also used only one move to knock his opponent out of the arena. His opponent might not even have seen clearly how he attacked. Seeing this, Ling Xiao wasn't surprised, but the referee of Long Hao's group was a little surprised. The only person who is willing to fight for the Yuehua school is Ling Xiao. I didn't expect Long Hao to be so good. He actually became the first warrior to easily win since the start of the competition. Nodding with satisfaction, Ling Xiao looked to the other side. Dai Yuling also defeated her opponent easily. Lan Yu also won easily. Seeing this, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was very confident in his strength, but Dai Yuling and Long Hao's cultivation levels weren't high enough. The contestants in this final were not weak. It was quite good to be able to get off to a good start. Look, it's Dai Yuling from the Spiritual Medicine Villa. She's probably the strongest contestant in the competition so far. That's right. Dai Yuling was ranked in the top 10 in the last martial arts festival. It's a pity that she didn't advance to the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. Her opponent isn't weak either. He was ranked 31st in the last martial arts festival. He should be able to hold on for some time. As soon as this person finished speaking, the battle on the arena was already over. Dai Yuling merely blew a breath of air, and her opponent fell unconscious on the ground. God, is this the strength of the top 10? She's too strong. She defeated her opponent in one breath. Many of the young disciples who were watching were dumbfounded. The warrior who was ranked 31st in the last martial arts festival was probably at the level of a 90% half-step, heavenly venerable. However, he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Dai Yuling. More importantly, Dai Yuling obviously didn't use her full strength. It seems that the top 10 contestants in the last martial arts festival are all terrifying. It's really a tragedy for other warriors to encounter them. Everyone shook their heads. In their opinion, not only were the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty, but even the top 10 contestants in the last martial arts festival were much stronger than the rest. It could even be said that they weren't on the same level. Dai Yuling? Dai Yuling. Ling Xiao silently recited this girl's name. He always felt that Dai Yuling had an unbearable past. These two girls' names were so similar, and they looked 60 to 70% similar. He definitely wouldn't believe that they didn't know each other. As for Dai Yuling's strength, he didn't care much about it. His only opponent was the Holy Sun, Hai Myung-ko. He didn't put the rest in his eyes at all. It wasn't that he was arrogant, but it was simply bullying to fight a Heaven Vein Realm martial artist with a Heaven Realm cultivation. If he still lost, he might as well find a piece of tofu and kill himself. Ling Xiao, Wang Siru, come on. Ling Xiao originally wanted to watch a little longer, but when he heard his name, he went on stage and looked at his opponent. Wang Siru, a mature Heaven Vein Realm martial artist. She was very strong and ranked 42nd in the last martial arts festival. Her weapon was a crescent blade. Chapter 781. Wang Siru was a mature stage Heaven Pulse martial artist. Leiling Zhao's current cultivation was only that of a mature stage Heaven Pulse martial artist. Hence, Wang Siru did not take him seriously at all. Yuehua School? That's the last place sect? My luck is so good. I got this point. Wang Siru muttered. Suddenly, her feet moved, and she swung her crescent blade towards Ling Zhao's head. The speed of the attack was very fast, and the power was very strong. Although the move wasn't flashy or strange, it was too fast, so it wasn't easy to dodge. The blade flashed like a silver waterfall, and it was terrifying. Ling Xiao stood there without moving. A terrifying killing intent was released along with his sword intent, and it was like a sharp blade piercing into his opponent's heart. No! Wang Siru's blade was still in the air when she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood on the blade, and she fell heavily to the ground. What a terrifying will. The referee of Group 10 looked at the scene in shock. Since the start of the competition, other than Mo Wushang, only Ling Xiao could defeat his opponent with ease. What a pity. Since he was born, why would Liang be born? With Mo Wushang, this Ling Xiao is destined to not go far on this path. The referee sighed. It was said that in ancient times, Liang and you were evenly matched, but you was inferior to Liang in every aspect. In the end, Liang was angered to death by Zhuge Liang. The referee's words were based on this story. As for whether the story was true or not, it was too long ago, and so it was hard to tell. But the referee said that because he felt that Ling Zhao's talent in the secret arts of the soul could not be compared to Mo Wushang's. Ling Xiao heard the referee's words, but he only smiled faintly, turned around, and walked off the stage. His opponent, Wang Siru, had already been carried off the stage. In fact, Wang Siru's injuries were not serious. The key was that she had been frightened by Ling Xiao. She would be fine after a short rest. What is that idiot Wang Xiru doing? Could he have been bribed by Yuehua school? The referee was a Grotto Heaven Realm powerhouse, so he could see that Ling Xiao had used his soul force. However, most of the martial artists here didn't have such a high cultivation, so they didn't know what Ling Xiao had done. He thought that Wang Xiru had gone easy on him. Even Yin Liehua thought the same. But the referee didn't say anything, so no matter how dissatisfied they were, it was useless. Ling Xiao wins. Next up, Wind Devil Listener and Army Breaker are up. As the referee's voice fell, Group 10's side began to discuss. Many of the audience members even looked over. Ling Xiao recognized Army Breaker. He was indeed very strong. However, the audience's attention did not seem to be on him. Instead, it was on Feng Emoting. Wind Devil Listener is finally going up. He was ranked 19th in the previous martial arts festival. He's the strongest in Group 10. That's right. In order to prevent the top 20 from meeting each other too early, each of the 10 groups will have 2 contestants in the top 20. Our 10th group will have Wind Devil Listener, who is ranked 19th, and D1, who is ranked 2nd. These two will probably end up with the highest points in our group. There shouldn't be any surprises. That Army Breaker is said to be a Heavenly Dragon Institute cultivator. I wonder how strong he is. Can he last 10 moves against Wind Devil Listener? It'll be difficult. Army Breaker is just a newcomer. Not to mention 10 moves, he'll be thankful if he can last 4 or 5 moves against Wind Devil Listener. However, the discussion of the crowd made Ling Xiao reveal a hint of a smile. Could a newcomer be looked down on? Although Army Breaker didn't enter the top 6 in the preliminaries, his strength was definitely above Wind Devil Listener's. Ling Xiao was confident. As for Wind Devil Listener, he was dressed like a typical ninja. His appearance was sinister, and there was a black aura lingering between his eyebrows. It was the result of killing innocent people. If he didn't resolve it as soon as possible, his cultivation would go berserk sooner or later. Ling Xiao didn't have a good impression of this kind of person. However, his judgment wasn't affected by his emotions. One had to know that Army Breaker wanted to kill him in the True Devil Forbidden Land. He didn't have a good impression of Army Breaker. But in terms of strength, Army Breaker was indeed stronger. There was no doubt about it. This guy actually used a sword, the same sword as Ling Xiao. Standing there, he exuded an aura of destruction. If he didn't guess wrong, this guy should have comprehended the destruction sword intent. Ling Xiao looked at the two of them with interest. On the battle stage, the two of them stood more than 10 meters apart, and their faces were filled with confidence. Army Breaker, since you're a disciple of the Heavenly Dragon Institute, take the initiative to admit defeat. Otherwise, it'll be ugly. Wind Devil Listener looked at Army Breaker and said indifferently. His tone was filled with confidence and pride. Ha 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 ha. Army Breaker suddenly laughed wildly. What are you laughing at? Wind Devil Listener frowned. I'm laughing at an idiot like you. You can't even last 3 moves under my hands. As soon as these words came out, it was like a pot of boiling water was poured into the crowd. Not only the participants of the 10th group, but the surrounding audience also snorted at Army Breaker's words. This guy was too boastful. He didn't even enter the top 6 in the preliminaries. His strength shouldn't be comparable to Yin Liehua. Yet, he dared to say such words in front of Wind Devil Listener? Who was Wind Devil Listener? He was ranked 20th in the previous batch. Yin Liehua was only ranked 51st. Even in the Heavenly King sect, Wind Devil Listener was ranked 6th among the top 10 core disciples. In terms of cultivation, he wasn't inferior to a Mo Wushang, Dao Wuming, and the others. The martial arts he cultivated were all Jade grade martial arts of the Heavenly King sect. He was definitely one of the top cultivators in this stage. It was just that his reputation wasn't as resounding. What ability did this Army Breaker have to look down on him? Interesting. Wind Devil Listener was so angry at Army Breaker's words that he laughed. I originally thought that we were on the same side, so I didn't want to make a move against you. But you really don't know what's good for you. You said you could defeat me in 3 moves? I'm not that arrogant. I'll definitely make you roll out of the stage in 5 moves. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and make your move. Army Breaker was still holding his breath. In the preliminaries, The reason why he didn't become one of the last 6 wasn't because he was weaker than the other 6. It was because he was tricked by the illusion that appeared at the end. It was a bit embarrassing to say it out loud. He didn't want to mention it again. Right now, he just wanted to show his strength in the finals as soon as possible. He wanted to let those people know that he wasn't a coward. Unfortunately, Wind Devil Listener had become a stepping stone for him to prove himself. As you wish, Wind Devil Listener sneered. His storage ring flashed, and a narrow, long sword used by ninjas appeared in his hand. With a light flick of his wrist, the long sword burst out with dozens of bird-shaped lightning sword chi that flew towards Army Breaker. Every saber chi was mixed with terrifying will of thunder and lightning. Although it was not very powerful, it could pose a great threat to warriors below the celestial realm. Chapter 782. Eagle Soars the Sky. That's one of Wind Devil Ting's signature moves, Thunderbird Sword Technique. It's the most powerful. It seems like he's planning to defeat Army Breaker in one move. Novel lot, that's right. When the Thunderbird Sword Technique is executed with the special narrow saber in his hand, not only is its power not reduced at all, after he modified it, it has even increased. In addition, the eagle soars the sky will transform into 12 Thunderbirds, and their speed is extremely fast. They will attack the enemy from all directions, making it impossible for the enemy to dodge. Once attacked, they'll face continuous attacks. If they can't find a way to deal with it, they can only be beaten. Listening to the discussions of the warriors, Ling Xiao had a different opinion. Wind Devil Ting wasn't weak. He used the sword technique as a saber technique. The power didn't decrease, but instead increased. But a sword technique was a sword technique. A saber technique was a saber technique. There was always a difference. Ling Xiao felt that Wind Devil Ting was doing something stupid. If he used a sword, this sword technique could be improved to a more terrifying level. But then again, the disciples of the Heavenly King sect were different. They could casually practice this Jade Grade martial technique, and they even comprehended a bit of lightning and tint. Of course, it wasn't complete. It probably had something to do with Wind Devil Ting's martial soul. Lose. Wind Devil Ting stood proudly with one move. He had absolute confidence in this move. With Army Breaker's strength, it was impossible for him to dodge it. He had already prepared his follow-up moves. Once he unleashed his combo, Army Breaker would definitely be defeated. Seeing this sword, Army Breaker only grinned. He was using a sword. A real sword, not the narrow sword in Wind Devil Ting's hand. Thunderbird Sword Technique? I'll teach you the true essence of this sword technique today. Army Breaker sneered. He waved the sword in his hand, which was entwined with the lightning attribute. Dozens of Thunderbird sword chi burst out, but his sword chi was sharper and more natural. Eagle soars the sky. Boom. The same moves collided in the air. The energy caused by the collision forced both of them back. However, Wind Demon was clearly in a more difficult position. How come you also know Thunderbird sword technique? Wind Demon could not believe it. This sword technique should be a secret of the Sky King sect. Unless one was a disciple of the Sky King sect, no one could learn it. What was even more incomprehensible to him was that Army Breaker's Eagle Soars the Sky was even more powerful than his own attack. This was unacceptable to him. The audience and martial artists below the stage were also a little confused. However, Ling Xiao understood the reason. The Heavenly Dragon Institute itself was based on the Heavenly King sect, so Army Breaker could also be said to be a disciple of the Heavenly King sect. It was normal for him to learn the Thunderbird sword technique. As for why his moves were stronger than Wind Devil Listeners, it was because Army Breaker used a real sword. This was Ling Xiao's previous judgment. Amazing! This Army Breaker actually broke through Wind Devil Listen's technique. This is really unexpected. This Army Breaker's results in the preliminaries were clearly not that good. How come he's so powerful now? Maybe he hid his strength in the preliminaries. It seems like this martial arts festival's finals will be interesting. Geniuses and monsters are emerging one after another. I wonder what surprises will happen next. Although many people did not understand why Army Breaker could learn the Thunderbird sword technique and how his sword technique could break Wind Devil Listen's sword technique, they still had some eyesight. At the very least, they could see that Army Breaker's strength was not below Wind Devil Listen's. It could even be said that Army Breaker was stronger than Wind Devil Listen. Admit defeat. You're not my match. Army Breaker did not answer Wind Devil Listen's question. Instead, he said domineeringly, "Humph, you really think you can beat me like this?" Wind Devil Listen snorted coldly, his eyes narrowing into slits. Thunderbird snake transformation. After all, he was the 19th ranked expert in the last martial arts festival. He was also the 6th ranked core disciple of the Heavenly King sect. Even if Army Breaker blocked his attack, he would not be defeated instantly. After a moment of panic and uneasiness, he quickly regained his composure. He spun the narrow blade in his hand around his body, and the Thunderbird transformed into a slender snake bird. Then, it twisted its slender body and shot toward Army Breaker. At the same time, a bird made entirely of lightning appeared behind Wind Fiend Listener. That should be his martial soul, the Thunderhawk. Stubborn. Army Breaker sneered. A martial soul appeared behind him. It was also a Thunderhawk. However, it was stronger than Wind Devil Listen's in terms of size and brilliance. Although his opponent's move was very powerful, the angle of the blade chi was very strange. Ordinary strength-type fighters would find it very difficult to block. Dodging was not very possible. They could only defend with all their might. However, Army Breaker was a strength-type fighter, but he was a little different. With the Thunderhawk martial soul, he grasped a small amount of lightning intent. He could make his moves extremely fast in an instant. It was the same move, the same collision. Army Breaker's sword stabbed out at an even stranger angle. Not only did it shatter the snake bird, but it also stabbed Wind Devil Listen's leg. It's over. Ling Xiao lightly shook his head. Actually, in his opinion, Army Breaker was stronger than Wind Devil Listen in terms of his martial soul and control over lightning intent. The two of them were actually very close in strength. Victory or defeat depended entirely on their performance in battle. And it was clear that Army Breaker's performance was more outstanding. Just as Ling Xiao said, the battle was over. Army Breaker kicked Wind Devil Listen off the stage. From beginning to end, Wind Devil Listen had been led by the nose by Army Breaker. Of course, the biggest problem was that there was a big problem with his choice of weapon. He should not have chosen to use a blade to display a sword technique. Even if the two were very close, it was still not good. If he liked using a blade, he could have just cultivated a blade technique. After smoothly defeating Wind Demon Listener, Army Breaker instantly became the most popular person in the 10th group, his fame unparalleled. The experts in the other groups also noticed Army Breaker's existence. In the end, he still couldn't hold back. Feng Yarao sighed and said, since Qian Jun was selected to become a disciple of Heavenly Dragon Institute, his potential and strength are extremely astonishing. Although his martial spirit is not an immemorial martial spirit, it is not inferior to an immemorial martial spirit. I guess Army Breaker will emerge from the 10th group. In that group, other than Wind Devil Listen and Diwan, there are no other experts. That's right. He even defeated Wind Devil Ting. Isn't that a piece of cake? The most miserable ones are the people in the first 5 groups. The top 10 are all in the first 5 groups. Fortunately, there are only 10 people in each group. Otherwise, these people would cry to death. Yeah, didn't you see that in the first few groups, when they encountered experts like Holy Sun and Imo Wushang, they directly chose to forfeit? In any case, losing 1 or 2 matches is nothing. They still have a chance to advance. Chapter 783. In the midst of the audience's discussion, the matches continued and ended one after another. In novel, Lottie, the further they went, the faster the battles ended. Because the experts made their moves, sometimes they defeated their opponents in 10 moves. Sometimes they even finished the battle in 1 or 2 moves. Some even went on stage and admitted defeat. Of course, this kind of battle happened when the gap in strength between the two sides was relatively large. It accounted for about 1/3 of all the battles. Most of the battles still needed more than 100 moves to determine the winner. After all, there were still many people with similar strength. After watching the battle between Army Breaker and Wind Demon Ting, Ling Xiao turned his head again to watch the battles of the few people he cared about. Lan Yu was very stable. So far, the only opponent she met who could last more than 20 moves with her was the guy who ranked in the top 20 in the last martial arts festival. The rest of the people couldn't last more than 20 moves under her hands. She was like a fresh and refined moon goddess. As long as the image of the Moonlight Maiden appeared behind her, her opponent would be completely defeated by her tide-like attacks. Every move of hers contained the concept of moonlight like water, making her opponents retreat before the battle even started. Long Chen's performance was more fierce than hers. So far, no one could last more than 10 moves under Long Chen's hands. He was like a valiant iron blood warrior. His attacks were powerful and his moves were powerful. Every move seemed to contain the majesty and power of the Dragon Clan. Standing in front of him was like standing in front of a huge divine dragon. It wasn't easy for people to stand still under the awe of the dragon might. In front of these two people, they weren't convinced at first and insisted on fighting. But as the competition went on, many people probably realized how terrifying they were. So in those two groups, when facing Lan Yu and Long Chun, some people began to admit defeat. It was because there was no need to fight with such people. In the end, they wouldn't get any benefits. Instead, it would affect their future battles. When fighting with Lan Yu, they always felt that their muscles were frozen after the battle. It would affect their performance in the next few battles. And fighting with Long Chun was even more painful. As long as they fought, they would either break bones or break tendons. In any case, after the battle, their whole body would be covered in scars. Moreover, they were all internal injuries, which had a greater impact. On the other hand, the two of them were neither out of breath nor red in the face. They seemed to be fighting very easily. In comparison, Dai Yuling and Long Hao's battle did not go so smoothly. However, the two of them were ultimately young geniuses. Coupled with their special martial souls, Dai Yuling had only lost one match so far. Furthermore, she had lost to a martial artist who was ranked in the top 10 in the previous tournament. Long Hao was more unlucky. He lost 2 matches, but his opponents were too strong. One was ranked 9th in the previous tournament, and the other was ranked 10th in the previous tournament. It was already not easy for him to recover as soon as possible after losing. If the difference in strength was not too great, even if the opponent's cultivation was higher than theirs, they would still be able to win the battle. This was the aptitude of a genius. The current Yuehua school had completely surpassed the 3 sects of the South and the 3 sects of the East based on the results of the martial arts festival. 4 people from Yuehua school made it to the finals. Jin Wuji was the only one from the Sword King sect. There was only Ying Wuya in the Beast King Palace. As for the 3 sects of the South, the Gu King sect had 3 people, the Poison King sect had 1, and the Tang sect had 2. None of them had as many people as Yuehua school. Moreover, the 3 sects of the South had lost their top core disciples, Tang Jiu, Bei Duangcheng, and Li Yudao, to Ling Xiao. Therefore, although there were still many participants, it was a pity that most of them would be eliminated in the first round. The truly powerful sects were the Heavenly King sect, the Aquamarine Sacred Palace, and the Abstruse Fire sect. The number of participants from these 3 sects had already accounted for more than half of the participants. Of the remaining half, the 3 sects of the West made up the majority. Although the 3 sects of the East have fewer participants in this year's martial arts festival, their quality is not low. The martial artists from the 3 sects of the East were discussing below. That's right. Jin Wuji is one of the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. In this competition, he has defeated his opponents in 1 move, or his opponents have voluntarily surrendered. Ying Wuya is also very strong. He has already fought 4 matches and won all of them easily. Also, the people from Yuehua school have performed very well. Long Chun is also a disciple of the Divine Sword sect in the East. His performance is even more eye-catching. In the stands, Celestial Master Heavenly Eye and Celestial Master Golden Light were also discussing the grand occasion of the competition. Now it seems that the banner of the 3 sects of the East needs to be carried by Yuehua school. Celestial Master Golden Light sighed with emotion. Our Yuehua school has never been so glorious for so many years. Celestial Master Heavenly Eye nodded and said with a smile, "That's right. Lan Yu, Dai Yuling, Long Hao, In the genius Ling Xiao, our Yuehua school can be said to have multiple layers of insurance. This is a rare heyday for us. I believe that after this martial arts festival, we will definitely become an important sect among the 12 sects. Heavenly Eye, do you think all 4 of them can make it to the next round? Of course. It won't be a problem for the 4 of us to make it to the top 100 and get the title of Outstanding Talent. However, to make it to the top 50, I think the safest choice is Ling Xiao and Lan Yu. The other 2 will have to depend on luck and performance. Celestial Master Heavenly Eye thought for a moment and said, I think so too. However, it's a miracle for the 4 disciples to make it to the top 100 and become outstanding talents. Even if it's just a small step forward, it's a new beginning. Celestial Master Golden Light nodded and said, let's not talk about it. Ling Xiao's match seems to have started again. His opponent seems to be Yin Liehua in the preliminaries. Celestial Master Heavenly Eye suddenly said. Celestial Master Golden Light nodded. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Ling Xiao's arena. In order to let the people in the stands see the battles on all 10 arenas, the venue of the finals was very cleverly designed. No matter from which angle you looked at it, you could see the scene you wanted to see. It was probably a strange formation set up by a formation master. On the 10 arenas, Ling Xiao and Yin Liehua were 10 meters apart from each other. Ling Xiao, your progress really surprised me. However, today, I have completely mastered the Crimson Flame Spear and strengthened my Devil Spear martial spirit. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to win against me. As a disciple of the Profound Fire sect, Yin Liehua didn't want to lose to Ling Xiao easily. Otherwise, it would be a bit too shameful. However, he was obviously afraid of Ling Xiao. When fighting with others, he wouldn't talk nonsense at all. He would just fight directly and win easily. However, when fighting with Ling Xiao, he wanted to use psychological warfare. He wanted to make Ling Xiao fear his Devil Spear martial spirit. In this way, he might have a chance to win. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong target for psychological warfare. Not to mention him, among the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty, except for the Holy Sun, the rest were not in Ling Xiao's eyes. However, there was no other way. Yin Liehua didn't have the confidence to defeat Ling Xiao, so he could only play this little trick. Chapter 784. Yin Liehua, it's your luck that you didn't make things difficult for me in the preliminaries. Admit defeat, and I'll give you a chance to retreat. La Ling Xiao looked at Yin Liehua indifferently and said. He wasn't being sarcastic, but he was genuinely being kind. Because once defeated by him, Yin Liehua would definitely be greatly affected. There would definitely be problems in the following battles. Yin Liehua was so angry that his face turned red. A warrior can be killed but not humiliated. Even if I don't win today, I won't let you have an easy time. Prairie Fire Spear Technique? With a roar, Yin Liehua used all the remaining Heavenly Origin energy in his body. The Crimson Heavenly Origin energy condensed on the long spear in his hand, and angry flames constantly burst out. The long spear pierced out, and the flames tumbled. It was like a ferocious beast pouncing on Ling Xiao, emitting an extremely dangerous aura. Sai, why do you have to do this? Ling Xiao could tell that Yin Liehua's attack was extremely powerful. It was probably this guy's strongest move at the moment. If it was used against others, it might be effective. However, it was purely a waste to use it against him. He gently raised his hand, and a sword light flashed. A chi sword pierced through the air and turned into a golden light. The crimson flames that filled the sky seemed to have encountered danger and began to rapidly retreat. They were pierced back by the chi sword. Boom! The chi sword pierced through Yin Liehua's protective chi and sent him flying. One move ended. I already said that it would have been better if you had just admitted defeat. Now, not only have you revealed your trump card, but you have also used up a large amount of Zhen Yuan. Even the heavenly essence energy that you worked so hard to gather has been wasted. Ling Xiao glanced indifferently at Yin Liehua below the stage, then turned around and walked off the stage without a speck of dust. Seeing this, the faces of the Profound Fire sect people changed greatly. Although Yin Liehua was not as good as Lu Taiyin and Hong Sanmei, he was still a core disciple of the Profound Fire sect. Facing Ling Xiao, he was defeated in one move. This was truly unexpected to them, and they were somewhat shocked. Thinking back to before entering the true Devil Forbidden Land, Ling Xiao was simply an insignificant person, and very few people knew his name. However, today, Ling Xiao had defeated Yin Liehua so easily. Wasn't this increase in fighting strength a little too terrifying? What was even more terrifying was that just by looking at this battle, one could tell that Ling Xiao had not used his full strength at all. Sigh. It's true that every generation produces new talents. This Ling Xiao is probably at the level of the sixth young master of the Holy Dynasty. The gap between Liehua and him is too big. Lu Taiyin sighed and said, Samadhi, we have another difficult enemy. Ling Xiao wins. Group 10's referee announced the results of the battle, but his face revealed a shocked expression. As a Grotto Heaven Realm powerhouse, he originally believed that he had seen through Ling Xiao. He believed that Ling Xiao was only a martial artist skilled in soul techniques and was definitely lacking in other aspects. But now, it seemed that the secret soul technique was only one of this kid's skills. This kid's strength was far beyond his expectations. One move? No, strictly speaking, Ling Xiao was just defending, and he defeated Yin Liehua while he was at it. Group 10's referee muttered to himself, now it seems that the battle for first place in Group 10 will be between him and Army Breaker. D1 is still slightly inferior. There were many martial artists who were paying attention to this battle. They originally thought that it would be an evenly matched battle, but in the end, it was completely one-sided. My goodness, this Yuehua School's Ling Xiao is not only bold, but also astonishingly powerful. Yes, now that I think about it, no one can withstand one move in front of him and not be defeated. His attacks are too strange. It's really surprising. I thought that there were no experts in Group 10. Only Feng Ma Ting, D1, and Army Breaker are not bad. Now it seems that Ling Xiao is also one of them. His strength is probably not inferior to Army Breaker. You're right. I completely agree. This person's moves are extremely strange. I can't even see what moves he uses during the battle. I wonder how much strength he used to defeat Yin Liehua? I estimate that it should be at least 60 to 70%. Otherwise, it would be too exaggerated. Army Breaker's complexion was ugly as he listened to everyone's discussion. He felt that Ling Xiao had only used half of his strength in that attack. He was truly a strong opponent. Against Ling Xiao, his chances of winning weren't high. If Ling Xiao had used half of his strength to defeat Yin Liehua, then he would have a 50% chance of winning. But if Ling Xiao had used 40% of his strength, then it would be difficult for him to defeat Ling Xiao. No matter how fast this kid grows, it's impossible for him to be so strong. I estimate that he's only using half of his strength. Army Breaker tried his best to comfort himself, telling himself not to panic. Because they were in the same group, he and Ling Xiao would meet sooner or later. It was just that it was uncertain whether they would fight. Perhaps both of them had accumulated enough points to advance to the next round. Then there would be no need to fight. Ling Xiao, who had returned to his seat, happened to meet Lan Yuer, who had just finished her battle and was resting. Junior brother Ling, how much strength did you use to defeat Yin Liehua? Lan Yuer asked with interest. This question isn't easy to answer. Let's put it this way. How much strength do you need to use to defeat an ant? Ling Xiao asked back. What? Lan Yuer, Long Hao, Dai Yuling, and the others were dumbfounded. They knew that Ling Xiao was very strong, but they never thought that in Ling Xiao's eyes, Yin Liehua was just an ant. Why would he need to use his strength to defeat an ant? Heavens, that Yin Liehua was the 51st ranked expert of the previous martial arts festival. Taking a deep breath, Lan Yuer and Dai Yuling looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They were constantly getting stronger, but gradually, they found that the gap between them and Ling Xiao was getting wider and wider. This guy could really be called a peerless genius. When he broke through, it was simply crazy. Lan Yuer looked at Jin Wuji, then looked at the Holy Sun, Hai Myung-ko, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. I really feel sorry for that Jin Wuji and Hai Myung-ko. They thought that they could easily crush junior brother Ling, but they didn't expect that the advantage they had accumulated with so much effort would be destroyed so easily. Long Chen's battle had also smoothly ended. He still finished the battle in 10 moves. Looking at Ling Xiao and the dejected Yin Liehua not far away, he understood everything. As a proud member of the dragon race, he couldn't betray Ling Xiao at all, because Ling Xiao was too scary. In his heart, Ling Xiao was a complete monster. He had a calmness and composure that didn't match his age. Moreover, he had an extremely terrifying analysis and judgment. Of course, the most terrifying thing was that no matter how hard he worked, no matter how powerful the dragon race's talent was, it wasn't worth mentioning in front of this monster. In fact, Long Chun didn't understand. He worked hard, but Ling Xiao worked 10 times harder than him. This was a guy who cultivated crazily and didn't care about his life. With the help of the mountain and river martial spirit, it was normal for him to have today's growth. Chapter 785. In the next few battles, Ling Xiao's battles became extremely easy. As soon as he got on the stage, his opponents immediately admitted defeat. After witnessing Ling Xiao's battle, no one was willing to waste their time and energy on him. They had already witnessed Yin Liehua's painful lesson. After the battle with Ling Xiao, Yin Liehua lost 3 battles in a row. Only then did he gradually regain his momentum. Advancing to the next round shouldn't be a problem, but it was too difficult. Seeing this situation, Long Hao was envious. Senior brother Ling, you just showed off your strength, and those people were so scared that they didn't dare to fight with you. I can't do it anymore. It's too difficult. If you encounter an opponent that you can't defeat, try to give up. This is a wise move. This is the battle strategy I've formulated for you. If you fight according to this, you will definitely advance to the next round. When Ling Xiao had nothing to do, he came up with an advancement strategy for Long Hao and Dai Yuling. It was nothing more than fighting to win against whoever you encounter and giving up against whoever you encounter. Lan Yu and Long Chun didn't need it. They were strong enough and could easily advance to the next round. Thank you so much, Senior Brother Ling. I've been having a headache because of this. Although Long Hao's strength wasn't bad and he had a high chance of advancing, it would be too embarrassing if he failed miserably. With Ling Xiao's battle strategy and his strength, he had a 100% chance of advancing to the next round. Long Hao had never doubted Ling Xiao's judgment. After being together for so long, he knew all too well how good his senior brother's analytical skills were. Go, fight with peace of mind. Don't care about what others are saying. Just advance to the next round, Ling Xiao reminded. After all, Long Hao was young and impetuous. What he was most afraid of was that he couldn't help but throw the battle strategy aside after hearing the audience's discussion. Don't worry, Senior Brother Ling. I'll bet my ears. Hee. Junior Brother Ling, look over there. Ing Wuya seems to be in trouble. Lan Yu's voice suddenly rang in Ling Xiao's ears. Ling Xiao looked over. Ing Wuya was the only remaining finalist from the Beast King Palace. His journey had been smooth sailing, but this time, he had run into trouble. His opponent was third young Master Bai, who ranked 29th in the last martial arts festival. Both of their martial spirits were giant rocks. However, Ing Wuya's martial spirit was the golden-winged great rock, while third young Master Bai's martial spirit was the snow domain great rock. His martial soul was shining with golden light. The other martial soul was covered in ice and snow. They were all very beautiful. On the battlefield, the two continued to exchange blows. Their shadows flickered, making it difficult for ordinary people to catch sight of them with their naked eyes. Judging from the current situation, the two of them seemed to be evenly matched. However, Ling Xiao could see very clearly that this third young Master Bai's strength was much stronger than Ing Wuya's. The reason why there was a situation where they were evenly matched was purely because this third young Master Bai was playing around. Rumor had it that this person loved to toy with his opponents, just like a cat that had caught a mouse. He could obviously slap his opponent to death with his paw, but he insisted on teasing his opponent. You're almost done with your moves. It's really boring. It doesn't interest me at all. Let's end this boring battle. During the battle, third young Master Bai actually yawned. Then, his attacks suddenly became fierce and powerful, completely suppressing Ing Wuya in an instant. Giant rock spreading wings, golden light kill. Ing Wuya's face was filled with anger. He suddenly stretched out his hands, and the golden rock martial soul behind him emitted a dazzling golden light, making many people around him unable to see anything. It was as if a golden sun had fallen on the stage. Insignificant skill. Third young master by sneered. His figure suddenly turned into a white light, and he kicked Ing Wuya's chest, kicking him out of the stage. Puff! Ing Wuya spat out blood, and his eyes were blurred. The physical injuries were not serious, but the psychological blow was very serious. Ha ha ha, the disciples of the three Eastern sects are all trash. None of them are decent. Third young master Bai laughed and walked down the stage. Hearing this, Ing Wuya's blurred eyes instantly became clear. Third young master Bai, I'm not your opponent, but there will be people from the three Eastern sects who will take care of you. Ing Wuya thought of Ling Xiao. He had suffered a big blow from Ling Xiao. He had already refined his fragile little heart, and it was not so easy to fall into depravity. Are you talking about Jian Wuji? It's a pity to tell you that Jian Wuji has already left the Sword King sect and is now a disciple of the Sky Dragon Institute. Third young master Bai did not dare to look down on Jian Wuji. Not him. I'm talking about another person. Ing Wuya looked at Ling Xiao. The three Eastern sects' face was all on Ling Xiao. That's the chief core disciple of the Yuehua school? Hee, it's not bad to defeat Yin Liehua, but do you think I'm afraid of him? To tell you the truth, even Diwan and Feng Mating are no match for me now. Third young master Bai sneered. So what? Ing Wuya asked with a smile. What do you mean? Nothing. If you're afraid of Jian Wuji, then you'll lose without a doubt. Ing Wuya smiled faintly and returned to his seat with the help of the Beast King Palace's disciples. Many people below the stage were paying attention to the battle, and all kinds of discussions started again. Third young master Bai's strength is probably stronger than before. Was he 29 or 30 in the last tournament? Anyway, it seems like he's stronger than Feng Emoting, who was ranked 19 in the last tournament. That Ing Wuya is not weak, but it's a pity that he met third young master Bai. Are the disciples of the three Eastern sects really short-lived? That Ling Xiao is also one of them? Didn't you hear what Ing Wuya said? Ling Xiao is probably stronger than Jian Wuji. Who doesn't know how to brag? Anyway, you don't have to pay taxes. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Do you think third young master Bai can make it to the list of Sky Prides this time? Probably. There are a total of 20 Sky Prides, and the top 10 in the last tournament are too strong. It's impossible for any of them to fall behind. The remaining 10 spots will be contested. Third young master Bai is probably stronger than Feng Emoting, but he'll be at the bottom of the list. You're right. There are a lot of new faces in this year's martial arts festival. In addition, there are some people from the previous martial arts festival who have completely matured in this year's competition. It's really too difficult to enter the top 20. Yeah, Holy Sun, Mo Wushang by Qianjiao, Lu Taiyin, Hong Sanmei, Jian Wuji, Qin Bishue, Li Xiefeng, Dai Yaoling, and Dao Wuming are all on the same level. I don't think anyone can shake their positions. The remaining 10 spots are up for grabs. Hee, I think Hongli from the Jadewater Divine Palace is stronger than her senior sister by Qianjiao. She'll be ranked 11th for now. There are 9 people left. Don't forget about Feng Yaolao and Army Pua from the Sky Dragon Institute. They'll definitely occupy 2 spots. In the previous battle strength test, one of them had 98 golden lamps, while the other had 96 golden lamps. Chapter 786. What about Long Chun from the Divine Sword Sect? He has 100 golden lamps. He should be ranked ahead of the other 2, right? These 3 are the 12th, 13th, and 14th. What about the rest? It's hard to say for the rest. We have to wait and see. After all, it's just a group elimination round. The warriors who were not qualified to participate in the competition were bored. They would always find something to do, such as guessing the names of the 20 Sky Prides. As long as they could guess more than 10, they would receive a reward. This was also a good entertainment for them. However, the top 10 were generally easier to guess. The further one went, the more difficult it would be. Unless their performance was extremely outstanding, they were not qualified to be ranked in the top 10. The previous combat strength test could only be used as a reference. It could not be used as a complete standard. When everyone was discussing, the competition did not stop. Ling Xiao, Shangguandi, duel. I admit defeat. The baby-faced Shangguandi gave up the duel with Ling Xiao because he knew that he was no match for him. Ling Xiao, Yu Yin, duel. I admit defeat too. Ling Xiao, I admit defeat. Ling Xiao, I admit defeat. Just as Long Hao envied him, Ling Xiao's next dozen or so opponents all chose to admit defeat. These people were not timid. They were just more rational. They did not want to waste their energy and time in the battle with Ling Xiao. Compared to Ling Xiao, among the remaining disciples of the Eastern sect, only Long Chun had not lost a single duel. After fighting more than 10 duels, Lan Yu lost 1 duel. She could not be blamed because her opponent was in the top 10 of the previous tournament. Her level was not up to that position. Naturally, she was not a match for them. But even so, she maintained her usual steady fighting style. In the end, she was defeated after 100 moves. Seeing this scene, the onlookers were a little surprised in their hearts. They had included this delicate and pretty unknown female warrior in the list of the 20 Heavens Prides. After Ing Wuya lost to third young Master Bai, he lost 2 more matches. Both of them were opponents who were on par with third young Master Bai, but even so, he still had no problem advancing. Lung Hao and Dai Yuling were both following Ling Xiao's advancement strategy. They were very restrained. He decisively gave up on the matches that he should have given up. As for the matches that he should have won, he did not lose a single one. At this rate, the 2 of them would have no problem advancing to the next level. The final battle, Ling Xiao versus Di Wan. When they met Ling Xiao before, Army Breaker and Wind Demon Listener both chose to admit defeat. It wasn't that the 2 of them were afraid of Ling Xiao. They simply didn't want to waste their energy on Ling Xiao in the group stage. After all, they had enough points to advance to the next stage. However, this Di Wan seemed to be someone who was unwilling to admit defeat. He planned to have a fight with Ling Xiao and defeat this Yuehua school disciple who had been bragging about his prowess. Lose. Ling Xiao didn't even look at Di Wan. He directly threw out a chi sword. The chi sword flew through the air and pierced through Di Wan's protective Zhen Yuan. Then, it pierced through Di Wan's body and sent her flying off the stage. He didn't even give his opponent a chance to make a move because it was a waste of time. Ling Xiao wins. The referee of Group 10 seemed to have expected this result, so he shouted the result when Ling Xiao made his move. However, what surprised him was that the battle was already over before he finished shouting. Strong. Really strong. Not only is his sword move strange, but it's also extremely fast. I now understand why Army Breaker and Wind Demon Listener admitted defeat. Even if you win against such a person, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. Now it seems that this Ling Xiao is at least ranked 19 out of the 20 Sky Prides. Too low. I think 15 is more like it. Number 11 is Hongli. There is absolutely no problem. This woman is so strong that even Bai Qinjiao is afraid of her. I even suspect that she can become one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. Number 12 should be Long Chen. He is stronger than Feng Yaorao. Because the group stage was basically over, the judgment of each warrior's strength was more accurate. Except for the top 10, the rest of the 20 Sky Prides had some changes. Of course, this was just the audience's speculation. It might not be accurate. Number 13 should be Feng Yaorao. Number 14 should be Lan Yuer. Number 15 should be Ling Xiao. Number 16 should be Army Breaker. Number 17 should be Third Young Master Bai. Number 18 should be Long Xiao Xiao. Number 19 should be Ning Wushuang of the Heavenly King Sect. Number 20 should be Gue Sueisho of the Blue Water Palace. Of course, such a ranking couldn't be completely accurate. However, based on the performance of the group stage, the order might be wrong, but the people were probably these people. After the first round of elimination, more than 200 people became 100 people. Moreover, these warriors were all given the title of Outstanding Talent. Ha ha ha, this is a miracle of miracles. There are actually 4 disciples from our Yuehua school in the top 100. This is really rare. The 3 clans in the south have been eliminated. In the east, only Ing Wuya of the Beast King Palace, Long Chun of the Divine Sword Sect, and our Yuehua school are left. Heavenly Master Golden Ray was very happy. Of course, he was happy. In the past, The Yuehua school had always been at the bottom of the 12 clans. They couldn't even enter the finals. But this time, not only did they enter the finals, but 4 of them also entered the top 100. This was really an unprecedented grand occasion. It's still too early to be happy. The second round will be even crueler. It will be very difficult to enter the top 50. Heavenly Master Heavenly Eyes had a satisfied smile on his face, but he was still careful with what he said. It's okay. I believe that Ling Xiao and Lan Yuer will definitely enter the top 50. As for Rain Numinous and Long Hao, just try your best. I won't force them. Heavenly Master Golden Ray was now a little impatient. He was already overjoyed that his disciple, Long Hao, could enter the top 100. What else could he be dissatisfied with now? After a short break, the second round of the elimination round resumed. According to the rules, the first and last groups would merge. The remaining 5 groups would still have 20 people in each group, and only 10 people would be able to enter the next round. But now, the number of this group was changed to 1. Originally, the first group had the Holy Sun, Hai Myung Ko, and the Demon Eye, Mo Wushang, these 2 killing machines. Of course, the second round of the elimination round was different from the previous round. In this round, each person in each group would fight 10 battles. It was completely random within the group. So, it was still a question whether they would be able to meet Hai Myung Ko or Mo Wushang. Ling Xiao also didn't want to meet them so soon. Firstly, he still needed to observe their battle. Secondly, it was more interesting to leave the exciting battle for the last. That was the best way to maximize the effect. Of course, if he really met them, he would also do his best. But he felt that it was unlikely. The people from the Heavenly King Gate also hoped that he would lose the battle in front of everyone. In other words, the more spectators, the better. Chapter 787. Now, there were 5 arenas, but there would only be 1 arena in the final round. Of course, there would be more attention. It would not be a problem for the Heavenly King sect and the Sacred Dynasty to do something in the drawing of lots. They would arrange for the Holy Sun and Ling Xiao to meet in the final round. Of course, the premise was that Ling Xiao could advance. 10 out of 20 people would advance, which sounded like a lot. After all, there was a 50% chance of advancing. However, in fact, the probability did not mean anything. Those who could stand out in the first round were all talents. They were 1 in 10,000 geniuses in the Sky Dragon continent. A battle between 2 geniuses was too cruel. Most of them had a 50% chance of winning. The real deciding factor was usually a split second. One could be eliminated if there was a slight mistake. This was a little too cruel. There were many experts in the 5th group. In addition to Feng Emoting, Diwan, Ling Xiao, and Army Breaker, there were also the Holy Sun, Mo Wushang, Lu Lan, Feng Renjia, and Liang Xiao, who ranked 21st, 27th, and 30th in the last martial arts festival. Their points in the first group were second only to the Holy Sun and Mo Wushang. There was no doubt about their strength, and they were all disciples of the Heavenly King sect. It showed how powerful the Heavenly King sect was. Among the 100 talents, more than 40 of them were disciples of the Heavenly King sect. The first round, Feng Emoting versus Lu Lan. The second round had just begun, and there was already a battle between 2 strong experts. Feng Emoting was the 19th warrior in the last martial arts festival. Lu Lan was 21st. Feng Emoting only lost to Army Breaker in the group competition. Then, he strategically admitted defeat in front of Ling Xiao. Lu Lan only lost to the Holy Sun, Mo Wushang, and Liang Xiao. The first 2 were so strong that she admitted defeat directly. As for Liang Xiao, he was obviously stronger than he was in the last martial arts festival. Lu Lan was defeated by half a move after exchanging more than 100 moves. Clang. Wind Devil Listener didn't seem to have learned his lesson from the group stage. He was still using his narrow sword. The long saber was unsheathed, flickering with a cold light. Then, he took a deep breath, fully prepared. After he lost to Army Breaker, he no longer dared to underestimate any of his opponents. Moreover, this was the second round of the tournament. Most of the people in the top 100 were evenly matched. He absolutely couldn't underestimate his opponents. Lu Lan touched the storage ring on her finger slightly. After a flash of red light, a soft sword appeared in her hand. This was a weapon that female martial artists especially liked to use. It was more flexible and had more strange moves. After all, in terms of strength, women were generally inferior to men. It would be better if they won with moves. The flexible sword looked like a silver snake, flicking its tongue under the sunlight, making people shudder. Please enlighten me. When Lu Lan threw out her soft sword, she didn't stop at all. She launched an attack first. She was so weak that she looked like a willow catkin. In the blink of an eye, the silver sword light was right in front of Wind Devil Listener. The distance of about 10 meters was crossed in an instant. Dang, dang, dang. The soft sword and the narrow saber kept colliding. Dazzling sparks flew in all directions. The magnificent display of martial skills made the audience below the stage cheer unceasingly. The martial arts festival was both a competition and a celebration. Silver Snake flicking its tongue. Lu Lan snorted. Suddenly, the flexible sword darted out from behind her and stabbed out at an incredible angle. She was trying to break the balance in the arena. Clang! The airflow caused by the explosion of her true core strength flew up. The sparks on the arena turned into flames, making the fierce battle even more intense. The audience didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They were totally attracted by the fierce battle. Whoosh! The flexible sword, which had been blocked, suddenly slipped. The tip of the sword slid out along the edge of Wind Devil Listener's saber. It seemed that the sword suddenly grew by 3 or 4 inches. The move, which couldn't hurt Lu Lan, became a killing move at this moment. That was why the silver snake flicking its tongue was so terrifying. It could catch you off guard. However, Wind Devil Listener only sneered. A saber appeared in his empty left hand. He stabbed it toward Lu Lan's abdomen directly. Puff. Lu Lan's body protection true core strength was broken. She retreated quickly to avoid the attack. She looked terrified. Good heavens! Wind Devil Listener can also do 2 things at the same time. Lu Lan is going to lose. Diwan was sitting next to Ling Xiao. After losing to Ling Xiao, he didn't hate Ling Xiao. Instead, he tried to befriend Ling Xiao. It was he who spoke. Ling Xiao didn't reject people from 1,000 miles away. Brother D, you are wrong. Wind Devil Listener will lose in less than 5 moves. What? Diwan looked at Ling Xiao confusedly and asked, It's impossible. Although Wind Devil Listener was at a disadvantage at the beginning, when he took out the second saber, Lu Lan was bound to lose. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I've told others before that Wind Devil Ting's biggest mistake was learning sword moves but using a saber. 1 saber can make up for the flaws, but although 2 sabers make the attack stronger, the flaws also become bigger. He's basically asking for it. There's no saving him. Now that you mention it, you're right. Diwan was not stupid. He understood it immediately. Ling Xiao continued, In fact, Wind Devil Listener could have won when he took out the second saber. If it were me, I would have finished the attack even at the risk of being injured. However, in order to avoid being injured, he used extra moves to resist Lu Lan's moves. As a result, he missed the best opportunity to attack. Just as he finished speaking, the situation on the martial arts stage changed. Wind Devil Listener had planned to attack Lu Lan after defeating her. However, Lu Lan took advantage of his flaws and disrupted his attacking rhythm. She regained the upper hand. Both Lu Lan and Wind Devil Listener were disciples of the Heavenly King sect. They often learned from each other. Once Lu Lan took advantage of the opponent's flaws, she would not let go of the opportunity. Lu Lan launched a series of attacks without giving Wind Devil Listener any chance to take a breather. Puff. Finally, Wind Devil Listener's body protection genuine essence was broken. Bang! Lu Lan took the opportunity to kick him out of the arena. According to the rules of the competition, there were 2 ways to defeat the opponent. One was to make the opponent admit defeat. The other was to kick the opponent out of the arena. Damn it! I lost again. Wind Devil Listener stood up with a gloomy face. Lu Lan also let out a long sigh of relief. Although she had won this battle, it had not been an easy victory. If they met again, it would be hard to predict who would win. Fortunately, she would not meet Wind Devil Listener in the second round of the competition. This was a good thing. After the two left the arena, another person went up. The competition continued. Chapter 788. Diwan looked at Ling Xiao in surprise and gave him a thumbs up. Admirable, admirable. Brother Ling's eyesight is really brilliant. Compared to my senior brother Imo Wushang, you're not the least bit inferior. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He benefited from this aspect. The Mountain River martial spirit's analytical ability was too strong. In addition, he had cultivated many martial arts in these years. Although they were a little mixed, because he had cultivated all kinds of martial arts, he was able to see the flaws and advantages of martial arts more accurately. The fifth group's competition continued, and the battle between the strong had not yet started. Holy Sun, Hai Myung Ko, Demon Eye, Imo Wushang, Army Breaker, Liang Xiao, Feng Renjia, and Diwan all won the victories they deserved. Hai Myung Ko and Imo Wushang's battle was not much to say, because their opponents directly chose to surrender. Army Breaker's performance was very fierce. His opponent didn't even understand what he was doing, and he was already below the stage. Liang Xiao and Feng Renjia's performance was equally terrifying. They both defeated their opponents in one move. As for Ling Xiao, he also defeated his opponent in one move. However, his performance was not as exaggerated and eye-catching. Although he was also outstanding, compared to Army Breaker, Liang Xiao, and Feng Renjia's battle, it was too unremarkable. Although most of the contestants' strength was equal, there were still such monsters. This was something that could not be helped. Of course, among the contestants, besides Holy Sun and Imo Wushang, the most dazzling one was undoubtedly Army Breaker. Even Liang Xiao and Feng Renjia were secretly praying that they would not meet this madman. Soon, the second round of the competition began. This time, it began with the main event. Ling Xiao, Army Breaker, come on stage. In the fifth group, the most dazzling Army Breaker and the most low-key Ling Xiao met. Although Army Breaker had surrendered when facing Ling Xiao in the previous group matches, that was only a tactical surrender. No one felt that Army Breaker was inferior to Ling Xiao. They just felt that Ling Xiao's luck was good. Compared to Ling Xiao, Army Breaker is lacking in cunning and calmness. His chances of winning aren't high. I'd say he only has a 20 to 30% chance of winning. However, if Ling Xiao wants to defeat him, he'll have to pay a heavy price. Since Imo Wushang had already said so, no one would doubt his words. His view had never been wrong. The others nodded in agreement. Even the Holy Sun, Hai Myung Ko, heaved a sigh of relief. If Ling Xiao had to pay a price to deal with Army Breaker, then he simply wasn't her opponent. It could even be said that he wasn't even worth mentioning. Army Breaker jumped onto the stage and looked at Ling Xiao with a sinister smile. I admitted defeat just now because I didn't want to scare you. This time, I'll let you know how powerful I am. Really? I thought you knew your limits, so you admitted defeat. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Army Breaker's expression didn't look too good. However, he was filled with questions. He had seen Ling Xiao's previous battles. He was very clear that Ling Xiao was very strong. Even so, he still had a 50% chance of defeating Ling Xiao. But why was Ling Xiao so calm? Could it be that this kid was bluffing? Or was he hiding his strength? Humph. Speaking of hiding my strength, I also hid mine. I don't believe that I'll lose to you. At the judges' table, the original Group 10 judges and the original Group 1 judges sat together. They were the judges for Group 5. The Group 1 judge smiled and said, Army Breaker is very strong. Moreover, in the group stage, he paid attention to hiding his strength. He chose to admit defeat in front of Ling Xiao. Otherwise, the result would have been difficult to predict. The Group 10 judge shook his head and said, I can still see through Army Breaker, but this Ling Xiao is too mysterious. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even use a weapon. I don't know what kind of martial artist he is. Maybe he's a martial artist who fights barehanded. It's not like there aren't such people. The Group 1 judge smiled. Who do you think will win? The Group 10 judge asked. Ling Xiao. The Group 1 judge hesitated for a moment and said, This is the result that Imo Wushang saw, so it shouldn't be wrong. However, the battle won't be easy. It's a pity that Ling Xiao doesn't seem to be able to control heaven essence energy. Otherwise, he could even compete for the position of one of the sacred dynasty's 6 young masters. That's right. Even a Heaven Pulse realm martial artist might not be able to control heaven essence energy. After all, it's the power of a Heaven Pulse realm martial artist. It's too mysterious. The Group 10 judge was also very optimistic about Ling Xiao, which was why he was a little disappointed. In fact, he really wanted to see Ling Xiao enter the ranks of the sacred dynasty's 6 young masters. That way, his face would also shine. After all, he was the one who watched Ling Xiao emerge from the group stages step by step. Of course, he wouldn't force it. After all, it was easy to become a Heaven Pulse realm martial artist, but it wasn't easy to condense heaven essence energy. This was not only related to one's comprehension ability, but also one's martial spirit and aptitude. Otherwise, no matter how strong one was, they wouldn't be able to control heaven essence energy. Only a trace of heaven essence energy formed naturally was useless. Army Breaker, as a disciple of the Sky Dragon Institute, you can't lose to a nobody. An old man on the viewing platform shouted loudly. Army Breaker's face slightly changed. Losing to one of the sacred dynasty's 6 young masters, or even to those geniuses from the previous batch, it might not be a big deal. However, Ling Xiao was just a nobody on the Sky Dragon continent. If he lost to him, it would be a huge loss of face. Not only would he lose face, the entire Sky Dragon Institute would lose face along with him. However, facing Ling Xiao, Army Breaker didn't have much of a chance of winning. Without drawing his sword, Ling Xiao looked at Army Breaker indifferently and said, "You don't need to feel so pressured because losing to me isn't shameful at all. Even the Holy Sun will be defeated by me." Humph. How can the Holy Sun be defeated by a nobody like you? Forget it. Let me, Army Breaker, end your arrogance today. Army Breaker sucked in a deep breath. There was no way out for him. In this battle, he had to give it his all. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't even be able to return to the Sky Dragon Institute. Between preserving his strength and defeating Ling Xiao, he could only choose the latter. Wong. A dim light flickered from his storage ring, and Army Breaker took out his sword, exuding a terrifying destructive aura. An invisible sword chi rushed toward Ling Xiao like a gust of wind. The surrounding air was distorted by the pressure. Good sword. Good momentum. Ling Xiao stood there without any intention of drawing his sword. You're still not drawing your sword? Army Breaker was a little annoyed. He knew that Ling Xiao was a cultivator who specialized in using the sword. If he didn't draw his sword, it meant that he was looking down on him. There's no need for that. Ling Xiao lightly shook his head. Mo Wushang looked at Ling Xiao and shook his head, sighing. This person is too arrogant. No matter how strong he is, he'll still fail miserably. Just now, I said that he could defeat Army Breaker, but now, I have to draw a question mark. Thunderbird's sword art. Eagle soars the sky. With a loud shout, Army Breaker's sword pierced out. The moment the sword pierced out, the wind howled, and the sword chi was awe-inspiring. The terrifying feeling of being sliced apart made many people near the stage choose to retreat. Chapter 789. Destroy. Ling Xiao pointed out a finger, and the violent sword chi instantly collapsed, completely disappearing into nothingness. How can he be so powerful? Army Breaker's eyes flashed with shock. He had used his strongest sword skill and terrifying sword move. He had defeated many young experts before, but in front of Ling Xiao, it was not even worth mentioning. He could not believe that this was real. If you only have this little ability, then you have no chance. Ling Xiao's smile was still bright. Humph, since that's the case, then I'll let you taste the taste of despair. Army Breaker coldly snorted. He was not bluffing. After he had comprehended the destruction sword intent in the true Devil Forbidden Zone, he had integrated it into the powerful Thunder Eagle martial soul. The destructive power that erupted from it was terrifying even to himself. Because this power was too strong and the time was short, he had not fully grasped it. Against an ordinary opponent, he could still practice it. But against Ling Xiao, he did not dare to rashly try it. But now, he had no choice but to use it. Because Ling Xiao's strength had exceeded his expectations. Unless he used the destruction sword in tint, it would be difficult to win. Urging the sword in tint, the Thunder Eagle martial soul behind him began to change. The lightning on its body flashed even more violently, as if it wanted to destroy everything in the world. In the next moment, Army Breaker brandished his sword and stabbed towards Ling Xiao. His body did not move, but the Thunder Eagle phantom behind him turned into a sword chi that broke through the air. A bright light flashed in the air, and a loud eagle cry shook the entire arena. The power is not bad, but it's a pity that your sword in tint is just a baby eagle in front of me. It has no meaning. Facing Army Breaker, Ling Xiao did not need to use his 3 great wills. He could easily handle it with just his movement skills and moves. The sword chi continued to attack, but it was unable to stab Ling Xiao. This scene caused the audience to cry out in alarm. Every time they saw the sword chi about to stab Ling Xiao, it was always easily dodged by Ling Xiao. It was as if this person could predict everything. It's time to end this. Ling Xiao's battle would only continue if it was a meaningful battle. There was no meaning in fighting Army Breaker. As long as he could win, everything was fine. Originally, he wanted to see if Army Breaker had any other trump cards. That way, he would be able to make some progress under the pressure. But now, it seemed that Army Breaker wasn't as powerful as he had imagined. How disappointing. Army Breaker's expression was very ugly. At this moment, his face was filled with anger and unwillingness. Don't hold back, or you won't have the chance to stay on the stage. Feng Yaorao suddenly shouted. Well, I originally planned to use this move to deal with the 6th young master of the Sacred Dynasty. Now, you are qualified for me to use it. Army Breaker took a deep breath, and a terrifying sword in tint pervaded his body. The shadow behind him gradually merged into his body, and his body began to change. Martial soul transformation? Ling Xiao asked. That's right. Moreover, it's an 8th form martial soul transformation. My strength will increase by more than 80%, and my sword in tint will also become stronger. You don't stand a chance. During the transformation process, Army Breaker was filled with confidence. His anger and unwillingness had disappeared, and it was replaced by incomparably strong confidence. At this moment, he was like a ferocious thunder eagle filled with lightning aura. He stood there, causing people to shudder. I didn't expect that Army Breaker would actually learn martial soul transformation. It seems like my previous judgment was wrong. This time, Ling Xiao is bound to lose. Although Mo Wushang's devil eye could see through the opponent's moves, it couldn't see through the transformation. After all, before the opponent transformed, it was impossible for him to know. Ling Xiao is too arrogant. It's time for him to suffer a little. Holy Sun smiled and nodded. Facing Army Breaker, whose aura suddenly increased, Ling Xiao faintly smiled. You think you're the only one who can use martial soul transformation? To be honest, if he didn't want to wait for Army Breaker to use his trump card, he would have defeated him in one move. Now that his opponent had used his trump card, in order to show his sincerity, he should also show a bit of his strength. He can also use martial soul transformation? Mo Wushang was stunned. Holy Sun Hai Myung-Ko's smile also froze. Wong. A terrifying sound of air exploding could be heard. In just an instant, Ling Xiao completed his transformation and entered his human dragon form. However, it was only the first form. Against Army Breaker, the first form was enough. A terrifying aura erupted. Ling Xiao's aura was clearly much stronger than before. Under this terrifying aura, Army Breaker's transformation actually trembled. He was like a little bird standing under the feet of a divine dragon, shaking uncontrollably. Army Breaker's heart was filled with fear. Only now did he understand that Ling Xiao's words weren't empty bravado. He was truly powerful. No matter what he did, it was useless. Facing such a terrifying opponent, the only outcome was defeat. I lost. Ling Xiao didn't make a move. Army Breaker didn't make a move either. He collapsed on the ground and cried out 3 words. In the final moment, facing Ling Xiao's terrifying aura, he didn't even have the courage to make a move. He didn't even make a move. Army Breaker was defeated. He was crushed by the powerful aura. In that instant, The audience's jaws dropped. It was so quiet that not a single sound could be heard. Ling Xiao was too powerful. He was so powerful that it was suffocating. The martial soul transformation that Army Breaker was so proud of was like a chicken in front of him, unable to withstand a single blow. Perhaps some people had expected Ling Xiao to win. However, no one had expected him to win so easily. If Army Breaker was just a nobody, Ling Xiao's victory wouldn't be considered a big deal. However, Army Breaker was a disciple of the Heavenly Dragon Institute. He was someone who had easily defeated Feng Emoting, who was ranked 19th, and Diwan, who was ranked 20th. No matter how one looked at it, Army Breaker wasn't a nobody. He was an existence that everyone had high hopes for in this year's martial arts festival. However, such a shocking genius was easily defeated by Ling Xiao. This kind of strong contrast made many people unable to adapt. Hateful. The rise of our Heavenly Dragon Institute has been destroyed by this brat again. The Heavenly Dragon Institute side couldn't accept Ling Xiao's defeat of Army Breaker. Originally, they had wanted to rely on Army Breaker, Feng Yarao, and Jin Wuji's results to make the Heavenly Dragon Institute shine. The reason they had chosen these three was because they were strong enough. However, they hadn't expected Army Breaker to die before he could achieve victory. He had actually lost to Ling Xiao in the second round, although they still had a chance to advance. However, they couldn't let go of the fact that they had lost to a nobody. This Ling Xiao is too mysterious and too terrifying. Ranking him 15th out of the 20 geniuses is too low. He should be ranked 3rd, just below Hongli and Long Chun. After this battle, the audience's expectations for Ling Xiao became even stronger. Chapter 790. That's right. It's said that Army Breaker is slightly weaker than Feng Yarao. Moreover, he's also one of the top 20 geniuses. Yet, he was defeated so easily. This Ling Xiao is really powerful. You seem to have overlooked a problem. Ling Xiao hasn't drawn his sword yet. According to the information, he should be proficient in sword arts. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. He was already so terrifying without using a sword. Once he used a sword, how terrifying would he be? Anyway, I think it's hard to say who the top 20 geniuses are. Even the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty are. Up until now, most of the young giants have been hiding their strength. If they don't use their full strength, it's hard for us to estimate their true position. This is interesting. This is exciting. I like dark horses. What's the point of a competition that hasn't changed at all? Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. I'm really looking forward to seeing who can defeat the Holy Sun. Hai Myung KO. Perhaps it was because Army Breaker's aura was too powerful. Or perhaps it was because Ling Xiao's aura was too eye-catching. In any case, the battle between Ling Xiao and Army Breaker had attracted a lot of attention. After all, there were only 5 groups and 5 battle stages left. With the help of the formation, it was easy to pay attention to a battle on a battle stage. Army Breaker's martial soul transformation was already shocking enough. However, Ling Xiao's martial soul transformation was even more powerful. What shocked everyone the most was that Army Breaker had lost his courage to fight against Ling Xiao. This was even more worthy of attention. The battle might not have been exciting, but it was full of twists and turns. It was very exciting. In addition, Ling Xiao fit the image of a counterattack in many people's hearts. So, after Ling Xiao defeated Army Breaker, there were a lot of people talking about him. Because of this, Ling Xiao even gained a lot of fans. The judges of Group 10 and Group 1 were stunned for a long time. Then, the judge of Group 10 sighed. This kid really brings surprises. Just when you think you understand him, he surprises you again. I can't see through this kid. The judge of Group 1 nodded and said, he really is a terrifying youth. No wonder even the Holy Sun is afraid of him. The two of them were Grotto Heaven Realm experts. They had seen too many young geniuses. But when those people were compared to Ling Xiao, they were practically ordinary people. Not only was Ling Xiao's martial soul transformation, but he also seemed to have an endless amount of trump cards. A wisp of surprise flashed through Hong Li's eyes. Ling Xiao's performance had piqued her interest. However, judging from Ling Xiao's current performance, It was not enough for her to take him seriously. Even if she was interested in him, how long he would last would depend on his performance. It was still unknown whether he was qualified to be her seasoning before she challenged the 6 princes of the Holy Dynasty. The Holy Son, Hai Myung-keo, regained her composure after a moment of surprise. The strength Ling Xiao had shown so far was not enough to pose any threat to her. If she hadn't had a verbal conflict with Ling Xiao in the Yuehua school, she wouldn't have taken him seriously. Army breaker, that trash, lost to a nobody. How embarrassing. The Blood Blade sect's Qin Bishuet didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. In his eyes, it wasn't that Ling Xiao was too strong, but that army breaker was too useless. Imo Wushang activated his demon eye again to observe Ling Xiao. A moment later, he said coldly, his strength isn't bad. It shouldn't be a problem for him to enter the top 20. But if he wants to enter the top 10, then he's dreaming. It's even more impossible for him to become one of the 6 princes. Feng Yaorao, who was standing to the side, smiled sweetly. Imo Wushang, you're taking your demon eye too seriously. Underestimating Ling Xiao will only make you suffer. She had seen Ling Xiao in action with her own eyes. That scene was still deeply engraved in her mind and could not be erased. If possible, she really didn't want to fight with Ling Xiao. Although Imo Wushang's demon eye was terrifying, it was still just an inheritance. It wasn't an invincible existence. How could it see through a person? On the stage, Ling Xiao looked at Army Breaker and said, "You're very smart." Then, he turned around and walked down the stage. If Army Breaker had dared to fight, then he wouldn't have to continue participating in the next round. There wouldn't be any more chances. Army Breaker felt sad in his heart. Only by standing on the stage could he truly feel how terrifying Ling Xiao was. The spectators couldn't understand. Ling Xiao's strength wasn't limited to one point. He was strong as a whole. He was an existence that was close to perfection. Martial skills, cultivation power, judgment, martial spirit, sword intent. Everything was far superior to him. Moreover, he could feel that Ling Xiao's strength was far from this. There should be something else that he hadn't used yet. Army Breaker also walked down the stage. Enduring the anger of the Sky Dragon Institute's temporary supervisor, he sat down and began to reflect on the battle earlier. Trash, do you still have the qualifications to continue sitting here? The Sky Dragon Institute's temporary supervisor was furious. Why don't I have the qualifications? Because I lost to Ling Xiao? What a joke. Are your eyes used to vent your anger? He's as strong as the Holy Sun. What's wrong with losing to him? Army Breaker didn't feel discouraged because he finally understood how strong Ling Xiao was. Trash is trash. Why are you still looking for excuses? The temporary supervisor roared in anger. However, Army Breaker ignored him. A mere Heaven Realm temporary supervisor didn't dare to do anything to him. His master was much stronger than this guy. I didn't expect the demon eye to make a mistake. We've overestimated Imo Wushang. In the same group, Liang Xiao said to Feng Renjie, "That's right. The demon eye doesn't seem to be that scary. However, this Ling Xiao actually defeated Army Breaker. I'm afraid the two of us aren't his opponent." Feng Renjie frowned. "Then let's use the soul fusion technique," Liang Xiao suddenly said. "Soul fusion technique?" Feng Renjie said in surprise. The soul fusion technique is the fusion of 2 martial artists' martial spirits into one. This is a secret technique. After using it, one of the martial artists will temporarily lose his martial spirit and all of his strength, becoming an ordinary person, while the other will become incomparably powerful. That's right. The Holy Sun said that will create some trouble for Ling Xiao. It's up to you now. Liang Xiao nodded and said, "You should go. Regardless of cultivation technique or battle experience, you're more experienced than me. I'll just forfeit." Feng Renjie shook his head and said, "Fine. With the two of us combined, even the top 10 cultivators would have to be wary of us, not to mention Ling Xiao. I'll definitely defeat him." Liang Xiao nodded and said. Subsequently, the two of them walked to a secluded place and began the soul fusion technique. The competition continued. After a while, Liang Xiao and Feng Renjie appeared on the stage. Feng Renjie announced his forfeit on the spot, causing the audience to be confused. Chapter 791. Feng Renjie and Liang Zhao's situation didn't escape Ling Zhao's eyes. Feng Renjie's and Liang Zhao's martial souls had merged. Liang Zhao's aura was several times stronger than army breakers. She definitely had the right to challenge the top 10. This wasn't against the rules, as the rules didn't prohibit the use of such a secret technique. Liang Zhao went up and faced Diwan. Logically speaking, their battle should be evenly matched and should be very interesting to watch. But in reality, Liang Zhao defeated Diwan with a single palm. Sigh, this has become an internal battle of the Heavenly King sect. The number of talented disciples in the Heavenly King sect is terrifying. Among the other sects, other than the Aquamarine Sacred Palace and the Abstruse Fire sect, who have 17 to 18 people in the second round, the rest only have 1 or 2, or even 3 or 4 people. But the Heavenly King sect has taken up almost half the number of people. Having more people isn't scary. What's scary is having more people and experts. So far, the Holy Sun, Mo Wushang, and Dao Wuming are all undefeated. Yeah, the Holy Sun and Mo Wushang. I'm afraid no one can stop them. Maybe the Qin Bishue from the Crimson Blade sect can give it a try. Hongli from the Aquamarine Sacred Palace isn't weak either. Yeah, it seems like the battle for first place this time will be between the 4 of them. What a joke. Have you forgotten about Long Qin? Even Dai Yaoling from the Spiritual Medicine Villa lost to him. Do you dare to underestimate him? Although everyone felt that Liang Zhao's performance was shocking, Ling Zhao's performance was even more shocking. So, they were no longer talking about Liang Zhao, but the overall strength of the Heavenly King sect. Everyone had their own opinions about the battle for first place. But until now, no one saw Ling Zhao as a strong contender for the top 10. They even felt that he wasn't as good as Long Qin. Brother Ling, these people are blind. Don't mind them. Long Qin stood beside Ling Zhao. He had just defeated Dai Yaoling from the Spiritual Medicine Villa and took the time to come over. Haha, how can that be? From the beginning to the end, Ling Zhao didn't take those people's comments seriously. He only had one target now, Hai Myung Ko. As for the others, he didn't care at all. Lon Yuer sighed with emotion. It's true that there are talented people in every generation. Each generation is stronger than the previous one. Back in the true Devil Forbidden Land, those who were ranked in the top 100 were so high-spirited. But now, they were either killed or eliminated. Only a few of them managed to enter the top 100. That's right. The competition is too fierce. The new generation replaces the old. If those people hadn't been eliminated, there wouldn't have been Rain Spirit, Long Hao, Senior Sister Lan, Long Chun, and newcomers like me. Ling Zhao also smiled and said, currently, the 3 sects of the south have completely declined. Not a single person has entered the top 100. On the other hand, the sects of the east are even more prosperous than before. Although that coward Jin Wuji has joined the Sky Dragon Institute, our Yuehua school is rising rapidly. In addition to Long Qin and Ing Wuya, we have a total of 6 people who have entered the top 100. This is a very rare thing. All right, it's my turn now. Lan Yuer was in high spirits. The more she fought, the braver she became. During the battle, her comprehension of the lunar scripture became more and more skillful. Ling Zhao believed that if Lan Yuer was given more time, she would definitely be able to enter the ranks of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. But now, entering the top 20 shouldn't be a big problem. All she needed was some guidance. It might be difficult to enter the top 10, but he might be able to help. Senior Sister Lan, wait a moment. Ling Zhao pointed his finger at Lan Yuer's forehead and injected his soul force into her. He pointed out the weaknesses that Lan Yuer had exposed in the previous battle and also suggested a way to modify them. In a short time, this was all Ling Zhao could do. Thank you, junior brother. Lan Yuer's face revealed a surprised and joyful expression. She knew that there was a flaw in her understanding of the lunar scripture, but she wasn't particularly clear about where it was. But now, she understood. In the next battle, Lan Yuer didn't let the battle end quickly. Instead, she tried to modify the weaknesses that Ling Zhao pointed out. She completely transformed these things into her own. After nearly 200 moves, she smiled and knocked her opponent out of the stage with a palm strike, easily winning. At this time, she was obviously stronger than before. She wasn't the only one who could feel it. The people who were fighting her could also clearly feel it. Ling Xiao nodded with satisfaction. He then retracted his gaze and focused on his group's battle. As for Long Hao and Dai Yuling, they could only resign themselves to fate. The gap in strength made their chances of entering the top 50 very low. No matter how much Ling Xiao helped them, it wouldn't be of much help. They could only rely on themselves. The battle continued. Ling Xiao's opponents learned their lesson and admitted defeat one after another, until he met Liang Xiao. During this period, Liang Xiao had been winning continuously. Not only that, but he also defeated Diwan, Feng Emoting, Lu Lan, and Army Breaker. His momentum was stronger than Ling Xiao's. Therefore, when facing Ling Xiao, it was absolutely impossible for him to admit defeat. The battle hadn't started yet, but everyone could feel that it was going to be a very exciting battle. Therefore, everyone was a little excited. They didn't care what happened to Liang Xiao at all. What they were concerned about now was who would win and who would lose in the battle between the two. Both of them had an unstoppable winning streak, but they were lucky that they didn't meet Mo Wushang or the Holy Sun, Han Myung-ko. Only insiders knew that all of this was deliberately arranged. Some people didn't want Ling Xiao to meet the Holy Sun and Mo Wushang too early. They wanted to use Liang Xiao to test Ling Xiao's true strength. On the battle stage, Liang Xiao displayed his fused martial soul. Not only did it temporarily give him all of Feng Renjie's skills, but it also gave him a special ability, levitation. This wasn't flying, but levitation for a long time. It allowed him to deal with enemies in midair. There was a formation set up on the battle stage, but the height limit was 30 meters. For Liang Xiao, levitation was very easy. Although he had obtained Feng Renjie's skills, his strength was much stronger than before, and he could easily defeat Army Breaker. But facing Ling Xiao, he still didn't dare to underestimate him. Stepping on a strange airflow, Liang Xiao looked down at Ling Xiao from above. In his view, after increasing the distance, Ling Xiao's moves would be easier to block. Levitation was a huge advantage in itself. Moreover, his levitation technique combined with his movement technique made his speed very fast. Even if Ling Xiao suddenly shot an arrow, he could dodge it at such a distance. A distance of 30 meters was the basis of his chances of winning. Ling Xiao shouldn't be able to do anything now. I didn't expect Liang Xiao to be able to fly. Although it's not true flight, it's definitely enough on this small battle stage. The audience's eyes lit up. Chapter 792. The audience was looking forward to what kind of method Ling Xiao would use to solve this problem. However, they didn't know that Ling Xiao could also fly, and it was true flight. Although facing Liang Xiao, he didn't need to use the golden light dragon wings. Ling Xiao wanted to use the method that Liang Xiao was best at to defeat him. This way, it would be more advantageous to defeat the Heavenly King Sect and Sky Dragon Academy. In any case, the conflict between him and the Heavenly King Sect and Sky Dragon Academy was already very deep. If he could increase the intensity of the attack, he definitely wouldn't be soft-hearted. Sky Feather Storm. Liang Xiao didn't know what Ling Xiao was thinking, and he didn't need to know. After fusing with Feng Renjie's power, he could finally easily use his killing move. As the hazy martial soul behind him flickered, white light actually filled the sky. One by one, the feathers turned into sharp blades and shot toward Ling Xiao. Each feather could easily break the defense of a half-step Empyrean. Even a heaven-vain martial artist had to be cautious when facing these feathers. However, the sky was filled with white feathers. Ling Xiao couldn't dodge at all. It really seemed like a terrifying storm was sweeping over. Boom! Suddenly, black and gold flames emerged from Ling Xiao's body. A surge of raging flames rushed toward the feathers that filled the sky. The storm formed by the feathers actually instantly turned into a flaming storm. However, the target of this flaming storm also became Liang Xiao. What? Liang Xiao turned pale with fright and hurriedly used his movement technique to dodge. Boom! The violent flaming storm collided with the protective wall of the array, giving off a black and gold light. The entire battle stage shook. Cold sweat already seeped out of Liang Xiao's forehead. What the hell was this? What was Ling Xiao's martial soul? How could it release such terrifying flames? In that instant, he simply felt like he was going to be burned to ashes. I don't believe that I can't defeat you. Wings of Extinction. Compared to the Sky Feather Storm, the Wings of Extinction was even more terrifying. Those countless feathers condensed into a pair of huge wings of death. Then, wrapped in a terrifying energy storm, it slapped toward Ling Xiao. The aura of destroying heaven and earth. An outburst of indomitable will. If Ling Xiao showed the slightest flaw or was distracted by Liang Zhao's attack, he would be severely injured. How is Ling Xiao going to block it? Can he block it? Countless people voiced their doubts. Ling Xiao just smiled and used his actions to tell them the answer. It was a beam of golden light that broke through the sky. It pierced through the wings of death and arrived in front of Liang Xiao in an instant. Do you think you're the only one who can fly? A mocking smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face as he kicked Liang Xiao in the chest. This kick was infused with the thunder and lightning celestial phenomena. It directly broke through Liang Zhao's protective Zhenyuan. Liang Xiao did not have the slightest ability to resist and fell to the ground like a meteorite. What's going on? This kick seemed to be supported by the concepts of thunder and lightning, and what was that behind his back? Since when can transcendence fly? Many people in the stands stood up excitedly, especially on the side of the Heavenly King sect. Many elders stood up and exclaimed. From the beginning of the battle, Ling Xiao would show something new every time he encountered a strong opponent. Secret Soul Technique, Qi Sword, Flight, Thunder and Lightning Concept. It was as if he was showing off his terrifying strength every time. That's not the Thunder and Lightning Concept. Sikong Zun shook his head and said, Concept is different from will, but they are both very difficult to master. What he has mastered should only be a part of the power of thunder and lightning. He is far from mastering the thunder and lightning concept. You should know that even Grotto Heaven Realm cultivators have not been able to comprehend the concept. Even so, his power is not inferior to the thunder and lightning concept in terms of destructive power. It should be a special cultivation technique. And he can actually fly? This kid must have had a fortuitous encounter. What a smug guy. Let's see how he can win after he uses all his trump cards. Sikong Xian snorted coldly. Whether you like him or not, he is a real monster. No wonder even Ming Kong is afraid of him. I thought it was groundless fear, but now it seems that it is not the case. Holy Emperor looked at Ling Xiao and narrowed his eyes. Ling Xiao's victory over Liang Xiao did not surprise the two referees of Group 5. However, the process of this battle once again gave them a huge shock. They really wanted to know how long Ling Xiao's winning streak would last, and what would happen when he encountered Imo Wushang or the Holy Sun. This is so exciting. I want to see Ling Xiao fight now. This guy gives us new expectations every time he fights. That's right. This guy is amazing. I feel like every battle has become a stage for him to show off. Not only that, I'm afraid his identity is also what we are looking forward to. After all, the feeling of a nameless person defeating a famous expert is really exciting for us spectators. When the crowd heard this, they agreed with it. Among all the contestants, Yuehua School was the most insignificant, and Ling Xiao was not even worth mentioning. Even Long Chun was more famous than him. After all, when Long Chun arrived at the Holy City, he gave countless geniuses a show of strength and made everyone remember his name. The rise of an insignificant person often attracted the attention of others, and Ling Xiao was such a case. In addition, he had many tricks up his sleeves, so naturally, many people were looking forward to his performance. Liang Xiao got up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face was extremely pale. There was a bitter smile on his face. He had obtained all of Feng Renjie's skills and the help of Feng Renjie's martial soul. In the end, the two of them still lost to Ling Xiao in the soul combination technique. I'm sorry, brother. I lost. He looked at Feng Renjie, who was walking over, and sighed. It's not your fault. He is too strong. We are all a little worried about him. Feng Renjie shook his head. They thought that they would be able to defeat Ling Xiao by working together, but reality told them that Ling Xiao was definitely more powerful than they thought. Ling Xiao retracted his golden dragon wings and returned to his seat, waiting for the end of this round of competition. His points were enough to advance to the next round. so it was impossible for him to meet the Holy Sun or Imo Wushang in the second round. Well, he did not want to meet those two so early. It would be more interesting to leave the main event for the last. In these battles, the reason why he displayed a different fighting style each time was not to show off, but to adapt to his current cultivation level. It was worth noting that he was now a Celestial Realm expert. Those moves he used in the past had to be re-practiced in actual combat and modified. Otherwise, problems could happen in a life-and-death battle. Chapter 793. Ling Zhao's 9 Meridians Aura Sword had mutated due to the birth of the Heavenly Veins, becoming the Heavenly Veins Aura Sword. Although there wasn't much difference in the way it was performed, its lethality had increased by a lot. Not only that, but the Heavenly Veins Aura Sword also made it easier to communicate with the Heavenly Yuan Qi and perform even more terrifying moves. The problem was that up until now, there hadn't been an opponent that could force him to use this move. Almost all of his battles ended with ordinary attacks. The increase in power brought to him by the first stage of the Sky Realm was really terrifying. The second round of the competition ended in a cruel competition. Ling Xiao didn't care about the others, but there were also people from the Yuehua school who were eliminated. Lung Hao felt very sullen, but there was nothing he could do. After all, his strength was limited, and in the end, he didn't become one of the 50 Earth Spirits. Dai Yuling, on the other hand, was lucky. She was the last in her group to advance. This was probably his limit. Lan Yu, and Long Chun advanced easily. Ling Xiao naturally didn't need to be mentioned, but Ing Wuya from the Beast King Palace was more miserable. Although he advanced, his situation was similar to Dai Yuling's. This was probably his limit. The 50 Earth Spirit strength was even closer, and the chances of encountering the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty had also increased. After resting for a full 2 hours, the competition resumed. This time, the 50 Earth Spirits were divided into 2 groups, and the top 10 in each group advanced to the Heaven's Pride rankings. This time, the groups were divided according to the previous results, so the strength of the 2 groups was basically the same. Ling Xiao and the Holy Sun weren't in the same group, but he was in the same group as Imo Wushang. There were too many people in this group that were worth paying attention to, and Ling Xiao wasn't interested in screening them one by one. However, there was one person in the group who glared at Ling Xiao, full of killing intent. This person was none other than Jian Wuji, ranked 6th among the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. He was originally the chief core disciple of the Sword King sect. Now, he was a core disciple of the Sky Dragon Institute. As soon as the third round of the competition began, Jian Wuji showed his amazing strength and defeated Lan Yuer with ease. He was in the limelight for a while. When this guy was fighting with Lan Yuer, it was clear that he was deliberately ruthless in an attempt to make Lan Yuer unable to continue fighting. Fortunately, Lan Yuer was no longer the same as before. Even if she faced Jian Wuji, she could guarantee that she could escape unscathed. It wasn't bad that he had lost, but it wasn't an ugly defeat, and he wasn't injured either. However, Jian Wuji defeating Lan Yuer in 10 moves still caused a sensation. Sure enough, when it comes to strength, it all depends on the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. Those geniuses from before were no match for the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. In the following battles, Jian Wuji seemed to want to prove his strength. Facing opponents who were not weak, he defeated all of them in 1 move. His opponents did not even have the time to say the word surrender. He wanted to give Ling Xiao a huge pressure and let Ling Xiao know that no matter how he jumped, he would never be able to compete with him. Ling Xiao also completed his battle smoothly, although he didn't take Jian Wuji seriously. However, Jian Wuji's vicious attack on Lan Yuer made him very uncomfortable. Since this guy wanted to be the first young master to lose, Ling Xiao would fulfill his wish. The other group's battle was also very exciting. After defeating Dai Yaoling in the second round, Long Chun defeated Li Xiefeng after a bitter fight. Li Xiefeng was very strong, and Long Chun fought very hard. However, with the terrifying defensive power of the dragon race, Long Chun's skill was a notch higher, and he obtained another precious victory. This guy's formidable defensive power gave the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty a headache. They were thinking about how to deal with him. After that, The battles between the two groups became more and more exciting, with each battle becoming more and more exciting. In the first group, Liang Xiao, who defeated Army Breaker by using Soul Fusion technique, lost again. However, he did not lose unjustly because his opponent was Qin Bishue of the Blood Blade sect. That crazy swordsman only used one move to send Liang Xiao out of the stage. When he unsheathed his blood blade, the entire stage seemed to have fallen into a terrifying blood pool purgatory. Liang Xiao could not even move, let alone use levitation technique. Dai Yaoling also suffered her second defeat. She lost to the third young master of the Sacred Dynasty by Qianjiao. The first group had three young masters, Hai Myung-ko by Qianjiao and Hong Samadhi. The second group also had three young masters, Imo Wushang, Lu Taiyin, and Jian Wuji. So far, each young master has maintained a winning streak. In addition to their strength, there were also people who deliberately made arrangements to prevent the six young masters from meeting each other too early. When Bai Qinjiao defeated Dai Yaoling, Imo Wushang also defeated Dao Wuming. They were both disciples of the Heavenly King sect, but Imo Wushang did not show any mercy. Therefore, Dao Wuming lost without a fight. In that instant, Imo Wushang's demonic eye flashed. Dao Wuming howled and fell to the ground, no longer able to fight. In the second group, Lu Taiyin's opponent was the 13th young master of the previous martial arts festival. However, against Lu Taiyin, he was defeated in one move. The difference was too great. Lu Taiyin's terrifying fire made his opponent feel as if he had fallen into hell. Hong Samadhi's opponent was the 12th young master of the previous martial arts festival. Her martial soul was one of the 12 sacred fires, the true Samadhi fire. This woman's attacks were extremely domineering. Her opponent's weapon and arm were completely melted by her flames. These battles were simply brilliant beyond compare. The spectators were also shouting and wrangling as they watched. In the first and second round, many warriors would admit defeat when they met the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. However, they would not do so now. This was because once they admitted defeat, they would be eliminated. Moreover, at the 50th Earth Spirit stage, every warrior had a strong will to fight. Admitting defeat was not something they would do easily. Second group, Jian Wuji against Ling Xiao. After a round of battle, the two fated people stood on the stage. As the referee's voice fell, the audience was suddenly filled with a fiery aura. The rules of the 50th to 20 were different from before. Everyone had to fight with others and advance according to the number of wins. If the number of wins was the same, it would depend on who lost less. After all, there were special situations like draws. If it was still the same, then the warriors with the same number of wins could only fight. However, this kind of situation was usually rare. In short, since Ling Xiao was in the same group as Jian Wuji, it was only a matter of time before he met Jian Wuji. Is Ling Xiao, the dark horse, stronger, or is Jian Wuji, one of the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty, stronger? This battle will reveal the result. Yes, I'm really excited. Up until now, the 6 young masters have not lost. Will Ling Xiao be the first to defeat the 6 young masters? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.